Chapter 151, Cumin J, 9 Masked Beasts, Shishi Engine, 4 Violet Flames Formation. Shisui came to find Yuuji in despair and his face was full of pain. What? I don't know what's going on with your right eye. It's about to go blind. Yuuji was stunned. He directly put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the guy in front of him in surprise. Depressed Shisui, what kind of mischief was this? Yuuji said seriously, did you open Mangekyo Sharingan? That's amazing. Tell me more about the details. I took the mirror and observed my eyes. I wanted to try out my right eye. But when I wanted to activate it, I found that my right eye was extremely painful. My intuition told me that my right eye was about to be blind. Shisui looked sad. What was going on? Would Mangekyo Sharingan be blind? He had never heard of such a thing. What is the eye technique of your right eye? Kota Amatsukami, correct your emotions and thoughts and erase your memories. I understand. Don't use Kota Amatsukami in the mirror in the future. Yuuji waved his hand. He roughly understood what was going on. This was a bug that was about to choke him to death. Then my right eye. Use it sparingly. At the very least, activating Susanoo should not be a problem. Just focus on the left eye a little more. Yuuji asked about Shisui's left eye again, but Shisui faltered and did not explain. Yuuji was speechless for a while, then calmly drank his tea. Since both his left and right eyes were Kota Amatsukami, then the difference between his eye ability and the original work was not big, and it was related to his thinking. In the game version, Shisui only used his left eye to use the Susanoo to defeat the root ninjas. The current Shisui, his left and right eyes were well preserved and could be considered a fortune in misfortune. Adding on the powerful genjutsu, it was enough to be called a powerful combat force. Shisui left somewhat depressed. He still couldn't understand why his right eye would become like this. After sending off Shisui, Yuuji waited patiently. When Kakashi came to the door and entered the room, the first thing he did was take out a scroll and a corpse. This is... Kabuto opened his eyes wide in excitement. This is the mission target you asked for. The corpse of a Kagaya clansman who has awakened Shikatsumayaku, macabre bone pulse. Kakashi said. Well, not bad. How about the Kyuubi's chakra? I think it is very suitable for you, right? A trace of joy flashed through Kakashi's eyes, it is beyond my expectations. Bijuu's coat has increased my strength by several times. Yuuji nodded slightly. It was not realistic to use the scattered chakra gathered by Kazuma to undergo Bijuu transformation, but using Bijuu's coat was still not a problem. The explosive increase in chakra and powerful defense meant a higher margin of error and could also exhaust most opponents. The Kakashi who did not lack blue, tisk tisk. The two talked for a while, and Kakashi left. Kabuto poked the corpse on the side, Nii-san, is this Shikatsumayaku, macabre bone pulse? This guy has more bones than ordinary people. Yes. After all, it is a bloodline limit that can control their osteoblasts and osteoclasts at will. TL note, osteoblasts, cells responsible for producing bones. Osteoclasts, cells responsible for breaking down bones. Yuuji praised. With this corpse in his hand, Yuuji had mastered 5 bloodline limits. Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki had been used to successfully create a summoned beast. Only Hyuga and Kagaya were left. These 5 bloodlines in terms of bloodline rank were the absolute peak apart from Otsutsuki's clansmen. They were all descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The members of the 5 great families had the pure genes of Otsutsuki Kagaya flowing through them. In this way, the 5 top bloodlines will be gathered. I am really looking forward to how powerful these 5 bloodline summoned beasts will be after they are completely created. Yuuji chuckled, his eyes revealing a satisfied expression. Of course, he was satisfied. At this time, a root ninja appeared. Yuuji-sama, the wandering Maiko has sent back information about the country of Earth. Since the death of Danzo, many tasks left by Danzo had been transferred to Yuuji. The wandering Maiko, the director of the orphanage, was naturally one of the legacies. In the entire Konoha, there was no one who had a stronger spy ability than Yakushi Nono. Danzo used all the orphans in the orphanage as a hostage and forced Yakushi Nono to resume her old business and go to other villages as a spy. The wandering Maiko is on a mission in the country of Earth. Yuuji opened this precious information and decrypted it. The third Tsukikage granddaughter, Kuratsuki, showed a good talent. It is recommended to find a chance to assassinate her. There is a change in Iwagakure. Hunting down a bounty hunter ninja. Iwagakure and Kumagakure have a conflict at the border. My identity is suspected of having been exposed. This is the last piece of information I can send back. Please take care of the children in the orphanage. Swish. Yuuji closed the scroll and destroyed it on the spot, lost in thought. This bounty hunter ninja, was it Kakuzu? Yuuji waved his hand. The root ninja respectfully left the room and closed the door. Kukiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. Hirako appeared. Hey, isn't this Konoha hero? What are you going to do? Don't tell me you got it wrong again. Hirako couldn't help but be sarcastic when he saw Yuuji. Don't talk nonsense. Has anything interesting happened in the country of Earth recently? Yuuji said lightly. Hirako looked at Yuuji and a trace of fear flashing through his eyes. He had heard about the Kyuubi rampage. This kid in front of him was actually able to deal with Kyuubi. It was really terrifying. In the country of Earth, other than war, there is only the battle between me and the Kakuzu. During this period of time, I ruthlessly sneak attack that guy and destroy several of his hearts. Hirako sneered. In terms of strength, he really couldn't beat Kakuzu, but he had mastered the swift release, so his speed was amazing and was most suitable for sneak attacks. The entire country of Earth was their battlefield. Oh right, that Kakuzu guy doesn't want to be a bounty hunter anymore. He's now a bounty swindler. He specializes in teaming up with the targets on the bounty list. He faked his death to cheat the money. He's notorious in the country of Earth. But in the circle of the bounty hunter, he's called the Light of Rebellion. In the words of Kakuzu, it's faster to earn money by doing this, Hirako said. So that's how it is. Oh right, there is one more thing. A guy in Akatsuki came into contact with me, but because the other party is a peripheral member and has no bloodline limit, I am too lazy to pay attention to them. Hirako remembered. Understood, Kukiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, release. Bang. The tool man disappeared. Akatsuki, is it finally going to accept a new one? It seems that Nagato has stabilized the situation in the country of rain. Yuuji muttered to himself. A few days later, he started to cultivate Hyuga's summoned beast. After telling the fourth Hokage, he secretly headed to the country of Earth. His main body headed to the country of Earth, while his clone received Tendo Pain's call. In the dark cave, on the 10 fingers of the Gedo statue. The country of rain has become the territory of our Akatsuki. The rear has been stabilized. After looking around, his eye directly landed on Obito and Su. The two of you have failed in the war against Konoha. What I want to know now is, how far away are the two of you from your peak strength? Tendo Pain's heart was surging with anger. The dignified Konoha F2 had formed a group to run Konoha's dungeon, yet they were actually fighting like this? Only forcing Konoha to change Kyuubi Jinchuriki? What exactly did the two of you go to do? I have already achieved my plan. Obito refused to admit defeat and turned his head to stare at Su. I just don't know what you went to do. You only fought with that Shiranui and then disappeared. I have also completed my plan. Konoha is really strong. Speaking of which, leader, what did you do that night? Did you spend such a long time only to kill an old Danzo? He is recognized as a disabled person, Su said. Tendo Pain was speechless. What can he do? Danzo's 10 Sharingan are really troublesome. No matter how strong he was, he won't be able to kill Danzo in a short time. If he uses the human path and hell path, it might be more convenient to directly pull out Danzo's soul. Ha ha ha, are the three of you blaming each other? So, you are all nothing. I am very worried about the future of this organization. Shut up. Obito said in a low voice. After a long time, Tendo Pain snorted coldly and said, I have decided to recruit new people and officially expand the number of Akatsuki's core members. Kakuzu and Hirako are suitable. Su, since Madara has decided to hide behind the scenes, then I will go with you for this mission. I will be in charge of Kakuzu, and you will be in charge of Hirako. Tendo Pain ordered and then disappeared. Su could only nod. Looks like we have to gather in the country of Earth. One figure after another disappeared and Su rushed to the country of Earth. Country of Earth. Over there. Humph, this Konoha spy has finally revealed her fox tail. Capture that woman and interrogate her for information on Konoha. Akatsuki led a few guards and chased after Yakushi Nono. I was still exposed. Yakushi no sighed. She was going to die here, but during this period of time, she had sent back so much information to Konoha, which could be considered as serving the village. This can also be considered as completing my task, but unfortunately. Yakushi no calmly welcomed her fate. You Konoha spy took away so much confidential information from our village. Die. Doton, Kengan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock Technique. Akatsuki's eyes were filled with killing intent as he transformed his fist into a huge rock fist that smashed down. Rumble. A coffin engraved with the words suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yakushi no, blocking the rock fist. This is... Yakushi no looked at it in a daze. My coffin board was smashed by you. How are you going to compensate IWA Ninja's fellow? A figure descended and appeared in front of Yakushi no. With a slender figure and loose hair, he stretched out one hand and placed it on the coffin. You are... Akatsuki revealed a shocked expression and hurriedly retreated a dozen meters. He looked at this person with fear. Yakushi no coughed out blood and said in a low voice, "Why are you here? To rashly enter an enemy country, this kind of thing is not what the new route leader should do. There is no other way. You have served route for so many years, and in the information you sent back. Haven't you already left a route to escape in advance? You don't want to die either, right? The children in the orphanage are still waiting for you." Yuuji's voice was calm, and his wide dark blue robe fluttered in the wind. "Moreover, I am only a clone right now. You don't really think that my physical body can catch up so quickly, do you?" His main body was still on its way to the country of Earth. However, Su had already taken a step ahead and was strolling around the country of Earth. It was easy for him to split up a clone, and it wasn't difficult for him to rescue Yakushi no. The wandering Maiko can switch between a vicious spy with thousands of faces and a kind and patient orphanage director. This kind of talent, if he can be saved. He naturally has to be saved. In addition, it seems that you already know about the matter of Danzo-sensei being killed. Then don't make me the same as Danzo-sensei. He is good at conspiracy, but I am different. I am better at pushing. Yuuji's voice was calm. Even though his back was facing Yakushi no, his voice revealed a trace of indifference, but it made people feel at ease. A guy completely different from Danzo. Yakushi no thought silently. Konoha's Yuuji, the leader of Root, you invaded the country of Earth territory. Are you planning to represent Konoha to declare war on Uegakuer? A trace of fear flashed through Akatsuki's eyes. Declaration of war? Haven't we been at war all the time? You don't think that after the Battle of Konoha Bridge, the Third Ninja World War has already ended, right? The death of Akatsuki does not mean the end of the war. Yuuji sneered. Akatsuki gritted his teeth and signaled with his eyes. One of the guards immediately left to deliver urgent information. You are just a clone. Don't be too arrogant. Akatsuki roared. Yuuji said lightly, although it's just a clone, it's more than enough to kill you. He made a hand seal. In the next moment, 3 more coffins suddenly appeared. Azure, white, vermilion, black. The power of Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga were all in these 4 coffins. Whoosh! 4 coffins flew out, and 4 sturdy figures walked out, looking coldly at the IWA ninjas. What are these? 4 small-sized Godzilla. Akatsuki's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen this kind of ninjutsu. The image of Godzilla had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. When he suddenly saw these 4 human-sized summoned beasts, Akatsuki was alarmed. It's just 4 toys, do it. Akatsuki roared. A dozen IWA ninjas rushed out, pouncing toward Yuuji and Nono. Should we retreat? Yakushi no said in a low voice. Yuuji shook his head. No, we will kill them all. The strongest IWA ninja is only the guard of Third Tsuchikage, Akatsuki. We can kill him. The white summoned beast charged out and suddenly raised its head. Its eyes turned blood red and a tomo appeared. Sharingan. How could this thing have Sharingan? A few people were affected by Sharingan's genjutsu, and their bodies stopped. Mokuton, Sashiki no Jutsu, would release, cutting technique. The azure summoned beast raised its claws, and several wooden strips were pierced. Byakugan. The black summoned beast's eyes were Byakugan. The things that every summoned beast displayed were terrifying. This means a very scary thing. A dozen or so people will be killed very soon. We need to leave the country of Earth as soon as possible because there will be troublesome people appearing in this country soon. In the next moment, 3 of the 4 summoned beasts moved at an astonishing speed. The last vermilion summoned beast let out a roar and slapped its claws. Yuuji raised his head and said in a calm voice, Cumin J, 9 masked beasts. Shishi 4 violet flames formation. Whoosh! Purple light suddenly erupted from the bodies of the 4 summoned beasts. Then it began to spread and connect each other. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the purple light curtain soared into the sky, turning into a square area isolated from the outside world and sealing the IWA ninjas inside. Chapter 152, Pain, Join Akatsuki. Shishi 4 violet flames formation. Using his own strength, he activated this powerful barrier technique. Generally speaking, even the ordinary cage level would not be able to break this barrier. Shishi 4 violet flames formation. This is Konoha's barrier secret technique. Damn it, relying on 4 strange things, he actually used this technique. Akatsuki and the others' faces sank. All of you, go to hell. Yuuji's heart moved, and a large number of radiation clouds began to spread. Ninja art, great radiation world. The entire Shishi 4 violet flames formation, seemed to have turned into a terrifying forbidden zone. Countless radiation particles crazily collided and destroyed everything. This kind of terrifying concentration was beyond human tolerance. Soon, IWA ninjas died one after another. Only Akatsuki was still relying on chakra to survive. Does Konoha Gakure know that you are researching these things? Sharingan, Byakugan. You transplanted the village bloodline limit to these monsters. Akatsuki growled. Yuuji said lightly, have you forgotten that I am the leader of Root, and I do not need to explain to any family. Moreover, this was all done by Danzo-sensei, what does it have to do with me? Akatsuki was furious. Doton, Gremyu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Golem Technique. Akatsuki spat out a rock golem and crazily attacked the purple barrier with it. But the result was also very obvious, it was useless. Shishi 4 violet flames formation, was already able to restrain a cage-level character. A mere Akatsuki was unable to resist this level of attack. As time went on, a large number of radiation particles attacked Akatsuki and consumed his chakra. After a while, Akatsuki died. The third Tsuchikage guard, Akatsuki, had died in the barrier. Whoosh! The 4 purple barriers dissipated. That's enough. I'm already very satisfied that 4 Cumin J, 9 masked beasts, were able to successfully activate Shishi 4 violet flames formation. Yuuji revealed a smile. Right now, it was just Shishi 4 violet flames formation. He just doesn't know if it is possible to activate the Shizukijin, 4 red yang formation. Let's go, Wandering Maiko, go back to Konoha. This is the last task I, the current leader of Root, issued to you. Go back alive and take on the responsibility of the director of your orphanage. Those poor children can't live without you. Yuuji did not look back. Yakushi Nono looked at the scene in front of her with shock. He summoned 4 humanoid monsters that she don't know what they were. Looking at their appearances, these 4 strange creatures look like the legendary Godzilla. Is it really okay for you to do this? Transplant the bloodline limit of the village clan into your creation. Yakushi Nono said in a low voice. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Compared to the benefits, this kind of reputation criticism and loss is nothing to me. Yuuji's voice rang out. Yakushi Nono felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. From the perspective of a top spy, this Yuuji seemed to be even more dangerous than Danzo. He had stronger strength, more affinity, and more danger. Kitsuki and Akatsuki both died in Konoha's hands. Third Tsuchikage will go crazy. You have to be careful. Yakushi Nono reminded him in a low voice and ran away without looking back. It was not until she ran far away that she turned back and looked at him with a trace of surprise in her eyes. He actually did not take the opportunity to clean up her who knew the secret. What a confident fellow, completely different from Danzo. As Yakushi Nono thought this, the faces of the children in the orphanage appeared in her mind, and she unconsciously sped up. After Yakushi Nono walked far away, Yuuji began to collect the 4 summoned beasts. The 4 coffins drilled into the ground one after another. The main body is also approaching the country of Earth. There should be no problem to help Yakushi Nono escape. Yuuji's clone raised his head to look at the corpses all over the ground. Then, his figure slowly disappeared and merged into the ground. What? Akatsuki is dead. The third Tsuchikage was furious. Akatsuki was his most trusted guard and an important force in the village. Now, he was actually dead? Who did it? From the corpse, it is the power of nuclear release bloodline limit. Akatsuki-sama died in the hands of Shiranui Yuuji. Humph, that hateful little brat. Oniki gritted his teeth and was silent for a moment. He then immediately issued an order, issue a bounty mission, kill Shiranui Yuuji, the reward is 100 million. Tsuchikage-sama, but the bounty station in the country of Earth. The ninja was a little hesitant. The dog thief Kakuzu had ruined the country of fire, and now he had made the underground world of the country of Earth a mess. Humph, this time we are not issuing missions at the bounty station, but directly issuing them to the mercenary organization. Akatsuki. Oniki sneered. He liked to drive the forces outside the 5 villages to stir up trouble. Akatsuki was a mercenary organization that he had recently noticed. They only attack a few times but their mission completion rate was 100%. At this time, Tendo Pain, who had arrived in the country of Earth, learned about the mission issued by Uegakure from Zetsu. Kill Shiranui Yuuji? A bounty of 100 million ryo is really generous. Tendo Pain's expression changed slightly. For the current Akatsuki, they really needed money. Humph, Oniki can be used for a while. Zetsu, go find Shiranui Yuuji and tell me after you find him. Tendo Pain snorted and turned to search for Kakuzu's whereabouts. I know, leader, but if the opponent is Shiranui Yuuji. Zetsu immediately nodded and looked at the figure of Pain flying away. His eyes flashed with a strange light and disappeared. At this time, Kakuzu was discussing with a guy about the bounty. 9-1. After the matter is done, I will give you 10% of the money. Kakuzu stared at the missing nin in front of him. What? This is too low. It's not low. I have more missions to take on. The acting fees, clothing fees, and the cost of maintaining your life with a secret technique after you fake your death. These are all very expensive. Kakuzu sneered. This. All right. The other party was about to agree. Swish. A figure appeared and killed the missing nin with a single move. Kakuzu was furious. Hirako? You bastard, you ruined my plan again. Kakuzu immediately began to spit out black silk, and his eyes emitted a bloody light. However, Hirako just stood in the distance and sneered, swift release is really useful, right? Kakuzu, if it were someone else, they would have been killed by me long ago. Only you can make me unable to kill them no matter how much I kill them. The two of them looked at each other and were about to launch an unknown number of confrontations. Whoosh! The figure with a black robe with red clouds descended from the sky and stood in the middle of the two. Kakuzu and Hirako? Both of them are here, so it saves us the trouble. Tendo Pain glanced at them with a cold gaze. Just the aura that descended from the sky forced the two people to not act rashly. This outfit, Akatsuki. Hirako stared at Tendo Pain and his eyes widened. As he looked, he revealed a fanatical gaze, this pair of eyes. Kakuzu snorted coldly, I have no interest in joining any strange organization. Money is my lifelong pursuit. Idiot, you have lived for 80 years. Can't you recognize him? This guy has Sage's eyes. Hirako's eyes were red. If he could integrate Sage's eyes into his own blood. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly as he stared intently at Tendo Pain for the first time. Rinnegan? I didn't expect this kind of eye to really exist. If I can dig out this pair of eyes, it will probably be very valuable. Kakuzu muttered in a low voice. Tendo Pain said indifferently, Akatsuki is an organization established to achieve peace. I need you to join. When this organization grows stronger, it will also provide you with convenience. I'm not interested. Kakuzu turned around and was about to leave. We have a salary. Tendo Pain said. Kakuzu immediately turned back. How much? The financial power of the organization can be handed over to you. After all, the people in the organization are not interested in money. Het. Kakuzu turned around and was about to leave. Banch Tenin, Universal Pull. Tendo Pain raised his hand and directly sucked Kakuzu over. You are courting death. Kakuzu was enraged, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and several hearts on his body flew wildly. Then, I will defeat you. I will spare your life, but you will join Akatsuki. Tendo Pain's voice was cold. Several black threads suddenly spread out. A cold killing intent flashed through Kakuzu's eyes. Even if it is the legendary sage's eyes, I will take it down. I am an existence that fought with Senju Hashirama, how can I be afraid of you? His hand suddenly left his body and suddenly grabbed toward Tendo Pain. The speed was astonishing. He, this fist, I suffered quite a bit back then. Hirako stood in the distance and looked at it with a greedy face. Kakuzu always talks about how he fought against exceptional talents, which really makes him unhappy. Let me see just what kind of power Rinnegan has. Hirako lowered his head deeply. He was ready to move. If he could really devour Rinnegan, then he would probably be able to break free from that little brat's control. Whoosh! The fist attacked. Tendo Pain only raised his hand and Shinra Tensei, almighty push, struck out, easily overturning this attack. Wang! Rinnegan's eye power suddenly erupted, making Kakuzu have an illusion that the chakra within his body seemed to have stagnated for a moment. Boom! A huge repulsive force attacked, and a large number of black threads were suddenly overturned. A trace of astonishment flashed through Kakuzu's eyes. Attraction and repulsive force, this kind of strange ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama, you actually fought with him. Since that's the case, then I will let you go and let him do it. Tendo Pain slowly lowered his arm. He turned around and looked at a certain place. A strange figure crawled out from the ground. Another one. Hirako frowned. Su, this guy seems to know you. You two can have a chat. Tendo Pain raised his hand and threw a large number of black sticks at Hirako. The face under the mask had a helpless expression. This misunderstanding was a little big. Nagato actually thought that he was that person. Kakuzu, join Akatsuki. I will let you live. Su tilted his head and looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu snorted, such a condescending tone again, it really makes people feel uncomfortable. Are Akatsuki's fellows all so arrogant? When I kill you, you will naturally not be arrogant. Several masks fluttered and opened their mouths one after another. They then launched 5 attribute release techniques towards Su. Mokuton Hihutsu, Jukaikuton, Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence. A large number of black forests suddenly drilled out from the ground and with a loud bang, they blocked these 5 attribute ninjutsu. Wood Release. It's actually Wood Release. Could it be that you are that? Kakuzu and Hirako's expressions changed drastically in an instant. Wood Release was a legendary bloodline limit. Right now, this black forest emitted an ominous and despairing aura that has the appearance of that silent dignity and awesomeness. Especially Kakuzu. He was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the dense forest in front of him. His mind was blank. How could it be Wood Release? Although it was a black Wood Release, and there was no sense of life in the forest, it was undoubtedly a Wood Release. Thinking back to what Pain said, Kakuzu subconsciously looked at Su. His eyes met with the pale mask. You? Who the hell are you? Could it really be? Impossible. Senju Hashirama also has the limit of his lifespan, he is clearly dead. Kakuzu was extremely shocked and angry. Looking at Su that did not have any emotional fluctuations, an inexplicable panic arose in his heart. Rinnegan, Wood Release, Su. Kakuzu began to imagine himself. It's useless to talk nonsense. Kakuzu, either join Akatsuki or die. Su stood in place, and a large number of Wood Release ninjutsu continuously poured out. Many of them made Kakuzu feel familiar. The cutting technique, Great Forest Technique, Deep Forest Emergence. It could not be wrong. This overwhelming feeling was clearly the feeling of death. Enough, stop fighting. I'll join in. Kakuzu growled, also, that Sage Ninja just said he would pay, does it still count? Su paused, of course, the leader is a god. He doesn't want to use lies to achieve his goal. Humph, since that's the case, I'll reluctantly agree on your behalf. Kakuzu knelt down on one knee, and the last 2 hearts in his body were forced into an extremely sorry state by the continuous Wood Release. His eyes revealed a lingering fear, hatred, and terror as he stared fixedly at Su. Unexpectedly. Not only had you lived to this day, but you've also even gotten together with Sage Ninja. Humph, my lifelong enemy has actually joined an unknown mysterious organization. The battle between the two of them ended very quickly. On the other side, Hirako was about to be beaten to death by Tendo Pain. Humph, I have swift release, my speed is astonishing. Banch 10 in, universal pull. Damn it, I have scorch release. Watch me melt you into liquid. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Hirako was devastated and was beaten silly by these two simple moves. A completely unreasonable eye technique. Join, I will join too. There are the two of you in the organization. I think you can bring me a lot of precious bloodline limits. Hirako lay on the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Tendo Pain stopped and looked down at everything with an indifferent gaze, then, from now on, the two of you are Akatsuki's core members. He threw out 2 rings, which have the words North and 3. Next, we will take action against the next target. I will personally invite him to join Akatsuki. His will is what Akatsuki needs. Tendo Pain opened his arms and said in a cold voice. Shiranui Yuuji. Su. I disagree. Chapter 153, Earth Ninjas Don't Talk About Martial Ethics. According to Pain, he was very interested in Yuuji's philosophy. The guy who stood next to Hanzo in the past and destroyed Yahiko's belief in peace in a condescending manner was exactly what he needed. Find this guy, and then force out his view of peace. If it is useful to us, let him stay. Tendo Pain sent a message to others. Shiranui Yuuji? That's interesting. I've always wanted to kill this rude kid. Kakuzu laughed coldly. He remembered that this guy Yuuji used his name and seemed to have deceived the country of fire bounty Starion 1 to 200 million ryo. Rounding up, that was 1 billion. This kid owes him billions of ryo. Hirako also fell silent, wondering if he could find an opportunity to get rid of his identity as summoned beast since Shiranui Yuuji was going to be in trouble. This time, it will still be me and Su. Zetsu, you take the two of them back to the base. Tendo Pain said coldly. Bad news, Iwagakure has mobilized a large army to search for the whereabouts of Shiranui Yuuji. The good news is that the guy has not escaped from the country of Earth territory. Zetsu emerged from the ground. Zetsu first reported Shiranui Yuuji's location, then glanced at Su. Are you two still going to act? It seems that you value that guy very much. He. Then, 2 newcomers, come with me. You have to get Akatsuki's uniform first, and then apply nail polish. Kakuzu and Hirako were full of question marks. But this was no longer important. Tendo Pain flew into the sky and summoned the other 5 pains. Su also drilled into the ground, and the two began to move. On the other side. When night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. At the border of the country of Earth and the country of Fire. Nono had already met Yuuji's main body and successfully entered the country of Fire. Entering the borders of the country of Fire was basically safe. You go first. The enemy has caught up. Yuuji stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. What about you? I can escape at any time. Since the enemy has already caught up, I can't just retreat like this. This is the country of Fire. Yuuji gazed into the distance. Nono nodded heavily and quickly left. Who could be the enemy that Yuuji valued so much? Was it the Tsuchikage? Soon, Tendo Pain arrived. Su also emerged from the ground. The two figures stared at Yuuji. I found you. Speaking of which, you are also one of the murderers who killed Yahiko, but I am willing to give you a chance. Tendo Pain looked at Yuuji coldly. Yuuji glanced at the guy in front of him. Sage's Eye, it seems that you are the guy who invaded the Uchiha clan in the Kyuubi rampage, and this body. It seems to have been cultivated with my flesh and blood. It is a bit too much for you to be so unscrupulous. Tendo Pain paused and said indifferently, I killed Hanzo and Danzo, but I still couldn't find Yahiko's body. It is your honor for me to use your flesh and blood as a carrier. Now, you only have one choice. Join Akatsuki with your ideals and thoughts of peace and become my helper. Tendo Pain opened his arms, as if holding up the whole world, and I, Pain, will use overwhelming power to clean up this dirty world. What an arrogant guy. If you two want to keep me, I also want to keep you. Especially your Sage's Eyes. I am really curious about the power of these eyes. Does it really have the power of reincarnation? Yuuji said in a low voice. He took the initiative to attack. Nuclear release, white-hot light. The high-temperature beam was blocked by Tendo Pain in a flash. Since you refuse to join Akatsuki, then I can only use force to solve the problem. Tendo Pain's eyes were cold. In the next moment, the other 5 appeared one after another, and the 6 Pain gathered. You're fighting now? That's really rough. Then you guys fight, I'll watch the show. Shaking his head, Sue appeared on a tree to watch the battle. Pain moved in 6 directions and charged at Yuuji. The animal path took the lead. Several summoned beasts appeared and roared as they charged at Yuuji. It's a toy made of my flesh and blood again. Using Rinnegan's power to suppress and control the changes in every cell. Yuuji raised his hand and sent out a super vibration wave, overturning these several summoned beasts. The other Pain also attacked. The Azura path moved the fastest, transforming into several arms and grabbing over. The human path also hid behind the Azura path and opened his hand. The hungry ghost path waited for an opportunity to absorb Yuuji's ninjutsu. The hell path was at the furthest distance, ready to resurrect other Pain at any time. Banch Tenin, Universal Pull. Tendo Pain opened his hand and directly sucked Yuuji in from a distance, suppressing Yuuji's action. This kind of comprehensive and unique ability, no wonder it can force Fugaku and Kazue. Yuuji continued to observe the situation. This was only an eye technique that Nagato could develop, and it was unable to activate the 2 killer move Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo, Border Jail, and Tengei Shinsei, Shattered Heaven. But even so, it was enough to crush 99% of Ninja World's ninjas. Kukiyo no Jutsu, Summoning Technique, Kumin-J, 9 Masked Beasts. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Yuuji summoned 4 coffins and 4 summoned beasts rushed out to block the attacks of several Pains. Pain, you have 6, and I have 5 on my side. Your advantage in numbers is not obvious. Yuuji sneered. The Azure summoned beast immediately launched a large number of cutting techniques, nailing several of Rinnegan's summoned beasts to the ground, unable to move. The white summoned beast directly activated Sharingan and fought with the Azura path with powerful physical skills. Every time the 2 figures clashed, a powerful offensive, strength and speed were brewing, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Even if it were just a collision, it could explode with a violent roar. The vermilion summoned beast pounced on the human path, using its claws to slap out a large number of seals and forcing the human path to continuously retreat. The last black character summoned beast opened Byakugan, directly facing the hungry ghost path who could absorb chakra in a physical fight. This technique. Tendo Pain's eyes moved slightly and looked at these summoned beasts from the Rinnegan's perspective. Would release, Sharingan, Byakugan, sealing technique, really amazing. Does every monster have a bloodline limit? At this time, Yuuji's original body had already rushed towards Tendo Pain. A guy like you is too dangerous. It's better to leave Rinnegan to me for safekeeping. Yuuji had already entered half Godzilla transformation and raised his hand to grab it. His target was precisely Tendo Pain's Rinnegan. He was really curious. If he could tear his eyes off, what would they look like? Were these eyes still Rinnegan? Or would they become ordinary eyes? Wasn't this just like a certain Otsutsuki? At this moment, Tendo Pain wanted to use Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to unleash a repulsive force, wanting to knock Yuuji away. As long as this attack hit him, Yuuji would definitely suffer a serious injury. However, Yuuji opened his mouth and fired a shot of white-hot light. Boom! The terrifying beam of light collided with Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push's repulsive force at close range. In the next moment, the terrifyingly high temperature suddenly spread out and turned into dozens of tiny beams of light. The unlucky animal path was hit by a beam of light, and half of his body melted on the spot. The Azure character mini version rushed over, and the first thing he did was to get the eyes of the animal path. The Rinnegan immediately turned into an ordinary eye. Humph, it really is like this. Although I can't confirm it yet, I think it is just another way to use chakra information. Yuuji's eyes flashed. As expected. Chakra has its own information and can change matter. Rinnegan and Tenseigan have the same characteristics in some ways. Otsutsuki's race is creatures that have crossed the concept of death. Even if they die, they can rely on the backhand to revive. Otsutsuki Kagaya was a typical example. She had been sealed for 1,000 years and was reborn from Madara in minutes. There was also Otsutsuki Momoshiki. He grasped the method called karma. Karma carried all the data of his own body. As long as the karma was hidden in a ninja world's native body, he could rely on the erosion and transformation of a large amount of data to revive his body. This was a perfect resurrection. It perfectly erased the original data of the body and perfectly transformed it into the body of Otsutsuki's clan. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation was very much like an incomplete karma. As long as he succeeded in seizing a new body using the white snake form, he would be able to transform the new body's various information in a very short period of time and would be able to use the new body's own blood to live. Yuuji had faint speculation. Perhaps something like Rinnegan was a type of concept in itself. Rinnegan and Tensegan, if I can obtain these two eyes. Since the relevant information had been confirmed, Yuuji's goal in this battle had already been achieved. Even if I kill all 6 of these puppets, it would be meaningless. Yuuji looked straight into Tendo Pain's eyes. Pain, no, Nagato, come out. Your true body must be nearby. Tendo Pain said coldly, Humph, it seems that you have collected information about me recently, so I can't let you stay. Moreover, you alone are not enough for Outer Path to take action. This is enough to defeat you. He didn't know what Yuuji was thinking, but since he had already reached this stage, he could only use that technique. Planetary devastation. The black ball of chakra was created and was thrown high into the sky. It perfectly aligns with the moon. A huge suction force came out, wanting to seal Yuuji and the few summoned beasts. The earth began to erupt with an astonishing tearing force. It was as if a corner of the planet's surface was going to be torn off. The terrifying vibration shook the country of Earth and county of Fire, causing countless people to watch in horror. The giant ball that stretched across the sky and devoured everything was eating away at the Earth. Planetary devastation, hey! Yuuji raised his head to take a look and felt the terrifying suction force. The planetary devastation that Tendo Pain had created was indeed shocking. But to a certain extent, it was easier to resolve. He only needed to use a powerful technique to destroy the core. Speaking of which, the essence of planetary devastation is that of a super-large Banch 10-in, universal pull. A technique that could control gravity was really enviable. Godzilla mode, complete body Godzilla transformation. Atomic breath. Yuuji's figure suddenly began to expand, and with a bang, he began to grow into a 70-meter tall giant beast. His entire back began to condense a terrifying blue light beam. Since it was dusk, it seemed to turn into another huge source of light. Yuuji opened his mouth and shot out an atomic breath, directly hitting the black core. Under the terrifying shock wave and high-temperature attack, all the huge rocks that were blocking the way were crushed one after another. This is that secret technique atomic breath used to suppress Kyuubi. The expression on Tendo Pain's face changed. He increased the output of his chakra, trying to create an even greater suction as if he wanted to lift up the entire Earth. The scale of the planetary devastation he had launched this time far exceeded the one he had used against Hanzo. But similarly, Yuuji's atomic breath had also surpassed Hanzo. Roar! A terrifying roar spread through everything. The violent atomic breath seemed to tear apart the sky. The ball of chakra, which had been hit head-on, was also at this moment, withstanding this terrifying attack with all its might. It was in a deadlock for a moment, but it could unable to hold on any longer. Kaka! It began to shatter. The cracks on the black ball of chakra expanded crazily. In the end, it shattered. Scattered fragments of stone began to fall, crashing into the large surface and triggering a terrifying vibration. The nearby ground was only left with endless ruins and ravines, telling this terrifying technique. It seems that your technique is useless to me. If you want to recruit me, then show me your true ability. Yuuji looked down at Tendo Pain from above. Tendo Pain was still expressionless. This is troublesome. Relying on the power of the Deva Path, I still can't deal with this guy. Do I need to send out Outer Path? Tendo Pain had never imagined that he would be able to reach this stage. According to his estimations, even if Yuuji activated Godzilla mode, he would definitely be able to seal it off with the help of planetary devastation. However, the other party had instantly found the weakness of his technique and directly attacked the black ball of chakra. The black ball was indeed too obvious. So, the planetary devastation technique needs to be further developed. Tendo Pain and Yuuji confronted each other. Around them were the other Pain and Yuuji's summoned beast who were still fighting. From time to time, rocks fell from the sky like falling meteors, crashing into the ground and causing continuous small-scale earthquakes. However, Pain and Yuuji did not notice this. Their terrifying confrontation just now had shaken the ninja world. After Yuuji's atomic breath defeated the black ball of chakra, it directly rushed out of the atmosphere. The dazzling light was transmitted to the moon. The surface of the originally serene moon suddenly exploded. What was that light just now? Bastard, are they coming for us? That rotten world actually gave birth to a ninja of this level. Have you seen it? Have you seen it all? There is something wrong with the clan's philosophy. This rotten world needs to be destroyed. This is too much, this is too much. Not only did they steal our Gedo statue, but they are also threatening us now. The guys in the lower world don't follow the rules at all, it's outrageous. Chapter 154, Otsutsuki Civil War, Giant Tensagan. The entire moon instantly fell into a state of restlessness. The descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura who lived on the moon were all alarmed and ran back and forth. They looked in the direction of Earth. In the deep and cold starry sky of the universe, when one looked up at the moon, the blue and huge planet seemed to be within reach. All of the Otsutsuki clansmen looked at it angrily. There was a guy in the lower realm who stole Gedo Mazo. We didn't have time to investigate, and now there is another guy like this. An old Otsutsuki was extremely angry. He stared at the terrifying earth direction with Byakugan. A strange creature was barely observed by him and entered his sight. When did such a strange creature appear in Ninja World? It has a long tail and a fat belly. Is it a monster who practices natural energy? Is it the same as the Great Toad Sage? The old man Otsutsuki speculated. Of course, he knew the Great Toad Sage. This toad was even older than Hago Romo and Hamura. Back then, in order to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, it even especially jumped out to give pointers to Hago Romo and Hamura. Now it seemed that this Great Toad Sage was nothing more than inciting the two ancestors to rebel against their mother to save themselves. After all, if Otsutsuki Kagaya was allowed to plant the divine trees on Earth, this planet would be finished. But the top monster that practices natural energy should be a toad, a white snake, and a slug. When did such a human-shaped lizard appear? The old man racked his brains and searched through his hundreds of years of memories, but he still couldn't find any powerful creatures related to lizards. At this time, the other Otsutsuki clansmen also opened their Byakugan, each pair of Byakugan brewing terrifying eye power. The attack just now was very dangerous, and the direction was clearly aimed at the moon. If we let him continue to grow, wouldn't he be able to directly attack us directly in the ninja world? Damn it, could it be that the idea of splitting up is really... Shut up! We are the right ones. We are the ones who truly understand the philosophy of old ancestor Hamura. Whether it is the sage of the sixth path or old ancestor Hamura, all of their teachings are for the sake of making Ninja World walk toward peace and stability. Those guys from the branch families are too extreme. The old man scolded with a low voice. In the azure blue Ninja World, there had been endless wars for thousands of years. During the long period of the Warring States period, it was still the fighting of clans and mercenaries. Although it was cruel, the scale was limited. However, after Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established the country and ninja village system, the situation of the battle continued to not be alleviated but became more and more intense. Countless ancient clans were exterminated one after another. Under the attack of the combined power of a country, their destructive power and killing power rose sharply. Things like clans were simply fragile. Towards these miserable conditions, the descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon were silently observing. Although they couldn't see every change in Earth, they could still vaguely see the tragic scene. They also clearly knew what kind of terrible situation Earth had fallen into. Although there was a deviation in Ninja World's development. However, Sage of the Sixth Path and Old Ancestor Hamura's original intention couldn't be wrong. It was definitely not what the branch family said about extinction. The old man was extremely angry. The life of the Otsutsuki clan was long. He had lived for hundreds of years. From the time of Otsutsuki Hamura, he had lived all the way until now. He naturally deeply understood Hamura's will deeply. However, the people born after Hamura died did not care about these things. They wantonly distorted the will of the old ancestor Hamura. The people who separated from the clan were even more extreme to the point of destroying all of Ninja World's life and creating new things again. How crazy! What are those guys from the branch family doing now? The old man looked at the people beside him. A young man with an ugly expression said, "Those guys cut off contact with us and refused our people to enter their territory. No one knows what they are doing. The black coat of civil war were scattered on this moon." Understood. I will personally go and see them. The old man's expression was ice cold. However, is there really no need to care about the fluctuations coming from Ninja World? If we let it go, he might really be able to attack the moon. Then we will be too passive. We don't need it for the time being. No matter what, we have to resolve the differences between the main family and the branch family first. The old man shook his head. Seriously, why would a good descendant of Otsutsuki become like this? Look at the descendants of the old ancestor of Hamura on earth, the Hyga clan. Each person in the main family is only allowed to have one child, for the main family is allowed in every generation. The main family can easily play with the life and death of everyone in the branch family with caged bird cursed seal. The old man had no intention of evaluating the right and wrong of such cruel methods. At least for now, Atsutsuki's clan was going to be split apart, but the Hyga clan still maintained stability and unity. On the moon, the base of the branch family, a young grey-haired child was sitting on the ground obediently. His occasionally raised head revealed a pair of blank eyes. This child had no eyes. He had never had eyes since he was born. It was as if his birth was foretelling a dangerous future. He needed a pair of powerful eyes. The final moment is about to come. It turns out that the main family is wrong. It is right for us to separate. The father of the child brought a group of people from the branch family and surrounded the child. They also have no eyes. All the Byakugan were gone. Father, what happened? Tonari's voice was clear and innocent. He was only 3 years old and could not see anything from birth. His knowledge of the outside world was extremely empty. Tonari only knew that from birth, the entire branch family had been operating around him. Even his father was desperately instilling some ideas into him. Sage of the Sixth Path is wrong. The world he created was a complete mistake. It was the most obvious hint that old ancestor Hamura left Earth and stationed himself on the moon. He did not approve of the world that Sage of the Sixth Path created. Just now, there was a violent fluctuation coming from Ninja World. Although this attack is still very weak and far from threatening us, it already shows the danger. If we don't act, those bloodthirsty madmen among the Ninja World will find us sooner or later and lay their hands on our Otsutsuki clan. Ninja World's fellows are all bloodthirsty demons who are ready to fight. Their birth is a mistake. Tonari's father growled with a fanatical look on his face. The other branch families also had this attitude. You have no eyes since you were born. This is the divine sign that Ancestor Hamura has given us. He is telling us that you need a pair of perfect eyes to fulfill Ancestor Hamura's will. Tonari's father continues, and we will do everything we can to pave the way for you, in exchange for a pair of perfect eyes for you. Tenseigan. This was the plan of the branch families. Consume all Byakugan, use countless Byakugan, gather the pupil power of the branch family, and condense the supreme Tenseigan. Listen, Tonari. Your mission is not only to bring Ninja World to extinction and create new life. More importantly, you also bear the heavy responsibility of resisting the gods. God? Father, didn't you say that we are gods? Compared to the mortals of Ninja World? Tonari asked. That is indeed the case, but there are still real gods in the universe, and they are also Atsutsuki's clan. They are Atsutsuki's clan, and their blood is purer than ours. Sooner or later, they will come to Earth and plant a divine tree again. At that time, if you can persuade them to stop planting a divine tree, you can join them. If you can't persuade them, you can destroy them. This is on the premise that you must have great power. Tonari's father left this sentence and left with all the branch family members. He did not give Tonari a chance to ask questions. Tonari already vaguely sensed something, but he was smart and kept silent. Destroy Ninja World, be wary of Atsutsuki's clan. Tonari whispered, implanting these two ideas into the bottom of his heart. Rumble. Soon, a terrible roar exploded on the moon, accompanied by shrill screams and slaughters. The civil war of the Otsutsuki clan had completely erupted. The people from the branch family exhausted all Byakugan and secretly condensed a pseudo-Tenseigan, which can briefly use the power of the pseudo-Tenseigan. This was enough to crush the main family. All of the main family Byakugan were destined to be added into the pseudo-Tenseigan and evolve into a real Tenseigan. After a long time, the war calmed down. Tonari's father returned exhausted and covered in blood. On the whole moon, only he and Tonari were alive. The others were all killed, their Byakugan were dug up, and the chakra was collected by him and stuffed into the giant Tenseigan. Tenseigan creation succeeded, but there was an accident. Tonari's father was tired and sat on the ground. He looked at Tonari kindly. Only at this time would this cold man show such an expression. Father, what accident? Tonari asked. This accident is that the Tenseigan is a little big. Your eye sockets can't fit it. As for how big this eye was, well, it wasn't very big either. It has a diameter of 50 meters. A normal person standing in front of this eye was like an ant. Then what should I do? Tonari was a little worried. Can I still complete the mission that Ancestor Hamura passed down to me? Tonari's father fell silent for a moment. He felt a little guilty. If he had known this would happen, he would have left behind a main family member Byakugan for Tonari to put on. It doesn't matter, I still have a backup plan. Tonari, after our entire branch family research, we can confirm one thing. With the nourishment and catalysis of this giant Tenseigan, it will increase the concentration of your bloodline and increase the quality of your Otsutsuki's chakra. So, as long as you can transplant a pair of extremely pure Byakugan, you can use the accumulation brought by the giant Tenseigan to evolve this pair of Byakugan into your own Tenseigan. Tonari asked, what about the others from the branch family? Do I have to get Byakugan from them? Branch? All gone. We have filled the giant Tenseigan. I have also exhausted my chakra and vitality. I will die soon, our branch, our clan is only left with you. You have to correct the mistakes of this world and create a new world of true peace. Tonari's father got up tiredly and put his hand on Tonari's body. Although Tonari could not see, the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan was extremely powerful. He could use a vague sense of the outside world. The two stood on a platform made of wood. Among Ninja World, there are also descendants of old ancestor Hamura. I will take you to Ninja World to take a look and find a pure Byakugan. A highly pure Byakugan was extremely rare in Otsutsuki's clan. The descendants who had this kind of Byakugan would be crowned with the name of Prince Byakugan and Princess Byakugan. Tonari's father was also very worried now. With Ninja World's dirty garbage field, the Hyuga clan who lived in the garbage field, would there be a prince and princess? If it really doesn't work, let Tonari use the giant Tenseigan to purify his blood for decades, and then dig out a pair of less pure Byakugan. Maybe it can also give birth to Tenseigan. Tonari's father pondered and brought Tonari to stand on the wooden platform. They were heading to the blue planet. Prince Byakugan or Princess Byakugan, could it really exist? Earth, Ninja World. Yuuji transformed into a huge 70 meters tall Godzilla, and after he shot the planetary devastation's core, he subconsciously looked at the deep night sky. The chakra core of planetary devastation was destroyed, revealing the moon. Is it an illusion? It seems that someone is vaguely observing me. Is it Otsutsuki Hamura's descendant? Yuuji stared at the moon with his terrifying eyes. At this time, Tonari, the thief who can do things, should have been born already. Did the Otsutsuki clan have a civil war? Shaking his head, Yuuji turned his attention back to the present. Tendo Pain was still in the shock of his planetary devastation being cracked. He was determined to further develop his Rinnegan strength and develop even more powerful eye techniques no matter what. Your performance was beyond my expectations. Tendo Pain coldly stared at this huge monster in front of him. Ninja World is really magical to actually give birth to such a strange creature like Godzilla. With his sharp vision, Rinnegan could already see that this Godzilla in front of him was very similar to a Bijuu, but also very different. It was not a body built with chakra like Bijuu, but a real body tissue. He could not understand more details, but it was not important. If the power of your eyes is only like this, then your fate is already doomed. Yuuji looked down at him from above. At this time, the battle between the other Pain and the summoned beast had also entered the climax. No matter how one looked at it, the power that Tendo Pain had displayed was over. This was also the limit of the power that the young Nagato could use. If he continued to fight, he could only dispatch the outer path. At this moment, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A beam of light came crashing down. Chapter 155, Deidara, I want to learn this. A terrifying wave of destructive power suddenly surged over. The white beam of light directly blasted toward the incomparably huge Godzilla. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. That guy Oniki actually rushed over. How unlucky! Yuuji looked down and sneered. The next moment, the huge figure quickly shrank. He directly removed Godzilla mode and avoided this powerful attack. A little old man was flying over in a hurry, followed by a group of ninjas from Uegakuer. Little brat, I finally found you. You casually entered my country of Earth. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Onoji flew all the way, although he was short in stature, his eyes were clearly ferocious. This was a rare opportunity. Although he was also shocked by the Godzilla transformation. But the more he was like this, the more he had to find an opportunity to kill Yuuji. Are you from Akatsuki? It must have been hard on you to be able to do this. Leave the rest to me. I will personally send this little brat to the Pure Land. Onaki rolled his eyes and looked at the devastated land. It was a tragic scene. His gaze even stopped at the few panes. These strange eyes, could they be the legendary Rin-Egan? Akatsuki actually had Sage's eyes. Onaki's heart beat wildly. He felt that he should look at this Akatsuki organization which had never been in his eyes in the past. At this time, Yuuji, who had returned to his human form, patted off the dust on his body and said lightly, "Old man, you like to chatter when you're old. It's really annoying. You're already so old, yet you still refuse to abdicate and give up your position. Oh, there seem to be not many reliable people in Uegakure's younger generation. Kitsuki and Akatsuki have been killed, so no one can replace you. Little brat." Onaki stared at him. He, who was irritable, raised his hand and was about to use dust release again. At this time, Su's figure appeared next to Tendo Pain. "What should we do, leader? Are we going to kill all these guys?" Onaki paused and glanced at Su with fear. "This guy, is that wood release ninja? The guy who attacked Konoha in the Kyuubi rampage. I didn't expect that he was also a member of Akatsuki." Sage's eyes, wood release, could it be that there will be a Sharingan ninja next time? Your organization is really interesting. Onaki stared at Su for a long time, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Regarding the identity of Su, the ninja world already had a strange rumors circulating in the dark, such as Senju Hashirama's rebirth and so on. After all, when Su attacked Konoha, he used a large number of wood-release ninjutsu in succession. The information that he could even use deep forest emergence casually had already been leaked out, and Konoha couldn't really hide it. However, Onaki scoffed at this rumor. When he was young, he personally saw Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Even if that person was a ninja god, it was impossible for him to come back to life, right? Mokuton, Makuri no Jutsu, wood release, wood dragon technique. Rumble. A huge black wooden dragon suddenly emerged from the ground. It was vivid and lifelike as if it was alive. Then, killing everyone here won't be a problem. Su tilted his head and stood in place. No one knew how he formed the seal. As soon as the gigantic wooden dragon appeared, it charged toward the IWA ninjas who were rushing over. What is this thing? A wooden dragon made from wood release. Damn it, how are we going to deal with such a giant? This was the first time IWA ninjas had seen such a thing. They could only look up at the sky with dull faces. Subconsciously, they all looked at Onaki. But at this time, Onaki was also stunned for a moment. His mind roared as he looked at this ferocious and terrifying black dragon. Wood release. Moreover, it's the wood dragon technique. Although I heard that there is a kid on Konoha's side who also knows wood release, only the first Hokage can use the wood dragon technique. Wood dragon technique? Impossible, that person should already be dead. With his character and strength, he does not need to fake his death to achieve unknown goals. Who exactly are you? Onaki's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily looked at Su. The wooden dragon had already arrived and was about to crush countless IWA ninjas. Onaki had no choice but to use dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique to cut off the wooden dragon. Rumble. The terrifying dragon's head crashed into the ground. It smashed a shocking dent into the already devastated ground on the spot. I am me. You guys are really strange. This is not the first time you guys are talking about such boring things. Su looked straight at him with his empty eyes. Since the wood dragon technique doesn't work, then let's change it. Mokuton, Makujin no Jutsu, wood release, wood human technique. His body moved, and a large amount of chakra emitted an ominous feeling, suddenly exploding out. The earth faintly trembled. Wood human technique? Could it be? Onaki's face changed and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With a roar, he was going to use a more powerful dust release. Enough. Tendo Pain suddenly opened his mouth, his face cold. Su, don't be too rude to our patron. Su stopped his movements. That shocking sense of oppression suddenly dissipated. It made people heave a sigh of relief. Really, always having to worry about this and that. It's very troublesome, leader. He complained. Tendo Pain ignored him and looked directly at Onaki, then 100 million ryo of commission. I think you won't break your promise, right? Of course, Onaki's reputation has always been reliable. Onaki stared at Pain for a while, then looked at Su. That's good. Tendo Pain turned around and left. Before he left, he glanced at Yuuji. Your strength is beyond my imagination. You should not waste it in this dirty world. Think about my invitation carefully. The other Pain, who had not been crippled, immediately left with broken body parts. Su squirmed and burrowed into the ground, disappearing. The tense and suffocating atmosphere instantly disappeared. Several people with sage's eyes and a person who knows wood dragon and wood human. Onaki broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to re-evaluate Akatsuki, this terrifying organization. What was the purpose of these dangerous people gathering together? Was it just for money? Impossible, which expert would be interested in money? If the troublesome guys run away, then after killing you guys, everything will be fine, right? At this time, Yuuji spoke. From beginning to end, his expression remained calm. Even the wooden dragon did not let him blink. Little brat, they are inviting you? The reason? How much do you know about them? Onaki didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he signaled his subordinates behind him to stay away from him and asked. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I don't know. As for knowing, let's not talk about Sage's Eye. You should know how troublesome that guy is when you see the ravaged terrain. As for that Su, I don't know what to say. You can think about it as you wish. Yuuji sneered. However, the more Yuuji said this, the more Onaki felt scared and he didn't dare to guess. It was suspected that Su was Hashirama, and Sage's Eye, who can scold Su at will and stop Su's actions. Thinking carefully, it was extremely terrifying. Die here. Before Konoha's reinforcements arrive, I will take care of you. Onaki opened his hand. New rays of light were gathering. Dust release, a technique that can directly disintegrate matter into atoms. It is really amazing. Yuuji stood in place, raised his head, and looked at Onaki. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A huge beam of light suddenly shot out at an exaggerated speed, directly pouncing toward Yuuji. Yuuji suddenly moved. It's useless, you can't escape. Onaki maintained dust release and sneered. He uses the power of dust release's light beam to break down all matter to chase after Yuuji. Tisk, really troublesome. Yuuji slowly raised his head again, and suddenly clapped his hands. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out several balls. These balls kept squirming as if they were living flesh. What kind of technique is this? Humph, no matter what it is impossible to fight against my dust release. Onaki snorted. When dust release hit the first squirming ball. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, accompanied by an astonishingly high temperature. Onaki's face changed. You are not the only one who knows technique involving atom. I also know it. Yuuji raised his hand and pointed, your subordinates are doomed. Several small balls collided and triggered continuous explosions. A large number of IWA ninjas died on the spot, leaving no bones. Onaki's face was gloomy as he stared at Yuuji. Just now, what happened? Is it a special entity clone? Almost. It's just a little trick. Don't mind it, third Tsuchikage Dano. Yuuji said. This ninjutsu was similar to a super miniature nuclear explosion. In essence, it was just a few flesh and blood clones that Yuuji had created, and then crazily activated the preparation stage of the white-hot light technique in the body, which greatly increased the lethality of the instantaneous explosion. Although its power was far inferior to that of white-hot light, it was still useful. Damn brat! Onaki's face was gloomy, and his whole body quickly moved. Doton, Kengan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock Technique. Doton, Kajin no Jutsu, Earth Release, Added Weight Rock Technique. One of his arms turned into a rock, and with a ninjutsu that increased his weight. He ruthlessly punched toward Yuuji. Yuuji spat out several balls, but they were all precisely dodged by this flexible little old man. Just the power of this punch seemed to be able to penetrate a mountain. Swish! Yuuji suddenly stretched out his hand and instantly completed half of Godzilla's transformation, blocking this punch with one hand. Humph, arrogant brat, you've been tricked. Doton, Chikajin no Jutsu, Earth Release, Ultra Added Weight Rock Technique. Onaki sneered, the power of this punch suddenly intensified, and with a loud bang. A terrifying power was brewing and punched Yuuji into the ground. You've been tricked. Yuuji, who had a dent in his chest, suddenly reached out and grabbed Onaki. Rumble. He directly exploded. A huge cloud of dust rose into the air. Tisk tisk, what a beautiful scene! Yuuji praised. Right now, he did not have the ability to create a real nuclear explosion. The temperature of the nuclear explosion center was as high as hundreds of millions, but the weaker atomic breath only had a temperature of a few 100,000 degrees. However, there was no problem with imitating a nuclear explosion. After the dust had dispersed, Onaki, who was in a sorry state, was standing in place with a fierce face. In front of him, a white light flashed. Using dust releases ninjutsu to remove the impact of the explosion? You're already so old, but your reaction speed is not slow at all, old man. Yuuji nodded repeatedly and praised Onaki's reaction speed. Onaki looked at Yuuji with fear. The power that this little brat grasped was beyond his expectations and was extremely difficult to deal with. Originally, he thought that using dust release would be enough to easily kill a giant beast like Godzilla. He only needed to use a light stroke from dust release to do it. But that did not happen. In just a few short exchanges, Onaki clearly understood how difficult to deal with Yuuji. It seems that it will take a lot of time to get rid of you here, but I don't have time to waste with you. Yuuji pointed to the devastated IWA ninjas in the distance and said, "Get back, old man. You have already broken into Country of Fire's territory. This is a declaration of war. Do you want to face the double pincer attack of Kumagakure and Konoha? Onaki's face was ugly and he gritted his teeth. Just as he raised his hand and was about to use dust release and was about to use a more powerful dust release technique. In the distance, a large number of Konoha ninjas were rushing over. The patrol team noticed the terrible confrontation between planetary devastation and atomic breath, and immediately issued an alarm, calling people to rush over to support Yuuji. There are too many people here, it can't be concealed. It seems that there is no chance of killing you. Otherwise, it will cause a dispute. Yuuji glanced at it and revealed a regretful expression. Then, he took out a specially made kunai and broke it on the spot. Swish! A figure appeared. Namikaze Minato had arrived. This is... It seems that you have gone through a tough battle. You actually used the kunai I left for you at this time. Namikaze Minato quickly glanced at the shocking battlefield and said. Back in the Three Ninja World War, he gave Yuuji a specially made kunai just in case and did not take it back after the war. Unexpectedly, Yuuji was using it here now. Third Tsuchikage? This should be Country of Fire's territory. Do you want to start a new war? Minato looked at Onaki. Humph, this old man is just punishing the guy who supported a Konoha spy. Onaki saw Minato and immediately stopped. He coldly snorted, Fourth Hokage, take care of your people. If there is a next time, this old man will not show mercy. After saying that, he left without looking back. The anger in Onaki's chest was about to explode, but his reason forced him to calm down. Rashi and Han have plans to withdraw from Iwagakure. I absolutely can't let anything happen to me. Otherwise, I can't suppress those two guys at all. Onaki gritted his teeth, turned back, and glared at Yuuji. Then he hurriedly flew away. Not long after, Konohagakure began to spread the news that Yuuji defeated Third Tsuchikage in battle. In Iwagakure, the young Deidara was seriously pinching the clay. After hearing the news about the explosion, he immediately perked up. Explosion? I like it. But what kind of explosion is it exactly? Deidara hesitated for a moment and went to find his sensei, only to be scolded by Onaki who had just returned and was full of anger. Chapter 156, Uzumaki Naruto. Konohagakure. How did you fight against a guy like Onaki? As soon as they returned to Hokage building, Minato asked casually. The situation just now was really dangerous, not because he was worried that Yuuji could not win, but because he was worried that it would cause a new war. Right now, the most extravagant thing for Ninja World was trust. The slightest conflict between the higher UPS could easily lead to a new war. After experiencing the Third Ninja World War and losing the Sunin and Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Konoha was unwilling to easily start a war. I also did not expect that the Third Tsuchikage would hire a group of mercenaries to search for my whereabouts and then personally dispatch himself. It seems that this guy really wants to get rid of me. Moreover, Yondaime-sama. I have entered the country of Earth this time to save Yakushi Nono, she has been a spy for Konoha for many years. I cannot let such a person die no matter what. Yuuji answered. Yakushi Nono, I see. It seems that she is also a spy sent by Danzo-sama when she was alive. Minato nodded with a gratified expression. At this time, he summoned an Anbu and ordered him to bring Yakushi no over. Such an excellent ninja, who used to be a member of Root, worked hard and made a lot of achievements. Now that she had returned, Minato, the current Hokage, wanted to meet her. Yondaime-sama, it's already so late. Do you still want to work? Yuuji looked at him. There's nothing I can do. After all, the war has not completely ended. There are too many things to deal with. I don't even have time to accompany Naruto. Minato scratched his head helplessly. I see. It's really hard, Yuuji said. By the way, the daimyo has given up on searching for Kazuma. Although Kazuma deserves to die, he is still a daimyo person. This matter can be considered over, said Minato. The daimyo is really persistent. After investigating for such a long time, you finally gave up. After leaving Hokage building, Yuuji had no intention of meeting up with Yakushi no. In record, after this thousand-faced spy completed this mission, she would have to leave the route. It was enough for him to pull the other party back, lest the other party was killed by IWA ninja. Yuuji looked up at the deep night sky, full of leisure and vastness. The bright moon was shining brightly, shining on the earth. Walking on the street, there were people who looked at him with respect from time to time. Hey, isn't that person? That's right, it must be. The strongest genius since the establishment of the village, the hero of the Third Ninja World War. I heard that he even fought with the Third Tsuchikage and stop a border war. Amazing. He is really powerful. Many people pointed at Yuuji with awe. On the other hand, Yuuji smiled and nodded at the people along the way, causing waves of exclamations. After returning home, the next period of time, I should hide for a while. Yuuji pondered silently and then began to test Kabuto and Yamato's homework. Time flew by. During this period of time, under the governance of 4th Hokage, the situation in all aspects had stabilized and calmed down, and the severely exhausted military strength was also steadily improving. As the most critical part of the conflict in the village, the Uchiha clan and the higher UPS of Konoha had also eased up a lot under the efforts of Minato. The main thing was that they had to ease it. Now, the powerful combat strength of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, Kazue, and Shisui, made the village dare not act rashly just by this force. Without Denso, Koharu, and Homura, the two of them would at most dare to close the door and force each other to talk. After leaving the door, they closed their mouths tightly and did not dare to let out a fart. Fortunately, there was Yuuji, this important bridge. Leaving Fugaku aside, Kazue and Shisui were very close to Yuuji, which made the higher UPS of the village feel a little relieved. On this day, Yuuji calculated the time and went out. He planned to observe the results of his experiments, so he turned around and walked into Ramen Ichiraku. Boss, a bowl of ramen. Oh. I haven't been here for a while. Toka greeted him warmly. Yuuji smiled and nodded. He found a seat and casually sit at it. A little yellow hair with a whisker was sucking the ramen one by one. 4th Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto. There were even Anbu ninjas silently guarding Naruto. When they saw Yuuji, they did not stop him. Hey, kid, aren't you afraid of dying from eating so much? Yuuji took his ramen and smiled faintly. Humph, uncle, you are so annoying. The blonde raised his head and glared at Yuuji. What a fierce guy. Yuuji chuckled, but he was not angry. Asura's chakra was a power that made people become cheerful and friendly, which was equivalent to an enhanced version of Namikaze Minato whose hidden charm was full. But Naruto was like this. Was it effective? The cells that had been implanted into this little brat's body had been stimulated by his power day and night. After 2 years of subtle stimulation, it seemed to have a slight effect on Naruto. This was only the initial effect. When Naruto entered the ninja school at the age of 6 and learned to refine chakra, it would accelerate the process of transformation. Would Uzumaki Naruto become Uzumaki Numbface? What an interesting thing. Yuuji casually put a few notes on the table and enjoyed the ramen as a customer. The taste of the ramen was indeed very good, but to Yuuji, it was far from having a strong appeal. In the original work, Naruto liked to come to this place because Toka did not discriminate against Naruto. He did not insult Naruto and treated him equally. It was really sad. If not for the forceful correction of Asura's chakra, Naruto would have already been covered by the negative emotions in his heart. Just as Yuuji was wiping his mouth, the Kyuubi, who was in Naruto's body, suddenly raised his head and looked outside the cage with a ferocious gaze. Damn it, this guy, it is actually this guy. It was the bastard who suppressed me that night and took away my chakra. Kyuubi was furious. He let out a terrifying roar. A faint evil aura spread out, and Yuuji, who was beside him, was keenly aware of it. Kyuubi. I almost forgot that this stinky fox is very vengeful. Yuuji glanced at the blondie who was chewing on noodles. In the sealed space. For the first time, Kyuubi pulled Naruto's wool in. Oh, what is this place? Naruto looked at the dim sewer in front of him and revealed a confused expression. He subconsciously lowered his head. Yes, the bowl of ramen he was eating was gone. Who brought me here? I am Hokage's son. Naruto's face sank as he shouted in a tender voice. Humph, Hokage's son. Little brat, come here, come closer, a little closer. Swish. Several huge tails suddenly stretched out, wanting to grab Naruto, but they were stopped by this iron cage. So big, what is this thing? Naruto was so scared that he almost cried. He sat on the ground and did not dare to move. He looked around, wanting to find his guards. Don't look for them. In here, no matter if it is 4th Hokage or your lackeys, they will not be able to come. Only you and I, really want to eat you up. Kyuubi's blood-red eyes emitted a strange red light in the darkness. Yes, although Bijuu never ate people, and even the short-tempered Kyuubi did not eat people, it was not a problem to scare them like this. Who asked the damn humans to always demonize their Bijuu? What the hell are you? Naruto wiped his tears, and an inexplicable courage appeared to resist his instinct, making him try his best to calm down. Kyuubi raised his eyebrows. There seemed to be something wrong with this kid. Kyuubi stared at Naruto. In its perception, it did sense negative emotions. A large part of it came from the villagers' disgust for Naruto. It's normal for a person to have a dark side. However, Naruto's dark side was so distinct from his bright side. This was interesting, just like two people. However, Kyuubi was not interested in thinking about why it was like this. He only knew that this little thing could be used as a target. Kyuubi asked, Little brat, do you want power? No, I want ramen. With power, there will be a lot of ramen to eat. Without power, I also have a lot of ramen to eat. I am the son of the 4th Hokage. I am the most respected one. I can have whatever I want. Many guys scolded me behind my back, but on the surface, they don't dare to do anything to me. Naruto's face revealed a look of innocence mixed with a sense of distance. Kyuubi was silent for a moment. Humph, he's just a little brat who doesn't know anything. He's always talking about that hateful fellow. One man and one beast looked at each other. After a long time, Kyuubi's voice sounded in the cage, You can call me Kyuubi-sama. The current you are still too young and inexperienced. You don't know anything at all. Come back when you grow up a little. Humph, 2 years old little brat, you have never tasted strength at all. However, I can give you a little benefit. Kyuubi revealed a sinister smile. A small amount of chakra rolled out and wrapped around Naruto. Remember, be careful of that fellow next to you. This vicious fellow is despicable beyond imagination. When Naruto came back to his senses again, he only felt that he was suddenly full of strength, and his physical strength and energy had suddenly increased by a lot. So amazing. The speed of eating ramen has increased. Naruto gasped in shock as he picked up the ramen noodles. His eating speed had doubled. He was really amazing. Hey! Yuuji put down his chopsticks. Just as he was about to get up, his movements were almost imperceptible. He casually swept a glance at Naruto. It was very subtle, but with his level, he can still sense the slightest clue. Kyuubi's chakra. Interesting, that is to say, Naruto who is not even 3 years old has actually seen Kyuubi. It seemed that Kyuubi liked this kind of Naruto very much, probably because he smelled a trace of the same kind. Moreover, he even secretly gave Naruto an insignificant amount of Kyuubi's chakra to hook up with Naruto. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Blondie, I have a student called Uchiha Sasuke. He is about the same age as you. I think you will be able to get along well. When Yuuji left, he stretched out his hand and vigorously rubbed Naruto's yellow hair. He just rubbed it until it was a mess and chuckled. You grabbed my head? Let go. Let go. Naruto picked up his chopsticks and was about to knock. However, he missed. Yuuji had already left. Uchiha Sasuke? Just by hearing his name, I can tell that he is not a good person. Naruto muttered and remembered this name in his heart. Many Anbu ninjas who were guarding Naruto were shocked. Uchiha Sasuke was accepted as Yuuji-sama's student. This, I have never heard of such a thing. Kazue and Shisui already approaching him, and now the Uchiha just handed over the son of the patriarch. Report to Hokage-sama as soon as possible. Soon, Minato, who was talking to Yakushi Nono, received the information from Anbu. Oh, taking Sasuke as his third student? What a pity. Minato looked at the information in his hand. He looked a little regretful. Unfortunately, he was still thinking about whether he should let Yuuji teach Naruto in the future, or in a few years when Naruto graduated from the ninja school, let Yuuji be the Jonin instructor. After all, Yuuji's theoretical foundation was the best in the entire village, and from the performance of Kabuto and Yamato, his teaching ability was also extremely astonishing. If such a person who was proficient in the will of fire taught Naruto, he would probably be much more at ease. Minato thought about the matter of finding a teacher for Naruto. But as he thought about it, for some reason, he recalled that person that Kushina had mentioned. Who could that be? What does it have to do with Naruto? However, it's hard to find a proper teacher. Minato tapped his finger on the table as he silently pondered. At this time, Nono smiled and said, Yondaime-sama, teaching children depends on whether the child is willing or not. If the child is too resistant, it will make the teaching process very troublesome. I understand. Nono, you know more about children. Since you are not willing to carry out the tasks in the village, then go and do what you like. This is also what Yuuji asked. You are now the dean of the orphanage. Minato officially signed an appointment letter and handed it to Nono in the form of issuing a task. Thank you, Yondaime-sama. Nono held the appointment letter tightly and respectfully left the Hokage building. She planned to go find Yuuji and thank him in person. But Yuuji had no interest in seeing her at all. Kabuto directly stopped Nono. Oni-san, Nii-san said that he is not at home. Please go back. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled. I see. It seems that my performance is a little annoying. I understand what he means. If there is anything that is not too excessive for me to do, I will do my best to do it. Nono smiled and nodded at Kabuto. She then turned and left. After the other party left, Kabuto closed the door and jogged back into the house. Nii-san, why don't you want to see her? Kabuto asked. Yuuji casually put down the secret scroll he took out from Root and said lightly, Kabuto, that woman is very dangerous. You will never know whether what she said is true, which sentence is false. She is Ninja World's strongest spy. He couldn't kill her. So, he stay away. However, Nono was not stupid. She knew that Yuuji brought her back from Uegakure not only to solve the problems left by the Roots but also to save her, a hardworking and meritorious hero. Yuuji placed the scroll on the table. It's not the right time yet, but it should be enough to wait a few more years. Yuuji thought silently. In a few more years, Naruto and Sasuke will grow up. Yakushi Nono will be used at that time. However, speaking of which, since I am Sasuke's sensei, Naruto can't be left behind. Is he going to make a move? Yuuji chuckled. Chapter 157, Rinnegan vs Tensegan. Su moved out once again. Where are you going? I heard that the leader has recently taken a fancy to a puppet guy and wants to recruit him. In desperation, Su suddenly started to act. I'm not interested. Let Kakuzu and Hirako do it. Su's figure disappeared from where he stood. Tisk, what a terrible personality. I really don't know why those guys suspect that he is Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's personality isn't that bad, right? He should be easy to talk to. White Zetsu muttered and complained desperately. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was silent. Senju Hashirama, easy to talk to? Well, it was indeed easy to talk to. After being transformed by Asura's chakra, all of them were easy to talk to. One or two of them were idiots. If not for the fact that he was strong and Asura's chakra was naturally able to attract other chakra possessors, such a fool would have been killed long ago. The new generation of Indra and Asura has been reincarnated. This is my chance. The Rinnegan has also appeared in this era. This is the era that is most likely the time to save my mother. I will never allow failure. Black Zetsu secretly made up his mind. He didn't know how many generations of Indra and Asura he had bewitched, but now, he was finally close to success. Obito is good, Su is also good. The two of you know nothing about the truth of this world, and even more so, you know nothing about the existence of Indra and Asura. I really look forward to seeing the astonishment and despair on your faces. Black Zetsu let out a cold laugh. Wow, Black Zetsu, why did you suddenly laugh? I'm laughing at Madara and Su. Su appeared in Konoha and easily passed through Konoha's new barrier and appeared in the village. Even though Konoha's barrier was constantly changing after Kyubai's rampage, this kind of large barrier that covered the entire village could not stop Su. Naruto. Su moved continuously underground without being detected by anyone. That night, Naruto was lying alone on the bed. Namikaze Minato still had not returned. What's so good about Hokage? Humph. Naruto turned over. He was always busy with other people's affairs, but he turned a blind eye to his own family's affairs. Although it was nothing much. And that stinky fox, power? Can you get everything if you have power? If I have power, will father not be busy with other people's affairs and accompany me more? Can I make those people who hate me in the dark respect me? The young Naruto began to think about philosophical questions. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, and the villagers naturally did not dare to openly bully him. However, he knew a lot about the disgust they had for him and secretly said bad things about him. People instinctively distanced themselves from him when they said he was a demon fox. What a pitiful child! Strength is never just about power. Who? Naruto grabbed a kunao from under the pillow. Really fierce, like a little wolf cub. But I like it. Su's figure grew out of the tatami. He tilted his head and looked through the mask. What are you? Naruto shouted loudly, wanting to have the guards in the dark protect him. Very smart, but it's just a small trick. I have already set up a barrier technique in this room, outsiders can't see what we are doing. Su let out a low laugh, seeing you reminds me of your mother. Mother? You've seen my mother? What kind of person is she? Naruto suddenly stopped shouting. He looked at Su with a longing expression. In the past, only Minato would occasionally talk to him about Kushina. Now there was another one. Little brat, before your mother died, she entrusted you to me. I also promised her. At least, I have no interest in harming a little brat. I am only fulfilling my promise. Said Su. Naruto became more and more confused, but he was already inclined to believe this person in front of him. After all, he was just a child and was easy to deceive. I will teach you to gain power. When you are strong enough. I have a way to let you see your mother. Su looked at the pleasantly surprised Naruto and said in a low voice, Naruto, at the same time, you have to keep our matter a secret. Because your father would not let you reunite with your mother. How can I become stronger? You are still too young, start from the basic physical skills. Wait, Naruto, don't believe this guy. Kyuubi suddenly roared and pulled Naruto's consciousness into the spiritual space. What are you doing, big fox? That guy, maybe, but I can't be sure. Little brat, don't be fooled by him. Kyuubi felt a burst of fear. Deep malice and uneasiness surged in his evil eyes. The mysterious Su, could it be that man? With that powerful wood release, bastard, this little brat's heart is full of darkness. There is a chance to fall into the dark world. How can it let that man take it away? Swish! Is this the place? Is the guy in your stomach always talking to you here? Su's figure appeared and looked up at the huge Kyuubi in the cage. Even if there was only half of it, it was still so big. You, it's you. How dare you come to such a place, damn it! Kyuubi roared angrily. Shut up, Kyuubi. Mokuton, Makuri no Jutsu, wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon suddenly rushed out and entered the cage. It instantly began to expand crazily and wrapped around Kyuubi. So powerful, I want to learn this. Naruto looked on in shock. You can't learn it now. Su's black robe rested on Naruto's body, directly taking him away from here. In the early hours of the morning, Naruto, who had already undergone intense physical training, fell asleep. In the eyes of Anbu outside, everything was normal. When Namikaze Minato returned home, he carefully pushed open the door and glanced at Naruto. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he calmed down. He also did not find any clues. Time passed just like that. Sue began to train Naruto. On the other side, Yuuji also officially began to talk to Sasuke. As the #1 clan of Konoha, you not only have to enjoy the dignity and honor brought by the wealthy clan but also bear the expectations of everyone. Yuuji looked at Sasuke in front of him, not only the expectation of the clan but also the hope of the entire Konohagakure. Sasuke listened with a serious face. Although he was more willing to play with his brother and was more willing to be trained by his brother, since his brother said that the person in front of him was an amazing ninja, he would reluctantly accept it. However, Yuuji did not carry out any substantial training for the young Sasuke. At most, he only taught him some theory lessons. He had already seen the state of Naruto, but he still had to observe Sasuke for a little longer. As expected of Yuuji-sama. He actually knows this kind of education method. Itachi walked over respectfully. While letting Sasuke bear the glory, he also needs to understand the meaning of a clan in a village. To be able to let him understand the will of fire in this way is really amazing. Itachi bowed deeply. Don't worry about these details. Yuuji casually replied. For the time being, Sasuke couldn't see anything special about him, because when he was young, he wasn't that cold. But his nature of believing in power was deep in his bones. He really looked forward to their meeting. The two of them met faster than he imagined. On the street, a group of children was playing ninja games. Naruto and Sasuke stood on both sides of the road, facing each other. Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at each other at the same time. Why is this person so annoying? X2. What are you looking at, you bastard? Naruto shouted. What? You dare to talk to me like that? Damn it, I want to teach you a lesson. I am Hokage's son. Why would I be afraid of you? I am the son of Uchiha Patriarch. The two children immediately started fighting. Their face was black and blue. This was the first time they had met. Instinctively, they felt that the other party was extremely annoying. It was as if the other party was imitating them in some ways. They urgently needed to teach the other party a lesson to delete this imitation. Most people did not care about the conflict this time. It was originally a fight between two children. However, after Fugaku knew about it, he thought for a moment and immediately went to meet the fourth Hokage to apologize in person. Ha ha ha, Fugaku, you don't have to be like this at all. It's just a child throwing a tantrum. Minato was completely unconcerned. Both sides knew that this was a show of goodwill, and it was not really an apology. However, it was said that it was Naruto who made the first move. Is this kid's personality so fierce? He really resembles Kushina. Minato scratched his head. He really didn't know whether to be happy or worried. When Kushina saw this scene, he must be very pleased, right? That night, Naruto walked alone on the street, panting with rage. The bruises on his face that had been punched by Sasuke had long healed. Little brat, I told you long ago that you could just use my power and beat that Sasuke up in a matter of minutes. Kyuubi urged with all his might. Humph, since you're so strong, why didn't you escape from the cage? You were even frightened by Sensei using a dragon. Naruto mumbled. As he walked, he supported his back head with both hands. Kyuubi stopped talking. Wood dragon technique, you little brat, you don't even know what this means. Just as Naruto was planning on how to take revenge. At the same time, in the sky, a wooden platform quietly flew past. Is this Ninja World? There are so many people here. It's very lively here. On the wooden platform, Tonari spoke in a clear voice, trying to sense the world with his chakra. Compared to the cold moon, the ninja world was indeed much more prosperous. Don't be fooled by this illusion. This kind of prosperity is built on countless corpses. Tonari's father's voice was cold. Yes, father. The two of them looked down at the ninja world as they walked past one country after another. The 5 big countries have become the indestructible 5 military corps. This is the sorrow of the entire ninja world. Tonari's father explained to Tonari in order to let him witness the ugliness of this world. They began to overlook many small villages. When they flew above the country of rain. Tonari's father suddenly turned his head and looked at it with his empty eye sockets. In his perception, in the sky ahead, there appeared a floating sphere. Is this a small moon? Is this a ninjutsu from Sage of the Six Paths lineage? Tonari's father's face sank. Hamura's Tenseigan mainly used the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, but they were also able to control gravity and repulsion. Hamura's faction lived on the moon created by Sage of the Sixth Path. According to the information left behind by Hamura, they had some understanding of Sage of the Sixth Path's power. But now, the worst guess came true. A second Rin Egan appeared. It must be this guy who stole the Gedo Mazo that we guarded for generations. Tonari's father's face sank. At this time, Nagato, who was controlling the rain, slowly raised his head. "What is it?" asked Konan. "Someone is coming. An adult and a child, they give me a very strange feeling." Nagato looked at it in bewilderment. He had never come into contact with this level of chakra before, and it seemed that it was more powerful, thick and noble than ordinary chakra. Konan frowned, and her face was full of doubt. In this world, there were very few people who could make Nagato reveal this kind of expression. "Who is the other party? We can't be sure yet, but they are also observing us." Nagato's heart moved. Tendo Pain moved out and directly flew into the sky. He was hundreds of meters apart and stared at the other party. "You broke into the residence of the gods. Tell me your names," Tendo Pain said coldly. "It really is Rin Egan. Has Sage of the Six Paths' eyes appeared again? It seems that you are the one who stole the treasure of our clan." Tonari's father looked serious. "Tonari, god? To you, we are more like gods. However, you have the legendary eye. To some extent, you are the same as us." Rin Egan was in existence on the same level as Tenseigan. This time, Tendo Pain did not answer immediately. He was even more confused. Who are these two people? What do they mean by stealing treasures? What do they mean by the same person? "Tonari, let's go. We still have more important things to do." Tonari's father revealed a look of fear. It was very strange. Even if Sage of the Six Paths' eyes were awakened, they should have appeared on the bodies of high-concentration bloodlines that were infinitely close to Otsutsuki. But this guy in front of him, or the guy behind the scenes. "Did I let you go?" Banch Tenin, Universal Pull. Tendo Pain opened his hand. Tonari's father coldly snorted, and with a low voice, powerful chakra gushed out, barely offsetting this gravity pull. "Even if you want to talk to us, don't put on such a bad attitude. You shouldn't use a puppet controlled by Rin Egan to talk to me." Tonari's father opened his eyes wide. As for the ability to manipulate puppets, Rin Egan is not good at this. "Who are you?" Tendo Pain shouted. "Let's talk about it after you survive. Let me see how far you, who stole our treasure, have developed these eyes." Tonari's father slowly raised his head and looked at the deep starry sky of the universe. He directly communicated with the giant Tenseigan. In the next moment, the giant Tenseigan on the moon suddenly began to spin. This terrifying golden eye looked at Earth. Buzz! In the next moment, a terrifying fluctuation that made one's hair stand on end burst forth, directly controlling a meteor in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, it smashed toward the ninja world. Swish! A huge meteor descended from the sky, and because of the air friction, it turned into a terrifying fireball. "How are you going to face this, Sage of the Six Paths descendant?" "Facing me, a descendant of Hamura, what can you use to resist?" Chapter 158, Yuarsu? For a moment, Tonari's father really intended to take a gamble, driving the giant Tenseigan, controlling the entire moon to crash into the earth, and it was over. But unfortunately, he did not have this ability now. More importantly, he could not do this. He buried the entire Otsutsuki clan to pave the way for Tonari, not to destroy the ninja world. He also needed Tonari to create a new world of peace, and then he had to face the Otsutsuki clan who follow Kagaya at some unknown time. Only Tenseigan can communicate with the giant Tenseigan and unleash the true power of the giant Tenseigan. At that time, there will be no problem controlling the moon to crash into the ninja world. Tonari's father touched Tonari's head with a cold expression. The giant meteorite fell from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the sun, like a sharp sword that pierced through the ninja world and shocked the world. This fireball that tore through the sky was noticed by countless people in the ninja world, especially the top experts of the major ninja village. Those who didn't know what was going on only saw a ray of light cutting through the sky. Is this a meteor? This level is not something that a meteor can explain. But a meteorite of this level is too big. What on earth happened? The direction of this meteorite, is it country of fire? No, it is country of rain. If this meteorite hits, then the entire country of rain. No one had ever seen such a huge meteor. At this time, Tendo Pain looked up at the sky expressionlessly. This technique is very interesting. It can pull meteorites from the outside world. You also have a power similar to that of Banch Tenin, universal pull. Tendo Pain's voice was incomparably cold. That's right, he had already seen through it. Just like his planetary devastation, who was essentially a super-large Banch Tenin, universal pull, by creating a gravity core. This technique to pull meteorites was also an application of gravity. But it's just gravity. It's not that it can't be dealt with. After I deal with this meteorite, I'll deal with the two of you. In particular, he had to ask why the other party knew so much about Rin Egan, and where the eyes of the two of them have gone. As for the identity of these two people, Tendo Pain kept thinking and suspecting. Especially since the other party also possessed a technique similar to Rinnegan's technique, he suddenly felt that the other party might be a direct descendant of the Sage of the Sixth Path. In any case, when I suppress everything, naturally there will be no problem, and the truth will be revealed together. Kukiyos, Gedmaz, summoning, demonic statue of the outer path. Bang! An incomparably huge statue was suddenly summoned. Its body was distorted, and its body was sinister and terrifying. The moment it appeared, it immediately erupted with a crazy roar. Pain, who exactly is the enemy that forced you to use this thing? Konan also flew over in a hurry. She looked at Gedo Mazo uneasily. It was this damn thing that exuded strong malice whenever it moved, as if it were filled with a vicious attitude toward all living things. It made people instinctively feel fear. Moreover, there was no Bijuu sealed within Gedo Mazo's body, so to order Gedo Mazo, it could only rely on Nagato's own chakra to drive. Don't worry, this is not the first time I summoned Gedo Mazo. There is no problem in controlling this thing. Tendo Pain said coldly. The first time he summoned Gedo Mazo was when Yahiko was killed. Nagato himself had also lost too much of his vitality, becoming as thin as firewood. It took him several years to barely recover a bit of vitality. Roar! Gedo Mazo let out a hysterical roar toward the sky. Then, he opened his hands and caught the huge meteorite falling from the sky. Father, could this thing be? That's right, Gedo Mazo. Only Rin Egan can steal this thing from under our noses. The ninja from the lower world is so shameless. Even the descendants of the Sage of the Sixth Path are the same. Tonari's father's face darkened. Rin Egan this kind of thing. However, just by relying on Juhobi's shell, he doesn't have the ability to break a meteorite. How do you plan to deal with Sage of the Sixth Path's descendant? Tonari's father sneered. If Rin Egan couldn't stop it, this country would be destroyed and no longer be suitable for living. Tonari's father had this confidence. Rumble. A terrifying collision erupted. Gedo Mazo's figure instantly caved in, but it was indestructible. He really managed to withstand the meteorite. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sand and stones flew. The terrifying roar overwhelmed everything. The meteorites that covered the sky cast a shadow of despair on the earth. Many ninjas of the country of rain and the ninjas from other villages nearby looked at this scene in horror. The terrifying scene of the meteorite hitting the ground did not happen. Could it be that this terrifying thing was blocked by someone? It can't be wrong. Don't forget, Omegakure's leader is demigod, Hanzo. Maybe he can really deal with this meteorite. Many people were shocked. This meteorite is really amazing. If I use planetary devastation to create such a meteorite, it will take a lot of effort. Tendo Pain looked up and said in a low voice. His heart suddenly moved, and he thought of a new use of Rin Egan. But now, he was still gathering chakra to kill the enemy in one blow. Pain, let me do it. My Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, is more than enough to destroy this meteorite. Konan looked up and said in a deep voice. Just these words made Tonari's father's heart skip a beat. He revealed an astonished expression. Is this woman from the lower world so confident? She actually has the confidence to destroy this meteorite. Konan continued, perhaps, it wouldn't be difficult for those two to deal with this meteorite. There was no need to say anything about Madara's space-time ninjutsu. Su's would release ninjutsu should be able to take this meteorite head-on without any problem. In this world, there are still so many strong ninjas. Tonari's father was alarmed. This meteorite was something that he had only managed to control after using the giant Tenseigan. But this small country could actually find so many ninjas that could deal with meteorites? And the creature that could shoot out mysterious beams of light from before, it was suspected to be a strange existence that could rival the three great sage monsters. In this ninja world, there were too many troublesome fellows. No need, it's just a meteorite. I have already prepared something and using this chakra, it should be enough. Tendo Pain raised his hands and flew to the top of Gedo Mazo's head. Super, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Whoosh! A terrifying repulsive force that was beyond imagination suddenly burst forth, accompanied by a whoosh sound. A terrifying shockwave that seemed to be visible to the naked eye burst forth, maintaining the full circle, blasting a deep pit into the ground. Even Gedo Mazo, who Tendo Pain was stepping on, was instantly distorted by this astonishing repulsive force, but he quickly returned to his original state. The greater repulsive force, under the control of Tendo Pain, rushed to the top and hit the huge meteorite head-on. Crash! Crash! Countless rocks fell down. Terrifying cracks continued to spread out. At this moment, the entire gigantic meteorite was actually sent flying backward bit by bit. Hey! Tendo Pain also let out a low roar, his face somewhat distorted. Endless chakra fluctuations burst out and slowly pushed the meteorite away. This horrifying scene completely stunned everyone. Konan, who had originally planned to use Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, to blow the meteorite into powder, also stopped. Not good, this guy is not someone we can deal with right now. Moreover, I control Tenseigan on the moon in the ninja world, so the power I can unleash is limited. Tonari's father's expression immediately changed. Taking advantage of the chaos, he took Tonari and ran away. The two of you almost destroyed our country. Do you still want to leave now? Konan glanced at them and was furious. She flapped her wings, turned into a white arrow, and rushed out. Kami Shiger, paper drizzle. The pair of wings behind her shot a large number of pieces of paper. Tonari's father had already controlled the platform and quickly increased their altitude to avoid this attack. They directly flew into the distance and disappeared. At this time, the huge meteorite was also forcefully pushed out by Tendo Pain. The powerful repulsive force slowly shattered it. A large amount of dust landed again. Tendo Pain stood expressionlessly in the dense falling dust, his entire body covered in a thick layer of dust. He stood there silently, staring in the direction the two people left in. No one knew what he was thinking. Find those two fellows and kill them. Tendo Pain issued an order to all of Akatsuki's members. After Obito found out, although he was confused and doubtful, he only silently remembered it in his heart, thinking that there was a hidden expert in the ninja world. After Black Zetsu knew, he was shocked. The person who controls the meteorite? He has grey hair and a megatama on his body. The more Black Zetsu muttered, the more furious and uneasy he became. This is the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. The descendants of Otsutsuki in the ninja world have already combined with the aboriginals, so it can only be Hamura clan? Why did these guys come to the ninja world? And they can control the meteorite. They can't possibly have Rinnegan. What kind of power would that be? Black Zetsu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. It was a hot day, and his hands and feet were cold. Why did Hamura's descendants suddenly run out when he was about to succeed? Then when would I be able to save my mother? Let's observe again. If Hamura's descendants really intend to intervene, then I must find a way to get rid of them. Black Zetsu's figure merged into the ground. What happened to Country of Rain spread throughout the entire ninja world at the speed of light. Everyone was shocked by the meteorite falling from the sky. Some people even suspected that it was not a natural phenomenon, but a result of some kind of ninjutsu. And the scene of the meteorite being pushed high into the sky and then crushed was also seen by many people. The spies of various countries tried to go deep into the Country of Rain to investigate. But none of the spies succeeded. They were all found and killed. This time, the ninja villages were more cautious and vigilant against a Megakuru's attitude. That fellow, Hanzo, was actually this powerful. Konoha. When 4th Hokage received this news, he revealed a thoughtful expression. A technique that can push away meteorites? If it's repulsion, maybe. Minato was deep in thought. This technique was very similar to the eye technique used by the guy who attacked Konoha in the Kyuubi rampage. Could it be that the sage eyes are actually on the Country of Rain? Minato took a deep breath. That would be a big problem. If Sage's eyes were on the country of rain, then Hanzo would not allow unstable factors to take action in his territory. Demigod Hanzo, could it be that he also joined with the Sage eyes like the two of them? What is the purpose of Sage's eyes? If he was with the two legendary people, he might be able to recruit Hanzo. Such a team would hugely impact the entire ninja world. Minato felt a headache coming on. During this period of time, he had to sign a peace agreement with Tsunagakuer and Uegakuer. He hoped that those guys wouldn't cause any trouble at this time. When Minato returned home, he saw Naruto, who seemed to have grown a lot. "Didn't you go out to play today?" Minato looked at him with a gratified expression. Naruto was fiddling with the toys on the table. He raised his head and replied, "Nothing. I want to play games with other children, but I feel that this is too childish. I always feel very awkward, so I won't go out, and." Naruto frowned, looking a little distressed. "I understand." Minato nodded. Moreover, the parents of those children were also full of doubts and uneasiness about Naruto. After all, he was a Jinchuriki, and he might suddenly go berserk. Those commoners who did not understand a Jinchuriki even secretly called Naruto a demon. Even if he was fourth Hokage, it seemed that he could not change the villagers' bad opinion of Jinchuriki. Only. "Naruto, are you secretly practicing? Your physical fitness is far better than your peers." Minato patted Naruto on the head and smiled, "You are still young. If you secretly practice, you should tell Dad. Maybe there will be some problems." "It won't happen. There won't be a problem." Naruto's head was like a rattle drum. "Is that so? It's getting late. Go and rest." Minato patiently coaxed Naruto. After watching Naruto fall asleep, he turned off the lights. That night, Su's figure slowly emerged from the ground. "Naruto, get up and practice. You are Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. You have the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Sleeping is a waste of time for you." Click. The lights lit up. The Naruto on the bed had already disappeared. At the switch of the lights, Namikaze Minato pressed one hand on the switch and held a special kunai in the other. The Hokage robe on his body trembled slightly, revealing the words "Fourth Hokage" behind him. "So, you are Su? The most mysterious guy in the Kyuubi rampage. What do you want to do to my son?" Minato's tone was extremely calm, but everyone who was familiar with him knew that the calmer this gentle person appeared, the more it showed that he had made a decision in his heart. Swish! A specially made kunai was suddenly thrown out, pointing straight at Su's face. Chapter 159, Wooden Human Technique and Wooden Dragon Technique, Minato is about to collapse. Ding! The specially made kunai directly smashed into Su's mask. After a crisp sound, it directly fell to the ground. What a hard mask! What material is it made of? Minato was startled. He couldn't even pierce through it with his special kunai? Fourth Hokage, what a troublesome guy. Space-time ninjutsu is the most difficult to deal with. Shaking his head and swaying his body, at first glance, he seemed to have no fighting strength, extremely harmless. But it was this casual attitude that made Minato more cautious. You secretly cast a Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, on Naruto and transferred him away? Seriously, Naruto is really a little idiot. We agreed to keep it a secret, but you still found out. He turned his head to look at kunai on the ground and then at Namikaze Minato, not panicking at all. Who are you? What is your purpose? Why are you training Naruto? Is Naruto your target? Minato took out another kunai and asked cautiously. Many places simply did not make sense. Logically speaking, since this Su in front of him had attacked Konoha together with the Sage Eyes and Madara in the Kyuubi rampage, and had indirectly caused Kyuubi to escape and Kushina to die, then he should also have some kind of malice toward Konoha and Naruto. Moreover, Su's actions were extremely strange, making people unable to make sense of it. Madara was coming for Kyuubi, and Sage's Eye was targeting the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, he was stopped by Fugaku, Kazue, and the heroic Danzo. There was only Su, who was inexplicably discovered by Konoha ninjas. Then, he was attacked by Yuuji, who had returned in a hurry. After a great battle, he disappeared. They don't know where he went. I understand. So, when Kyuubi was on a rampage, you and Kushina reached some kind of agreement. Minato's voice was full of calmness. He stared at Su in front of him. Is the content of the agreement Naruto? Did Kushina let you do this? Could it be that you are really first Hokage? Why did you do this kind of thing? Su was silent for a moment. What an amazing eyesight. In the past Hokage, only the second's brain is better than yours. This kind of brain, no, IQ, is very excellent. Su praised. He had basically guessed correctly. Although this speculation is very absurd, you are the only one who can act against Madara and Sage's Eye and even use wood release. Why did you build up Konoha and attack it by yourself? Because of disappointment? Or is there some other reason? Minato could not understand. He stared at the other party, but what greeted him was only Su's silence. Swish! Another kunai threw out. Minato's figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already placed his hand on Su's body. No matter what, let's fight somewhere else. Su also did not resist. The two of them instantly disappeared from the room and appeared in the dense forest outside Konohagakure. As soon as he appeared, Minato suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to take off the white mask and see Su's true face. However, his palm had just touched the mask. Yandere, you really don't put me in your eyes. In an instant, several thorns suddenly stretched out and grabbed toward Minato. Minato nimbly dodged and jumped into the distance, his expression grave. I have already observed it up close, and there are no signs of forming seals. According to the records left behind in the village about the first generation, it is necessary to make a seal. Minato's head spun rapidly, calculating all sorts of possibilities. But for wood release to activate it in an instant, could it be? Minato no longer hesitated. He revealed his hands and immediately spread out a large number of special kunai, nailing them to different positions. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A shuriken directly flew toward Su, and in a very short time, it became tens of thousands, densely packed and rushing toward Su at a shocking speed. Whether you are that person or not, I will be able to see it this time. The mask and clothing on your body are all made from wood release. Can you block this kind of attack? Minato jumped onto a tree and focused on observing. He saw that Su's body was motionless. He used his body to resist the countless shuriken and specially made kunai. This caused Minato to reveal an astonished expression. Soon, when everything dissipated, Su's body had already been pierced through by countless shuriken. From the mask to the clothes, shurikens and specially made kunai were all over his body. Minato attacked again, instantly moving over. He used Raise Nan and ruthlessly smashed toward Su. Okay, I have already tested wood release hardness. If that's the case. Dama Raise Nan, Giant Raise Nan. The ball in his hand suddenly became bigger, and Minato fiercely smashed it toward Su. If that's the case, your already broken defense will not be able to block this attack. Whoosh! Boom! The giant Raise Nan solidly smashed into Su. The black robe that was already riddled with holes was instantly torn to shreds by the rapidly spinning balls. Minato stared at Su's face, wanting to confirm something. However, the moment he broke through the defense of his clothes, he did not feel any solid contact at all. It was as if he had hit the air and easily passed through. Minato's expression changed slightly. He pushed the giant Raise Nan with one hand and suddenly passed through it. At first glance, this attack seemed to have shattered Su's entire body. The white mask fell to the ground with a few rags. Minato didn't even dare to turn around and directly used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to jump into the distance. A trace of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. The scene in front of him made him a little confused. The same space-time ninjutsu as Madara? No, it shouldn't be like this. Minato looked at the white mask that fell on the ground. He stared at it. Space-time ninjutsu appeared on Madara's body. Minato was not surprised, because all of Konoha's higher UPS were very clear that Madara's Jujutsu mystery. If Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan technique was space-time ninjutsu, it would be very easy to accept. But the Su in front of him also knows space-time ninjutsu, which is outrageous, plus the feeling just now. Undead? Or chakra transformation? But they don't look like it. Minato took a deep breath. He saw. The white mask suddenly moved. The broken clothes also began to reproduce. A new set of clothes quickly appeared. This set of clothes supported the mask and stood up again. Ayaya, what an amazing fellow! Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, I almost got killed by you. Su shook his head, completely unharmed. I now somewhat believe that you are the first Hokage. Minato looked at this strange scene and became more cautious. He was going to be serious. He slowly closed his eyes, and a large amount of natural energy gathered. Although I am not very good at this, there is no other way now. Minato said in a low voice. Since that's the case, then I'll be more serious. Mokuton Hihutsu, Jukaikuton, would release, deep forest emergence. Large amounts of black trees gushed out and soon destroyed the original forest, replacing it with a black forest. A huge roar spread out under the night sky, causing a huge tremor. The entire Konohagakure was alarmed. A large number of ninjas moved out, and some of the elites did not dare to hesitate and immediately took action. Soon, figures immediately stood on the buildings in the village. They all looked in a certain direction. They watched helplessly as the shadows of trees swayed in the distance. What's wrong? Who is invading this time? A powerful ninja is fighting in that direction. Who is it? Quickly report this to Yondaime-sama. The sensor ninja also moved. Hyuga Hisashi activated Byakugan and immediately saw the scene in the distance. This? How could this be? Hisashi's eyes widened. These forests, and from the appearance of these forests, they are clearly created by wood release ninjutsu. They are exactly the same as the wood release that appeared that day. What? Many people were shocked. Only those who had experienced the Kyuubi rampage would truly understand what this meant. The mysterious enemy Su had appeared once again? What exactly was going on? Yondaime-sama has disappeared. He must be fighting the other side. An Anbu ninja appeared and told everyone this news. He did not even dare to use the word enemy. Facing this strange existence, no one knew what judgment to make. Was it really that one? What if it really was? Thus, the two consultants went to look for Hiruzen without a second word. The third Hokage left the mountain and went into battle again. He then looks in the direction of the battle with a serious expression. From time to time, there would be bursts of rumbling sounds. Sandaime-sama, the other party is undoubtedly Su, but we still can't confirm whether he is that person or not. An Anbu said respectfully. Hyuzen nodded, only focusing on that direction. One could vaguely see a large number of forests rising and falling, accompanied by terrifying roars. This old man will personally take action. No matter what, I have to protect the village. You all stay here, be wary of any other intruders that might exist. Also, have Yuuji, Shibi, and the others make preparations to stay in the village. Hiruzen shouted. He directly rushed to the battlefield. The remaining Anbu remained where they were, somewhat dumbfounded. But, two Hokage went to the battlefield. This kind of thing, shouldn't we let Yuuji-sama and Kazue move out? Sandaime-sama wants to confirm the identity of the other party. Another Anbu said. At this time. Boom. 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 A terrifying fluctuation that far exceeded the past erupted. A dragon-shaped creature rushed out, its height far surpassing the other trees. This is Mokuton, Makuri no Jutsu, would release, would dragon technique? Could it be that the other party really is? Hiruzen's expression changed, and his heart sank. There was no second person in Ninja World who knew the first Hokage's Mokuton, Makuri no Jutsu, would release, would dragon technique. But this was not the end, but the beginning. Then, another terrifying roar appeared. A strangely shaped wooden statue suddenly emerged from the forest. Every movement of his was accompanied by a terrifying sense of oppression. Hiruzen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It really was that person. But, just why? On the battlefield. The endless black forest covered everything and expanded rapidly. A completely black wooden statue stretched out his hand, grabbed the wooden dragon, and wrapped it around his body. The huge wooden statue with the wooden dragon hanging on his body was the complete form of the wood human technique. Coupled with the color black that seemed to devour everything, it surged with a terrifying chill, making people feel intimidated. This kind of formation, should I feel honored? Minato was also dumbfounded. He had just finished Sage Mode, and several patterns formed from natural energy appeared on his face. But he had never expected that he would have to face this kind of formation the moment he opened his eyes. His entire body was about to collapse. Are you serious? In that case, let's start the second round. I didn't expect that you, as fourth Hokage, would have mastered something like Sage Mode. No wonder you were able to deal with Madara. Boom. The wooden statue grabbed forward. Minato had a helpless expression on his face. He used the ultra big ball raise Nan to send this attack flying. Kokiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. Gamabunta appeared. Minato? What is going on? An enemy using wood release. Did you, 4th generation, fight the 1st generation? As soon as Gamabunta appeared, his two large eyes narrowed. Of course, Mount Mayuboku also knew what had happened to Konohagakure. They knew that in the Kyuubi rampage, a few strange fellows had appeared. He didn't expect that he would have to fight this man in front of him now. Sorry, Gamabunta. I didn't expect it to become like this. At first, I only wanted to test out the true identity of the other party. What is the result of the test? It seems that there is no need to doubt anything. Tisk, so troublesome. Gamabunta grabbed the short knife with one hand and took a puff of his pipe at the same time, blowing out a smoke ring. From the looks of it, it looks very stylish. Swish! The wooden statue grabbed forward and with an astonishing speed, pressed Gamabunta to the ground. Toad, when you have time to pretend, you can pull out your knife and chop me. Su stood on the head of the wooden statue and said. It is obvious that you are too fast. Gamabunta did not say a word and swung out his short knife to cut the wooden statue's arm. At this time, the wooden dragon that was wrapped around the wooden statue suddenly moved and quickly wrapped around Gamabunta's hand, forcing him to not move. Damn it, Minato! Toad oil flame bullet! Minato and Gamabunta formed a seal at the same time and sprayed out a large amount of oil and fierce flames. A terrifying fire burned. It seemed that the wooden statue was forced to retreat for a moment. Gamabunta took the opportunity to break free. Minato, even the legendary ninjutsu such as wood dragon technique and wood human technique have appeared. If you go one step further, wouldn't that technique come out? How do you plan to end this? Beads of sweat appeared on Minato's forehead. Let's try to negotiate. First Hokage. Su, since you trained my son, I think you won't have any bad intentions. This was very difficult to deal with. Rumble. The huge black wooden statue stood firm. A large number of trees covered over and suppressed the fire. Minato, I can only think of a way to use the sealing technique. I still can't determine the other party's existence, and I can't determine the other party's true objective. Gamabunta, help me create an opportunity. I need to find an opportunity to form a seal and seal him. Fighting isn't the goal. Talking to him is the goal. Could it be that you want to use that? I can only use that. Minato's voice was low. In his field of vision, Su was standing steadily on the head of the wooden statue, and his empty eyes were looking over. Space-time ninjutsu is very difficult to deal with, but I can't give up observing Naruto. Su looked up and thought silently. He had never thought of killing Minato, and there was no need to do so. Moreover, with his current ability, he could not kill a Kage level who could develop Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to such an extent. A warning was what he wanted to do. More importantly, he had discovered something even more noteworthy. His gaze inadvertently glanced over. High up in the sky, there were two figures who lowered their heads in shock as they observed this battle. Wood release. This is the power that directly originated from God Tree. Chapter 160, Everyone was frightened. The two extraterrestrial guests who had just been taught a lesson by Tendo Pain wandered all the way to Country of Fire. At this time, they also saw this battle from afar. Father, is this wood release? It is indeed wood release, but the problem is... Tonari's father looked down with a stunned expression. Decades ago, there was a major change in Ninja World's system. It evolved from Warring States period's clan fight to a country and a village system. The Otsutsuki on the moon was also paying attention to this. At that time, they were still hoping that this could bring peace. But in fact, it increased the scale of the war and increased the number of casualties. The military strategy of a country and a village was far more powerful than clan-oriented warfare. As the two men who single-handedly established these two systems, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the Otsutsuki had relevant observations and records. Tonari's father also knew the name of Senju Hashirama. This bloodline limit, which can control wood and controlled power that was extremely close to God trees, was unimaginably powerful. He could be said to be the first echelon below the six paths. But that guy should have died a long time ago. Azura's chakra has disappeared for dozens of years. Tonari's father looked ahead in shock and anger. Moreover, this wood release seems to be slightly different from God Tree's power. There was no doubt that Ninja World's extraordinary powers originated from God Tree and Kaguya. However, it was fine if Senju Hashirama's terrifying wood release appeared once again, but why did the nature of wood release change? Tonari said worriedly, "Father, is Ninja World so dangerous? It's fine if it was Rinnegan, but why did wood release, who is close to God Tree's power, come out?" He didn't have eyes, but he could sense the scene below through his chakra. It was an incomparably huge wooden statue, so fierce that it was frightening. There was also a similarly terrifying wooden dragon wrapped around his body as a decoration. This kind of power. Will he fight against these guys in the ninja world in the future? To kill these guys and destroy the entire ninja world? I'm afraid he has to have a pair of Tensagen himself, then control the giant Tensagen on the moon, and rely on the power of the two Tensagen to fight, right? Don't doubt yourself, Tonari. This is your destiny, and Tensagen's power will only be stronger. Tonari's father also had some doubts about life, but he still tried to comfort him. Swish! At this time, they saw the existence standing on the black wooden statue suddenly raise his head and look at them. This gaze made them feel fearful. They were afraid that this fellow would suddenly rush up. Those two fellows are a bit strange. As expected, it is the Otsutsuki clan. Su looked up and revealed a look of realization. Counting the time, it should be about time. In the original story, Tonari had indeed visited Earth when he was young and also met the same young Hinata. That was why in the future. To dig out Hanabi's eyes and put them on himself, evolve into Tensagen, and at the same time kidnap Hinata to marry her. Digging out the eyes of his youngest aunt and saying that he loved Hinata and wanted to marry her. This kind of thing. It could only be said that he was worthy of being Tonari. The pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan is really attractive. Su sighed. Tonari had one ability, which was to transplant a highly pure Byakugan and evolve it into Tensagen. However, if it was dug out of his body, the Tensagen would revert back to Byakugan. For the time being, it was impossible to determine if other Otsutsuki clans had this ability. Because the highly pure Byakugan was something only Hinata and Hanabi possessed, and only Tonari had transplanted it. Su was very interested in this question. He discovered us. Tonari's father was extremely vigilant and raised their altitude once again. They had come to Konoha to observe the Hyuga clan, not intending to get involved in this kind of battle. "Senior, what are you looking at?" At this time, Minato made his move. It was Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, again with countless kunai thrown out. Gamabunta also pulled out his short knife and rushed over, fiercely striking the wooden statue leaving a scar. This big toad was obviously excited and nervous, opposing someone of this level. In the next moment, it was entangled by the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon bit down, causing Gambayunta to let out a miserable scream. Immediately after, Minato threw out several kunai. "I'm going to make my move." Although the difficulty of using this technique is very high. Hiration, Rasensen Ch Rinbuk Sans Hiki, Flying Thunder God, Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3. These special kunai immediately erupted with dazzling yellow lightning. It flew out from multiple directions and headed straight for Su. These lightning bolts that contained a large amount of chakra transformed into dazzling light, greatly confusing Su's sight and perception. Is this Flying Thunder God third form? Su looked thoughtfully at the influx of kunai with electric light. These kunai were extremely fast and very confusing. They drew arcs in the air that connected with each other as if they had turned into a huge yellow electric net. A large number of thorns drilled out of Su and pounced on these kunai, striking them down. "First Hokage-sama, I've succeeded." Minato continuously shuttled back and forth. Suddenly, he appeared next to a kunai surrounded by electric light. The distance between him and Su had already reached an extremely close level. In this flash of lightning, Minato suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Su. He could not confirm Su's current state, so he would seal it together. Hakken no Finshiki, 8 trigram sealing style. Pa! Minato slapped and a large number of seals drilled out in a crazy manner, quickly covering Su's entire body. In this way, you can't escape with clone technique or the body substitution technique, and you can't use the secret technique to create a result similar to being intangible. Minato had a confident face. He began to observe the motionless figure in front of him at a close distance. Sure enough, the clothes were made of wood release. The mask is inlaid with a strange ring and this black dress with red clouds. Is it the uniform of your organization? Why do you want to join that organization? Because you are not interested in this world. Are you disappointed with the status quo? Minato carefully sized him up and repeatedly confirmed that there was no problem with Haka no Finshiki, 8 trigram sealing style. Only then did he feel a little relieved and asked in a low voice. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility why the Konoha's F2 had joined hands with the Sage. This was the only reason they could do this. Of course, there were other possibilities, such as Su being controlled by Uchiha Madara using Sharingan. Minato could not imagine what level of genjutsu could control the first Hokage. Well done, Minato, you actually beat him. But can you help me? Gamabunta was pressed to the ground by the wooden statue and wooden dragon punching him, his face was swollen. It screamed, almost unable to hold on. Minato's eyes narrowed, wait, if he has been sealed by me, why are the wooden statue and the wooden dragon still moving? The reason is very simple. You have not sealed me from the beginning. A calm voice came. How could this be? I used Sage Mode to confirm that this is your true body, not your clone. Minato's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly teleported to a distance and looked at Su with a solemn expression. He saw another Su slowly emerge from a tree trunk. Minato's expression was extremely ugly. Gamabunta, who was about to be beaten to death, had his already green face turn even more green. How could this be? Is it a wooden clone? No, it's not. Minato continuously used Sage Mode to sense it, his face filled with disbelief. The one that was sealed was the main body, and the one in front of him was still surging with chakra, and it was also the main body? Or... Minato vaguely thought of something extremely terrifying. Toad, go back to Mount Mayuboka first, or else I will really beat you to death. Su lowered his head and looked at Gamabunta. I understand. Minato, you. Gamabunta opened his mouth and looked at Su. In the end, he revealed a look of fear and helplessness. With a bang, he turned into smoke and disappeared. Only Minato and Su were left. Those tricks of yours can't hide from my eyes. If you don't want to be killed by me, don't hinder my business. Su's voice was indifferent. Senior, what are you planning to do with Sage-I and Madara? Can't even tell me? As for the village, it will definitely help you. Minato gritted his teeth and simply released Sage Mode. Su paused, it's nothing. It's just to achieve a certain goal. This world is now a chaotic world. There is no need for it to exist. Minato's heart sank to the bottom, showing a complex expression of admiration and helplessness. Sure enough, only this possibility would allow this person to reach this step. In your current state, are you alive or dead? Your body. Don't worry about these details. Madara hasn't recovered yet, and I am naturally a little worse. Yandere, I will warn you again. Don't interfere with my affairs. There is also Naruto. He has something very interesting on him. I still need to observe him for a while. After saying this, Su suddenly looked up. Rumble. The wooden statue suddenly began to move. The giant black tree emerged from the ground, holding the wooden statue in its branches, and rushed into the sky in an astonishing manner. The black wooden statue stretched out his terrifying hand and grabbed at the two people. Father, he found us. Damn it, we are already in such a high position. Let's retreat. It was a bad time. Ninja World's current strength had already made the father and son feel angry and deep powerlessness. As expected, the key to everything is Tensegan. Without Tensegan, we can't do anything at all. Tonari's father was extremely angry, and he drove away on the wooden platform. Humph, did they escape? Su raised his head to take a look. He couldn't fly. It seems that I have to find some way. If I fly, I remember one thing. Su pondered silently. Who are those two people? Does the first Hokage-sama know them? Minato had a solemn expression. This ninja world was really becoming more and more strange. There were always some existences that made people feel confused. It's just some foreign guests. Don't worry about it. Yandere, that's a guy you can't touch for the time being. Su said coldly. His figure also moved all the way to the other sealed body. Don't interfere with my matters. Otherwise, I don't mind adding you to the goal of elimination. Swish. Haka no Finshiki, 8 trigram sealing style, seal began to dissipate. This extremely complicated sealing technique was instantly released. Minato was not surprised. Instead, he was even more certain of his thoughts. To be able to remove Hakken no Fin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style, in an instant, not many people have been able to do it since Konoha was established. Minato secretly nodded. The first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, was a sealing technique master. For the first Hokage to instantly remove Hakken no Fin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style, well, it was reasonable. Su-senpai, you really are the first Hokage. Su's 2 bodies began to melt, little by little merging into the black trees. First Hokage-sama, although I am not sure what kind of position Konoha has in your current knowledge, I think it is not too good if you do something to harm Konoha, then I can only apologize. As the village's Hokage, I will definitely not retreat. Minato said in a deep voice. However, Su no longer paid attention to him and directly disappeared. Only the dark forest brewing with a sense of serenity was left, swallowing everything silently. Minato looked around, looking at this endless stretch of terrifying forest. He fell into silence. The current first Hokage has yet to recover his peak strength, yet he is already able to use this level of strength. Minato looked at the continuously melting wooden statue and the wooden dragon. These 2 huge monsters silently disappeared at this time. This was truly a terrifying power. At this time, the third Hokage was rushing over with several Anbu elites. Minato, is it over? Where is the enemy? Hiruzen stood on a big tree and looked around vigilantly. Minato nodded, it's already over. Sandaime-sama, I can confirm the identity of the other party. It's the first Hokage himself. What? He actually reached this stage. But why would someone like the first Hokage stand on the opposite side of the village? Hiruzen's expression sank. In that instant, his heart was incomparably complicated. It was true that he had a strong desire for power, but if the first Hokage was revived and wanted to return to Konoha, Hiruzen could accept the leadership of the first Hokage. But the problem now was that since the first Hokage was not dead, not only will he not return to Konoha, but he will also faintly break away from all the restraints of Konoha, and even stand on the opposite side. This was troublesome, and no one was willing to go against the ninja god. I guess he was disappointed. I guessed that the reason he established the village was to protect the children and to explore the road to peace, but the real situation is the opposite. The children were sent to the battlefield, and peace was far away. Even the ninja god would inevitably be disappointed. This was the most reasonable answer Minato could think of. I see. Hiruzen fell silent. While he was in the office, he won the Second and Third World Wars, pushing Konoha's prestige to the peak, but it has to be said that he did send the children to the battlefield. Minato, what are you going to do? Hiruzen looked at Minato. Minato pondered for a moment. First, send a letter to Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama outside to explain the relevant situation. At least let them be prepared. Then, I have to find a way to strengthen Konoha's strength. After all, the enemy is the Sage Eye and those 2. No matter how careful I am, it is not excessive. So, I want Yuuji to go to Mount Mayuboku. Minato said in a low voice with a solemn face. He did not tell Sandaime that Su was secretly training Naruto. Before he figured out the reason, he did not intend to reveal it. Chapter 161, Mount Mayuboku. Mount Mayuboku. Gamabuntai returned with a face full of doubts about life. He lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Hey, isn't this Gamabuntai? Why did he become like this? The other toads were shocked and jumped over. Humph, I met a troublesome fellow and suffered a great loss. Gamabuntai lay on the ground, his expression stiff, but his eyes were clearly filled with complex emotions of fear and excitement. Is that so? Boss actually suffered a setback. It's really rare. Wahahaha. Gamabuntai was actually beaten up. This is really too infuriating. Gamabuntai turned his head and kept absorbing natural energy to heal his injuries. At this time, he turned over and got up. Ah, speaking of which, this is the first time I am so miserable. After all, if the opponent is Senju Hashirama, it will give me a headache. It took a lot of effort. Gamabuntai said in a tone that was not worth mentioning as if he was focused on healing his injuries. Oh, so the enemy is Senju Hashirama. What, who did you say? A large group of toads suddenly exploded. Many guys lying in the sun in the distance also flocked over and looked at Gamabuntai with shock and worship. Senju Hashirama, it's that ninja god, what a terrible guy. I fought with the wooden dragon and wooden statue he summoned for hundreds of rounds before barely winning. It's really difficult. Gamabunta sighed as he sat on the ground while smoking with his pipe. Circles of smoke were spat out by him, and the smoke swirled around him, making him look cool. This, boss actually fought with Senju Hashirama. But isn't that person dead? Humph, that is a ninja god. Even if he dies, it wouldn't be surprising for him to think of a way to run back from the Pure Land, right? Many toads were filled with deep veneration and looked at Gamabunta with an unprecedented gaze. Soon, the entire Mount Mayuboku spread the news, causing a countless uproar. Did you hear? Boss Bunta fought with that Senju Hashirama. That's right. I heard that they fought for hundreds of rounds and barely won. Nonsense, the news I heard is that Boss Bunta pressed Senju Hashirama to the ground and beat him. Soon, the two Toad Sage were also alerted and hurriedly called Gamabunta over to ask. Are you sure the other party is Senju Hashirama? Fukasaku said seriously. Gamabunta nodded, it can be confirmed. The other party has even used Mokuton, Makuri no Jutsu, wood release, wood dragon technique, and Mokuton, Makujin no Jutsu, wood release, wood human technique. Ordinary cage level character would not be able to use this level of power, and it is even wood release. Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other with worried expressions. What should we do? It was fine if there was only the Sage Eye. Now, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had returned. Whether it was to fake death or to kill their way back from the Pure Land, it would be very troublesome. Considering the matter of attacking Konoha. This is troublesome. In the face of a ninja of this level, we, Mount Mayuboku, have no advantage at all. Shima was a bit tangled. According to the contract, Mount Mayuboku would keep a close eye on Konohagakure while searching for the person who might be the child of prophecy, then pull him into Mount Mayuboku to practice senjutsu. This way, they, Mount Mayuboku, would forever stand in the upstream of fate's track, and would not offend the child of prophecy one day, and then be beaten at the door to take revenge. Mount Mayuboku paid a lot of attention to this. But now, Sage Eye and Konoha F2 have appeared. It's going to be a little troublesome. Let's see what Great Toad Sage has planned. Maybe he has predicted something. Fukasaku and Shima immediately went to meet the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage glanced at them and understood what they wanted to ask. The Fate original track has long been changed beyond recognition. Even if I saw some fragments, it might not be credible. I can't see clearly what happened to Senju Hashirama. His vision was blocked by the Black Forest. The Great Toad Sage said in a trembling voice, however, I can be sure of one thing. In the Black Forest, there is a dark blue behemoth, perhaps, he is the key to a certain fate. Dark blue. Fukasaku and Shima were stunned, could it be that thing called Godzilla? Is that creature so important? Can it be our Mount Mayuboku's helper? I'm not sure. Ever since this creature appeared, everything has changed. I don't know if I'm just old or being muddled. I keep feeling that this creature gives me a very bad feeling. The Great Toad Sage said hesitantly and with deep doubt. The ancient existence that had lived for more than 1,000 years was also a little confused at this time. He could not determine Godzilla's origin, and he did not know whether it was right or wrong to come into contact with this big guy. However, it was indeed a more suitable choice to include him in Mount Mayuboku's lineage at present. If they could not win, they would find a way to let the other party join them, which was very suitable. Has Minato still not made up his mind? The Great Toad Sage said. It should be. When Kyuubi was on a rampage, we saw the full picture of Godzilla for the first time. We planned to win over Yuuji, but there was no movement from Minato for the time being. Answer Fukasaku. He waited for a while but did not get a response from the Great Toad Sage. When he looked up, he found that the Great Toad Sage was already asleep. He could only leave helplessly. Konohagakure. The entire village was shocked by the great battle that broke out. The terrifying darkness that lies outside the village, brewing endless despair, slammed into people's hearts, shocking everything. This was clearly telling everyone that this was the wood release's strength, the real wood release. Yondaime Sama fought against the enemy, no, the opponent. Is this serious? The wooden statue and the wooden dragon that was charging about just now, it was bigger than Bijuu. I have seen Yamato use wood release, but this gap is simply too exaggerated. It is said that only that person can control this level of wood release. It looks like Yondaime Sama hasn't lost. Even if he can't win, he can still escape. Fourth Hokage and First Hokage, really are fighting. The entire Konohagakure was like being blown up. Everyone was discussing this matter because this was a wood release. The appearance of Yamato had already caused the entire village to feel extremely excited. Now, even the wooden statue had come out. This kind of thing, was the first Hokage, the man who had suppressed the ninja world, really still alive? But why did he do this? No one understood why this was. Soon, the spy inside Konohagakure also began to act and spread the news that made people's scalps tingle. As a Kumagakure spy, Jin had been stationed in Konohagakure for more than 10 years. On the surface, he was a legitimate Konoha villager, who was conscientiously fulfilling his duties. Senju Hashirama showed up again? Fighting with 4th Hokage? Mokuton, Mokujin no Jutsu, would release, would human technique. Jin talked with the other villagers, and his heart was beating fast. As for the matter of wood release, it has been very hot recently. From the time Yamato showed wood release to now. Although it was suspected that the Black Forest had appeared before. Because of Kyuubi rampage, the civilians were forced to evacuate and were strictly forbidden to approach. I didn't see it clearly. Moreover, those traces of wood release were quickly cleaned up by Konoha ninjas. But this time, the forest could not be covered at all, and the terrifying wooden statue and wooden dragons that were rampaging around could not be covered up. Is Konoha finally not going to block the news? When Jin returned home, his face was cold and his hands were almost trembling as he wrote down the information. Senju Hashirama, this was a man who made Ninja World tremble. The people who looked at his deeds now felt like they were looking at Sage of the Six Paths deeds. Most people would only regard him as an intentionally exaggerated legend. I must let the village know as soon as possible. Kumagakure is Ninja World's strongest village. Jin gritted his teeth. All of a sudden. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. Jin raised his head vigilantly and put the letter away. Who is it, Kazuma or Ryota, who wants to do business with me again? Jin took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and opened the door. His smiling expression suddenly froze. A man wearing a mask was standing outside. You are? Jin's heart was beating wildly. Anbu? No, it was Root. Jin, after Yuuji-sama signed the warrant, you were sentenced to death and will be immediately executed. The Root ninja pulled out a blade and immediately started to cut the stunned Jin. Blood splashed out and directly soaked the room. At this time, the 3 Anbu arrived late and looked at the bloody scene in silence. Are the ninjas from Roots so cruel? They directly killed people without questioning the intelligence at all. The leader of the group said. The Root ninja said coldly, Yuuji-sama's order is the final trial. The end of a spy is the death penalty. This doesn't need your Anbu's people to tell me what to do. Damn it! One of the Anbu was a little angry and was about to say something, but was stopped by the short Anbu next to him. Cough cough, the people from Root are like this. They have more independent rights to act, cough cough. After Danzo died, although Root belonged to 4th Hokage, it was also an indirect rule. Root was still directly following Yuuji's orders. Yuuji's control over Root was greater than 4th Hokage's own. The order given by 4th Hokage to Root would only be executed by Root ninjas through Yuuji's consent. Both 4th Hokage and Yuuji agreed to this point and had no intention of changing it. Power was a very delicate thing to begin with. The Root ninja directly pulled out a blade and slashed down with it, cutting off Jin's head. There are ninjas from the Yamanaka clan in Root base. If we want to interrogate him, we don't need to interrogate the living. The dead are more suitable. The Root ninja said coldly while holding the head and leaving in a flash. Gecko Heiei was a little helpless, that's true, but the spy's head is usually sealed. Is Root so confident that it can break the seal? Maybe. After all, that is Root. I don't know if it's an illusion, but since Danzo-sama died in battle, the Root that Yuuji-sama took over seemed to have become more terrifying. The leader said in a low voice. Gecko Heiei did not say a word. He did not know what to say. His peers had grown to this point and had already left him far behind. He was not someone he could casually comment on. Root ninjas frequently appeared in the village, making people tremble in fear. People who didn't know would think that this was also Hokage's Anbu, but in fact, it was not at all. In particular, many ninjas felt a little uneasy in their hearts because Anbu's people could still reason with them. Root wouldn't talk nonsense. These emotionless task machines were only for the sake of completing the final goal. The method to complete the goal was naturally simple and direct. Compared to Denzo's time and after Yuuji went on stage, Root's actions were more straightforward and crazy. For the task, they would not pay attention to the details of Loki and hiding his figure. Find the target, kill him at all costs, and then take his head back. It was so simple. At this time, 4th Hokage, who had received Anbu's report, was silent for a moment. He did not say anything and just called Yuuji over to listen to the report. Most of the spies are from Kumagakure's side. As a village whose comprehensive strength is second only to our Konoha, Kumagakure's thoughts can't be hidden from others. Yuuji put a large pile of documents on the 4th Hokage's table. To be honest, Kumagakure still had some misgivings about Konoha. If it were the Konohagakure in the original work, Kumagakure would be called unscrupulous. The Konohagakure in the original work at this time, not to mention anything else, just the military strength alone was already inferior to Kumagakure in all aspects. On the surface, Konohagakure was only supported by a cage-level character, the 3rd Hokage, who has regained power. The son-in left one after another, 4th Hokage and his wife died in battle. The new Kyuubi Jinchuriki was still 3 years old kid and could not be used at all. There are also a lot of faults in the middle and lower level ninjas. Kumagakure was the strongest ninja village after the 3rd Ninja World War in the original work. There were 2 perfect Jinchuriki and the 4th Raikage had great combat strength. The 3rd Hokage would rather sacrifice Hyuga Hisashi and give his head to Kumagakure, endure the humiliation, and sign the so-called peace agreement to completely end the border war since the 3rd Ninja World War. It was really not without reason. Konohagakure could not fight at all. But now it was different. Konoha had the confidence to face any complicated situation. Kumagakure, hey! What a bunch of dishonest fellows! Minato quickly flipped through these documents. His reading speed was astonishing. Snapped. He closed all the documents and looked at Yuuji. He said lightly, "It seems that we can't hide anything about Wood release." The news that the Sage-I and the 2 founders of Konoha joined hands must have been known by the major ninja village. Yuuji, we have to think of a way to strengthen Konoha. After all, the opponents are the 3 of them, and maybe even Hanzo. It is not too much to pay attention to. As Minato spoke, he remembered the stranger who appeared when he was fighting with Su. Flying in the sky, and the guy that the 1st Hokage was very concerned about, who could it be? Was it really from a visitor from outside the sky? What purpose did they come to Country of Fire? And the mysterious meteorite that appeared in the Country of Rain before, could it be related to this visitor? A bit of anxiety arose in Minato's heart. He was silent for a moment and said, "Yuuji, you have to work hard recently and increase your inspection of Konoha. I always have a bad feeling. In a few days, I will take you to a place. You will definitely like it." Chapter 162, The Secret of Byakugan. The Hyuga clan had been keeping a low profile for the past 2 years. This clan claimed to be the #1 clan in Konoha, but regardless of whether it was strength or reputation, this clan was completely suppressed by the Uchiha clan. In the past few years, the Hyuga clan had still been very confident. As the #1 clan of Konoha, they had confidently competed with the Uchiha clan. This wasn't a problem in itself. However, after the 3rd Ninja World War, this healthy competition situation changed. Kazue and Fugaku, just these 2 owners of Mangekyo Sharingan alone had already put the Hyuga clan in a completely passive state. This was under the premise that they did not know that Shisui had also opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, they would only be even more helpless. Especially with the recent changes in the past 2 years, from the 3rd Ninja World War to the Kyuubi Rampage, the Uchiha clan had displayed the strength and responsibility of the #1 clan, and the geniuses in the clan were endless. But on the side of Hyuga, it was still lifeless. 1 or 2 were as steady as an old dog, and now they were countless times more stable than an old dog. There was nothing they could do. Not to mention, the Hyuga clan has a very general relationship with the village's hero and the root leader Shiranui Yuuji. Clan head, the Uchiha clan is becoming more and more arrogant, they publicly challenge our clan on the streets. A young Hyuga clansman ran over angrily. Hyuga Hayashi did not even raise his head. Instead, he sat very calmly on the tatami and poured himself a cup of tea. Clan head. The youth could not help but shout again. Hayashi picked up the teacup, sniffed the tea, and took a sip. "So, Hoito, what are you going to do?" Do you want to mobilize the strength of the clan to fight with the Uchiha clan? Hyuga Hayashi was neither fast nor slow. Hyuga Hoto's expression froze, and his angry face immediately withered. No, clan head, although we are competing with the Uchiha clan, we are still companions no matter what. I'm just a little angry. Hoto's chest was filled with a sense of oppression. In the past, Hyuga and Uchiha were definitely on par. Even if they were slightly lacking, they would not have any fear. But now, when did the Uchiha clan look disdainfully at their Hyuga clan? A momentary conflict of will is never the key to determining the fate of the Uchiha clan. The strength of the Uchiha clan has grown, and we should congratulate them. Competition should also be fair, and there is no need to put hatred and jealousy over the concept of companionship. Every subtle action of Hyuga Hayashi was filled with elegance and ease, giving people a feeling of nobility. In fact, the entire Hyuga clan was filled with this indescribable elegance. Every clan member had been taught strict education since childhood, and etiquette education was of the utmost importance. The entire Hyuga clan was oppressive and orderly. It was the clan that had preserved the most complete inheritance since ancient times, even more complete. It was so orderly that it was hard to breathe. Under the silent pressure, beads of sweat appeared on Hoto's forehead. After a long time, Hayashi said indifferently, "You may leave. If you have time to struggle over this kind of struggle, why don't you practice more Jaken, gentle fist, and increase your Byakugan's eye power? Although you are a branch family, Byakugan has great potential. Don't disappoint your own eyes." "Yes, clan head." Hoto was silent for a long time. He secretly gritted his teeth, but on the surface, he respectfully withdrew. After he left, Hayashi calmly drank up the tea in the cup. Even the floating tea leaves were evenly distributed at the bottom of the cup after the tea was drunk. Hayashi slowly got up, turned around, opened a secret room, and walked in. Along the way, after passing through a long underground tunnel, Hayashi came to the deepest part. This place contained all the secrets of the entire Hyuga clan since its founding. Byakugan, Byakugan. Hayashi took out a huge and ancient scroll which was sealed in succession. When he was at the last layer of the seal, he hesitated for a moment and used a seal similar to the caged bird curse seal to lift the last seal. He opened the scroll. The contents were revealed. A simple picture appeared, and the surroundings were covered in all sorts of words. Since Rinnegan is real, then Sage of the Sixth Path might not be a myth, but the sage that appeared before, this actually says that Sage of the Sixth Path has a brother. Hayashi looked at the contents of the picture with some hesitation. In the middle of the scene, there were two figures standing tall. One was the owner of Rinnegan, Sage of the Sixth Path, and the other was the owner of Byakugan. There was no specific name left behind. Could this person be the true ancestor of Hyuga clan? To be able to be on par with the Sage of the Sixth Path, did Byakugan also hide a power that could rival Rinnegan? Hayashi was not sure. I only hope that it is true. Whether there is hope or not is the most important thing. Hayashi stared at it for a while and sighed deeply. Hyuga clan seemed to have completely lost the confidence to compete for first place and was suppressed by Uchiha clan. As the clan head, he was the one who was the most anxious. After Hoto walked out of the clan head's house, he hesitated for a moment before turning around to look for the branch clan head, Hyuga Hisashi. At this time, Hisashi was training Niji. Niji's young figure was sweating profusely as he sparred with Hisashi. Hoto glanced at Niji, his eyes filled with admiration and regret. No matter how talented Niji was, he was destined to be branded with the caged bird cursed seal. It was truly a pity. Niji, that's it for today. You performed very well. In 2 days, I will bring you to see young miss. You have to use your life to protect her. This is your destiny. Hisashi spoke with a solemn expression. Yes, father. Niji gasped for breath and bowed respectfully. His etiquette was impeccable and made people praise him. Hisashi looked at the young figure of Niji who had left, and his expression was complicated. Thinking carefully, it was really unfair. The main house was born to be in charge of the life and death of the branch house. Young Master Niji's talent is truly astonishing. In a few years, he will become a genius that will attract everyone's attention, Hoto said respectfully. I hope so. Hoto, is there anything? Hisashi said indifferently. Hisashi-sama, it's like this. A conflict with the Uchiha clan? Right now, our Hyuga clan is indeed no match for them. Hisashi sighed, with power level, my brother and I are no match for Fugaku and Kazue. In the new generation, you were suppressed by Shisui, and Itachi also displayed great talent. No matter how one looked at it, the Hyuga clan was already far behind Uchiha clan. On the side of the Hyuga clan, there was no need to talk about the clan head and branch clan head. Hoito and Takuma, these 15 to 16-year-old youngsters, were not worth mentioning when compared to Kazue and Shisui. It was simply an unsolvable problem. We are both Dojutsu bloodline limit users. Is the strength of our clan so much weaker than Uchiha's? They have Mangekyo Sharingan, and we only have Byakugan. Hoito clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Hisashi was silent for a moment, then nodded helplessly. It seemed like that was indeed the case. Above Sharingan was Mangekyo, who also had 3 powerful dojutsu. What did Byakugan have? When Byakugan developed to the limit, it is still Byakugan. Moreover, only the main house could develop Byakugan to the limit. The branch house members who were branded with the caged bird cursed seal would never be able to have a complete Byakugan in this lifetime. Their eyes would become incomplete. This kind of thing. Hoito was filled with unwillingness. He was silent for a long time. He bowed respectfully to Hisashi and turned to leave. Hisashi looked at his back and was speechless. Didn't he know what the Hoito wanted? It was nothing more than the past. Even in the face of Uchiha, the Hyuga clansmen could hold their heads high. Unfortunately, they were destined to not be able to do it. Hyuga clan, our family history is no less than Uchiha clan, but why do we not have stronger eyes? Hisashi was also confused. Subconsciously, he looked in a certain direction. It was Hayashi's residence. As the clan head, Hayashi held all the secrets of the family for thousands of years. Was he also helpless about the current situation? Was Hyuga clan really born inferior to Uchiha clan in terms of bloodline potential? Brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you really resigned to your fate by not doing anything? Hisashi said in a low voice. That night, Hoito, who had paid a visit to the clan head of the main house and the clan head of the branch house, returned empty-handed and walked on the street with an angry face. On both sides of the street were the residences of the Hyuga clan. The position of their clan in Konohagakure's place could be said to be quite superior. Not far away was the bustling commercial street. But so what? Strength brings all of this. Without strength, everything is just clouds of the past. Hateful Yatsushiro, hateful Uchiha. Hoito gritted his teeth. Yatsushiro was one of the team captains in the Konoha military police force. The way he looked at him during the day was one that had never been seen before. Everything was because of the appearance of Mangekyo Sharingan. Hoito's heart was filled with dense anger. He turned around and walked toward the clan's training ground, and began to train Jaken, Gentle Fist. Bang bang bang. One punch after another, seemingly light and harmless fists continuously slapped on a wooden pillar in front of him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how could something like Jaken, Gentle Fist, be able to deal with Susanoo? The more Hoito slapped, the more unwilling he became. When he imagined the scene of using Jaken, Gentle Fist, to pat Susanoo, he felt a chill run down his spine. How stupid was it to use this method? But in their clan, only Jaken, Gentle Fist, could cooperate with Byakugan. Who? Suddenly, Hoito turned around and stared at the forest. In the darkness, there were 2 figures, one big and one small. Father, is this our kin? This guy's eyes seem to be very good. The purity is acceptable. No, Tonari, this pair of eyes can't. This is the eyes that have been sealed. Sealed? Even father can't crack it. Maybe Tensagen can break it by force, but there is no need for that. A mere Byakugan of this level is not worthy of us doing this. The 2 figures were conversing. You are not Hyuga clansmen, nor are you Konoha ninjas. Tell me your identities. Byakugan. Hoito opened up Byakugan's vision, and the figures of these 2 strangers came into view. But their strange chakra made Hoito's heart jump. Very strange chakra, it seems to be slightly different from everyone I've seen. Hoito's brain worked quickly. These 2 guys seemed to know Byakugan very well, and they also know Caged Bird Cursed Seal. But what was Tensagen? Humph, pretending to be a god, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Snapped. Hoito slapped out and a distance of dozens of meters was suddenly bombarded. However, this attack of 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven was defended by an invisible barrier the moment it hit the two people. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, it really is a power that cooperates with Byakugan, but it is a bit weak, which restrains Byakugan's performance. Tonari's father slowly walked out of the shadow, stood under the moonlight, and looked at Hoito. Who the hell are you? Hoito looked at the two people who had no eyes and looked strange. They had grey hair and jade-like accessories on their clothes. They looked familiar. He remembered that the pictures of Sage of the Sixth Path in some stories were like this. My distant relative, I can feel the resentment in your heart. Do you want to pursue greater power? Do you want to further unearth the potential of your pair of Byakugan? Tonari's father laughed in a low voice. Originally, he had only been secretly searching for the pure Byakugan. It seemed that the daughter of the main house clan head was already 3 years old. He had originally planned to observe her, but he did not expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Hyuga Hoito, a person from a branch house, might become a pawn that could be placed into the Hyuga clan. We are not natives of Ninja World, but we are indeed relatives by bloodline. We have the same blood flowing from our bodies. Tonari's father pointed to his eyes. Originally, I should also have a pair of Byakugan. Hoito looked at the two people in front of him in bewilderment. He should have sent a warning to the clan at the first moment and summoned people to deal with these two fellows. But somehow, Hoito suppressed the restlessness in his heart and looked at the two people with a gloomy face. Distant relatives? So what if it's true? Uzumaki and Senju are also distant relatives, but they all died. Hoito said coldly. No, it's not the same. We all have the same eyes, and I have what you need. Tonari's father tried to tempt him. Don't you want to know if Byakugan can become stronger? If Sage of the Six Paths descendants have Mangekyo Sharingan, then our ancestor, Sage of the Six Paths' younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, has nothing left for us. Hoito was bombarded by this top-secret information, and the amount of information was a little big. The Uchiha clan, is Sage of the Six Paths descendant? Is Sharingan related to Rinnegan? The ancestor of the Hyuga clan was Sage of the Six Paths' younger brother, and his name was Otsutsuki Hamura. Hoito's heart was pounding. Tonari's father extended his hand to him. I'm a few hundred years older than you. It's not too much to call you young man. Young man, I will tell you Byakugan's secret. That is the power to rival Rinnegan. At the same time, just as Tonari's father was bewitching the Hoito. En route secret base. Iroha slowly closed his right eye. They really did appear. Those two guys. I have to report to Yuji-sama as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Rashomon. You want to leave after coming? Iroha knelt down on one knee in front of Yuji and reported the relevant information respectfully. Is that so? Those two guys finally took action after a few days of silence. Yuji sat at root base and casually flipped through the secret ninjutsu scroll in his hand. It seemed that he did not pay much attention to these two foreign guests. The secret ninjutsu scroll in his hand was even more attractive to him. The root contained all kinds of ninjutsu that Danzo had collected and mastered for so many years. Even the forbidden ninjutsu in the Book of Seal was mostly copied by Danzo. Just these ninjutsu alone was enough for Yuji to spend a lot of time studying them. Not to mention learning them, in fact, it was unrealistic to learn all of them. Just the forbidden ninjutsu alone, each of them was very difficult to learn. Iroha respectfully said, Sir, do you need me to bring a team of root ninjas to capture them alive? Capture them alive? Yuji smiled and shook his head. Although those two fellows are not very strong, the power they possess is beyond imagination. They are not something you can deal with. Tonari was still a child of 3 or 4 years old. His bloodline was extremely pure. Later, when Tonari protected the people, Urashiki was reluctant to kill Tonari, a pure-blooded person. Instead, he sealed and exiled Tonari who was in the way. It was still uncertain how Tonari's bloodline, the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, was so pure. Was it because of luck that he awakened a pure bloodline in his mother's womb, or because of the purification of the giant Tensagan? However, Tonari had been listed as the target of Yuji's attack. Yuji wanted to get his hands on this guy's pure bloodline. Iroha said, the other party has already made contact with Hyuga Hoito. According to what I saw using Byakugan from afar, Hoito seems to have accepted the other party's invitation. Yuji nodded and glanced at the right eye under Iroha's mask. This Byakugan has not been sealed by the caged bird cursed seal. Iroha, I promised you before that I will find a way to help you completely decipher the caged bird cursed seal. Now, your chance has come. Yuuji suddenly smiled. Iroha knelt down on one knee, expressionless. Yuuji was used to it and directly moved out. Tonari and Tonari's father, the descendants of the Otsutsuki CLA. He must obtain their genes no matter what. Tonari's father successfully roped in Hoito, and a smile appeared on his face. Although this chess piece was just a branch house member, his Byakugan's strength was also limited, but considering that it would take more than 10 years for him to officially unearth the value of this chess piece, it could be considered a win-win situation. We need to find a pair of highly pure Byakugan, Tonari's father replied. I can tell. Hoito looked at the empty eye sockets of the two people, then thought of the word Tensagen, and vaguely thought of something. He sneered, only the main house can possess a highly pure Byakugan. Clan head Hyuga Hayashi should have one. However, Hayashi has a daughter. Perhaps she meets your requirements. Hoito stared at Tonari. He only needed a pair of Byakugan. Was it prepared for this child? Then, Hinata's eyes were suitable. A trace of struggle flashed through Hoito's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by his ambition. It was not like he wanted to kill Hinata. They just needed Hinata's eyes. If he could obtain Tensagen's secret, he could afford to pay such a price. Soon, the three of them began to act in secret, carefully observing the movements of the Hyuga clan. At this time, it was snowing heavily outside. Hinata, who had just finished training, ran out of the house crying. Hayashi-sama. A Hyuga clansman said worriedly. Hayashi's face was cold and full of disappointment. Don't worry about her. Hinata doesn't have the talent of an outstanding ninja. She was just lucky enough to be born in the main house. They were both new in the same generation, but Niji's talent simply crushed Hinata in all aspects. Even his willpower and awareness were far superior to Hinata. Hinata. Why was she born in the main house? She, who had mediocre talent, could she take up the heavy responsibility of leading the Hyuga clan in the future? The more he thought about it, the more disappointed Hayashi became, and he even had the thought of giving birth to another one. Whether it was her understanding of Jaken, gentle fist, or her battle sensitivity, Hinata's performance was not qualified, and her personality was extremely soft. Why did he give birth to such a daughter? Hinata, who ran out of Hyuga's territory, ran wildly in the snowy night, and then fell to the ground with a bang, her whole body buried in the snow. Will why is it like this? Why can Brother Niji easily do something, but I can't do it no matter how hard I try? Hinata cried. A child was lying in the snow, and there was no one in the empty street, as if she was the only one left in the world. The whole world had abandoned her. At this time, Naruto, who was wandering around, was walking crookedly in the snowy night. Anyway, his father was busy with the affairs of the village all day, and he had no mother to take care of him. Humph, sensei will only come at midnight. It's really boring. Naruto held his head and walked in the snow with a frustrated face. There was no one on the street in this kind of ghastly weather. The shops were all closed. Sensei said that I can sleep for 3 or 4 hours a day. More sleep is a waste of time. As Naruto walked, he recalled the teachings that his teacher had taught him. What was Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and what was Uzumaki clan's bloodline? Su-sensei always saying some inexplicable things. Moreover, his father's attitude was also very strange. Ever since that time, he had carelessly opened his eyes and appeared in a strange room full of barrier techniques. Moreover, that night, large black forests appeared outside Konohagakure. Father seems to have a very strange attitude toward Su-sensei. So annoying. Naruto saw that there was a guy crying on the ground in front of him. He ran over and looked at this crybaby. Humph, stupid guy, what do you need to lie here and cry for? Did you run away from home and get lost? Naruto snorted twice. Instinctively, he wanted to be gentle, but another will made him irritated. He thought of the annoying fellow he had once brushed past, that cool look. Hinata looked up with tears in her eyes. The two looked up at each other. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The snowflakes flying all over the sky also seemed to stop in the air. Get up, I'll take you home. Naruto didn't allow any explanation and pulled Hinata up forcefully. However, it was this kind of strong and domineering attitude that shocked the always weak and self-opinionated Hinata. Tears still welled up in Hinata's eyes. At this time, she stared blankly at the little yellow hair in front of her. Where do you live? Naruto asked. Over there, that direction. Hinata pointed. Naruto held Hinata's little hand very well. The two little ones left footprints of different depths on the ground. It seemed that everything was so beautiful. This was a story between a pseudo-overbearing prince and a Byakugan princess. However, there would always be an evil dragon coming out at this time to snatch the princess away. Little brat, I can't let you take her away. With your lowly bloodline, how can you be qualified to touch her? A sinister voice sounded. Swish! A chakra airflow suddenly gushed out, sending Naruto flying, his butt landing on the ground. It hurts. Damned bastard, do you want to fight? A trace of viciousness appeared on Naruto's tender face. He actually dared to hit him. Other than his sensei, this was the first time someone had dared to hit him. Even his father, the Hokage, had never done this before. Tonari's father brought Tonari along and appeared on the streets of Konoha. Little brat, pay attention to your words. It's already merciful of me not to kill you. Tonari's father snorted coldly. He frowned and glanced at Naruto. He immediately turned his attention to the dazed Hinata and revealed a look of admiration. Although I don't have eyes, this feeling cannot be wrong. I didn't expect that the distant relative in the ninja world would actually exist someone like you. Byakugan princess. Tonari's father was overjoyed. The highly pure Byakugan, Princess Byakugan. Even in the Otsutsuki clan, she was an extremely rare existence. In this filthy ninja world, such a pure Byakugan was born? At this moment, Tonari's father suddenly felt a little reluctant. Tonari, this is a highly pure Byakugan. If you can have such a pair of eyes. Tonari's father did not finish speaking. In the distance, Hoito did not dare to approach, afraid of being discovered by Naruto, and only used Byakugan to observe. Damn it, why don't you continue? What would happen if that kid could have eyes like this? Will he be able to upgrade Byakugan to the next stage? Tenseigan. Hoito gritted his teeth. He had obtained few secrets about Tenseigan from these two people, a power comparable to Rinnegan. But, how exactly should he get this kind of eye? Do I only need to transplant a pure Byakugan? Hoito's eyes flashed with a cold light. He thought of the Uchiha clan. There was a bloodline connection between Sharingan and Rinnegan, but Sharingan's advancement was Mangekyo Sharingan, not Rinnegan. Could it be that when Mangekyo Sharingan advances it becomes Rinnegan? The guy who invaded the village had the mysterious Rinnegan. How did he have those eyes? Could it be that he had transplanted the eyes of the Uchiha clan? If he was bold, he first acquired the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and then directly transplant Mangekyo Sharingan. Would he be able to possess Rinnegan like this? No, if that's the case, there should be an advancement in between Byakugan and Tenseigan. Mangekyo Byakugan. Hoito observed anxiously while his brain worked quickly. He was a very smart person. In Hyuga clan, he was a very promising talent. Unfortunately, he was a member of the branch house. In fact, Hoito in the original work had put a lot of effort into the Fourth Ninja World War. The current Hoito was filled with anger that was suppressed by Mangekyo Sharingan. His mind was filled with thoughts of advancing his Byakugan and obtaining the power to suppress everything. The key to breaking the situation was the two direct descendants of Hamura. He could clearly see the joy on Tonari's father's face. Father, could this be? Tonari also looked straight at Hinata. Hinata gave him a feeling of relief. Was he going to dig out this person's eyes? This kind of thing. Damn you guys, watch me teach you guys a lesson. Naruto shouted. With his little temper, he cried out. Humph, it's just a little brat. If you don't want to die, then scram, Tonari's father said coldly. Tonari also gently persuaded, run or you will really die. However, Naruto had already begun to form seals. Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique. Bang! Bang! Two clones appeared. Three figures rushed forward. The moment they hit Tonari's father, the two clones disappeared. Naruto had already rushed to the side and kicked the opponent's calf. This kind of physical strength. Tonari's father lightly exclaimed, then raised his hand and sent Naruto flying. Even if it were just violently using chakra to create airflow, it was enough to completely oppress Naruto. Bang! A flying stone flew toward Tonari's father and was crushed when he raised his hand. Humph, a yellow-haired guy. How embarrassing. Quickly bring the Byakugan back. Sasuke held a few stones in one hand and the other in his pocket. He walked over with a cool face and stood directly beside Naruto and Hinata. "Ah, it's you, smelly guy." Naruto pointed at him and shouted. "Pui, I still think you suck. Pui, Pui, why are you here? Get out of the way. I can deal with them." "Humph, originally I didn't meddle in other people's business, but your performance suck. It's really embarrassing." Sasuke snorted. Itachi and Shisui went to train. He really had nothing to do, so he planned to go out and practice the shuriken throwing. He wanted to perform well and get the praise of his brother, father, and teacher. But he did not expect to encounter such a thing. He originally did not intend to care about it, but an impulse to stick out suddenly emerged in his heart, making him rush out. "Another one." Tonari curiously used his chakra sensing ability to observe Sasuke. "Ah! Big fox, quickly give me your strength." Naruto got up, flustered and exasperated, and once again formed a seal. Kyubai's eyes opened a crack. "Humph, Hamura's descendant? Speaking of which, I really don't know much about Hamura. This old man, Jinchuriki, can't be humiliated like this by you." Kyubai closed his eyes again, but his tail suddenly stretched out, transmitting a large amount of chakra. It clearly felt the darkness in Naruto's heart. What a wonderful hidden personality. Swish! Immediately, a large amount of Kyubai's chakra burst forth from Naruto's body. At that time, Sasuke was shocked. Feeling the powerful chakra surging towards him, he instinctively felt a trace of fear. "Hey, yellow hair, how can you have this kind of strength? Smelly guy, this is my true strength. Quickly move aside and watch me defeat the enemy." Naruto rolled up his sleeves and the color of the 6 whiskers on his face deepened. "This is God Tree's strength? Damn it, this little brat is actually..." Tonari's father revealed a shocked expression. This was the first time he had come into contact with Jinchuriki. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, many Anbu also appeared for the first time, blocking Naruto. "Who is it? Is he the enemy's spy? Take him down. Watch out for Naruto." An Anbu was even more shocked as he held Naruto down, wary of Naruto going berserk. For Naruto to be able to connect with Kyuubi at this age, this kind of ability, he really doesn't know if it's good or bad. "Sorry for the trouble. Tonari, remember that girl. You will use her eyes in the future." Tonari's father shouted in a low voice. He immediately raised his hand and condensed a chakra ball. He shot it out at an astonishing speed. After hitting several Anbu, it took away the lives of the Anbu. The cold corpse fell into the snow. The 3 little ones were scared silly, staring blankly at this bloody scene. After the fear, Naruto's eyes turned red, and even more Kyuubi's chakra surged out. "Bastard, how dare you kill, look at me." Tonari's father raised his hand, directly removing the chakra that emerged from Naruto's body. "This is God Tree's chakra. You are very good to be able to use this kind of power. Tonari, we can go now." Tonari's father stared at Naruto greedily. He raised his hand and was about to knock Hinata out. He only needed to remove Hinata's memory. He did not care about the other 2 children. The chakra ball began to condense. He had already confirmed that Princess Byakugan truly existed, and that was enough. Everything else was not important. Just as the chakra struck out. Kukiyos, Rashomon, summoning, Rashomon. Boom! A huge gate with a demonic face suddenly emerged from the ground and collided with the chakra ball. In this critical moment, it saved the lives of the 3 little ones. "You want to leave after coming? What do you think this place is?" Yuuji appeared at the top of Rashomon and looked down at the 2 foreign guests coldly. Chapter 164, Even if God comes, it will still be defeated. A huge gate with a demonic face appears in the street. There was a dent on the demonic face. It was from the chakra ball. If he didn't block the attack just now, there might be a big problem with this generation of Indra and Asura. "Since you are already here, just stay." Yuuji stood at the top of the Rashomon and looked down at them from above. "Sensei!" Sasuke cried out in surprise and joy. After the surprise, his face immediately revealed a wronged expression. Sasuke pointed at the 2 people. "These 2 guys killed people in the village and even want to kill us." Yuuji nodded calmly. "Got it. They will pay the price." Naruto held Hinata's small hand and took 2 steps back. He looked at the Rashomon in front of him with a shocked face and then looked up at Yuuji who was standing at the top of the huge gate. Naruto then poked Sasuke, Do you know this uncle? He is actually your stinky guy, sensei. Hinata grabbed Naruto's clothes and whispered, wouldn't that be a bad idea? Humph, stupid guy. My sensei is very powerful. Just watch obediently. However, you are really lucky. If not for sensei arriving in time, you would have been killed long ago. Sasuke placed his hands in his pocket and raised his chin proudly. Damn it, I also have a sensei. He is even stronger than him. Naruto muttered in a voice that only he could hear. His pair of eyes stared at Yuuji. He remembered that he seemed to have seen this person before, probably at Ramen Ichiraku? For Tonari and his father, this happened a little suddenly. Tonari's father stared at the huge gate in front of him with his empty eyes. Crap, a very troublesome fellow has arrived. Tonari's father's heart sank. Yuuji said, two outsiders with strange appearances, leave your lives behind. Boom. Yuuji clapped his hands together. Quintuple Rashomon. Another 4 gates with demonic faces emerged from the ground and surround Tonari and his father at the center. Just this huge momentum alone was extremely shocking. On this snowy night, it spread far and wide, alarming countless people. So powerful. The smelly guy's sensei is actually so strong. Naruto looked on in shock and unconsciously clenched his fists. What kind of technique is this, Kokiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique? He created such a terrifying gate in one go. Sasuke proudly boasted, what is this? Watch carefully. This is only the beginning. My sensei is definitely more powerful than your sensei. His attention was mainly focused on Naruto. Hinata? He directly ignored her. She was just a little brat with Byakugan. As long as she was protected, it was enough. There was no need to communicate too much. Swish. Tonari's father suddenly rolled up his sleeves and looked up with a cold expression on his face. In his chakra perception, Yuuji was like a burning furnace. The amount of chakra that was casually dispersed reached an exaggerated degree, simply suffocating. There's no other way. Originally, I was only here to look for a pure Byakugan, but I encountered this kind of thing. Tonari, stand behind me. Tonari's father raised his hand and created several green chakra balls, aiming at Yuuji. A technique that can be activated without forming seals is very rare. Yuuji glanced at it. These chakra balls were similar to Rei's Nan, but their strength was limited. In the original work, Tonari had transplanted Hanabi's pure Byakugan. After possessing Tensagen, he could use Tensagen's chakra mode to create large amounts of green chakra balls, which were more powerful and had many functions. He even created Naruto's Rei's Nan. Compared to that kind of power, the green chakra ball created by Tonari's father was just like that. It was hilarious that it couldn't even break through the Rashomon. Whoosh! Several green trails appeared and quickly struck Yuuji. They moved at an astonishing speed and exploded with a shocking impact. Boom! After the loud noise, Tonari's father was stunned. In his perception field of vision, Yuuji's already terrifying chakra level suddenly rose by a level, and his entire body changed. This kind of attack is really boring. It is useless to me. Yuuji stretched out an arm. This arm directly turned into Godzilla's claw and firmly blocked these chakra balls. Give it back to you. Yuuji suddenly threw it back, causing a huge explosion at the center of the 5-layer Rashomon. Tonari's father hugged Tonari and created a chakra barrier to resist the impact. Yuuji himself had already taken advantage of the opportunity to attack, and his huge claws clawed at his opponent. Rumble. A loud noise. The ground suddenly caved in, and a violent chakra spread out, triggering a small hurricane. However, all of it was blocked by the 5-layer Rashomon, and it didn't cause much harm. I caught you. Yuuji grabbed toward Tonari. His target was only Tonari. If he could obtain the pure-blooded Otsutsuki gene, then it would help him solve many problems. Even if Tonari's pure bloodline was something that relied on the giant Tensagen to continuously purify for more than 10 years in the future, then Tonari would still possess a bloodline that was even closer to Kagaya than Uchiha and Hyuga. The value was still enormous. Get lost, don't touch my son! Tonari's father shouted. He roared crazily and used all his strength to aim his hand at Yuuji's arm. Whoosh! The chakra ball shot out. At the same time, Tonari's father grabbed Tonari and pulled him back. Whoosh! A loud noise was heard. Tonari's father let out a miserable scream. One of his arms had already been torn off, and a large amount of blood shot out. Tisk! a little bit more. I got the bloodline of an old bastard who was useless. Yuuji picked up this arm expressionlessly. His mouth was extremely disgusted but his body was extremely honest. He used a palm without Godzilla to take out a scroll at lightning speed and seal off this arm. In any case, it was still an Otsutsuki bloodline, so he had to keep it well. You bastard, are you coveting the bloodline of our clan? Tonari's father blocked Tonari behind him and roared angrily. Yuuji nodded calmly, of course. Looking at your clothes, are you a descendant of Sage of the Sixth Path? After all, this is a costume in fairy tales. No one in the ninja world would dress like this, because it is easy to be regarded as a lunatic. Bastard with low-level genes in his bones, dirty thoughts, and ugly will, are the characteristics of each of you. Tonari's father held his right arm and quickly stopped the bleeding. He cursed angrily, and his heart couldn't help but feel a burst of panic. Are ninja world's natives all so crazy? Killing people without a word, and even preserving their corpses. He recalled Yuuji's actions of sealing his severed limbs earlier, and it was extremely skilled and swift as if he had practiced it countless times. Sure enough, this world was a failure. Look at the world that the Sage of the Sixth Path created, what kind of crazy creatures lived in it. From the changes in your appearance, you have a close relationship with that lizard creature. I can't let you live. Tonari's father gritted his teeth. Tonari trembled all over, his face full of fear. Father, will we die here? No, Tonari, remember the scene in front of you. Remember these twisted lunatics. This fully shows that this world is morbid and needs to be destroyed. Tonari's father shouted loudly. He suddenly raised his remaining hand and aimed it at the sky. Buzz! A wave of chakra fluctuation surged directly from the earth to the moon. The giant Tensagan, who was originally quiet on the moon, was emitting golden light. At this time, this giant eyeball slightly shook for a moment and echoed with a certain existence. In the middle of the night, a huge and terrifying chakra fluctuation suddenly burst out, and it naturally carried the ability to control gravity, directly acting on an asteroid in outer space. Whoosh! Under the control of the giant Tensagan, the asteroid crashed into the ninja world. The target was Konoha. A terrifying burning rock tore through the night sky, falling at an astonishing speed. Many people noticed this meteor. What's going on? It's very similar to the time in the country of rain. It was a strange meteor that suddenly fell. This trajectory is also very strange. Could it really be some kind of ninjutsu? People are controlling it. After calculation, the location of the fall this time is Country of Fire? Konoha. Ha 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 ha. Many people noticed this meteorite. Although the ninja world's people did not specialize in astronomy, after the Fourth Ninja World War, astronomers and other non-ninja professions would develop little by little. But as long as they were not fools, they would realize that something was wrong. Especially the other villagers, they were gloating and hoped that Konoha would be seriously injured. Go and find out who Konoha has been fighting recently. We have to confirm whether ninjutsu that can control meteorites exists or not. It is best to get it. Many of the village leaders gave orders. At the same time, they were also eagerly looking forward to the result. The previous Kyuubi rampage had caused limited losses to Konoha, only causing them to lose hundreds of ninjas. If this meteorite could severely wound Konoha in one blow, then everything would be wonderful. Konoha. Minato suddenly pushed open the window of the Hokage building and looked up at the sky. The visible light was surging over. Meteorites. Could it be that Sage's eyes attacked Konoha again? Minato's face sank. He had long suspected that Megakura's meteorite impact was caused by Sage's eyes, who had grasped gravity and repulsion. Perhaps, Country of Rain, who had suddenly changed his policy and became extremely isolated, had actually been captured by Sage's eyes. An envoy appeared. Yondaime-sama, we have lost contact with several of our companions who are protecting Naruto. At the edge of the village, someone summoned Quintuple Rashomon. It seems to have trapped someone. Quintuple Rashomon. I understand. It must be Yuuji who is blocking the enemy. I will immediately move out. A look of determination appeared in Minato's eyes. The 5-layer Rashomon was something that even he couldn't easily accomplish. This required him to consume an enormous amount of chakra. Forcibly summoning it would consume too many chakras, directly affecting his combat strength. Only Shiranui Yuuji, who had an astonishing amount of chakra, was able to summon it. With Yuuji here, it will always make people feel at ease. We don't need to worry about the mysterious enemy for the time being. We need to spend time dealing with this meteorite. Minato muttered to himself for a moment, then raised his hand and took out several kunai. He could only do this. Used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to transfer this meteorite to Country of Fire's uninhabited region to reduce the losses to the minimum. Just as the entire Konohagakure was alarmed and 4th Hokage personally move out. Hoito, who was hiding in the forest, also opened Byakugan with a shocked expression. He looked at the sky and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes, this technique to control meteorites. What kind of power is this? Could it be related to Tensagen? Hoito was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Can these distant relatives of his, who also relied on Byakugan, could actually use this technique? That meant that he could also do it. But if this meteorite falls into the village, it will cause huge damage. I think the 4th Hokage can solve it. Hoito frowned and looked at Konohagakure. He was inevitably worried. At this time, Yuuji also looked up. A fiery light from the sky lit up the night sky, burning the snow that was flying all over the sky. How beautiful, you can summon a few more. Yuuji looked at Tonari's father. Tonari's father panted heavily. He had suffered a great deal of damage. You scum of Ninja World, you will taste the consequences of angering a god. Tonari's father growled. God. A trash like you is worthy of being called a god. I am not a god, but I can feel the will of God. Tonari's father revealed a cruel smile. His remaining hand grabbed Tonari, waiting for the impact to arrive. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Feel despair, outsider. The last person who called himself God was the one who had Rinnegan. He would still be defeated when he should be defeated, let alone you. Yuuji was non-committal. Nagato, who did not have a broken leg and had not been slowly drained into a dried corpse by Gedo Mazo, had an absolutely powerful physical strength. He was now the first echelon in the Ninja World base on strength. However, at this level, he was not invincible. At the very least, there was nothing he could do against a space-time ninja like Minato. He could win, but he could not kill him. Not to mention an Otsutsuki who was just borrowing the power of the giant Tensagen to summon meteorites. Only when Tonari grew up would he be able to surpass Nagato, who was of the same age. At that time, Tonari had his own Tensagen. He could activate Tensagen's chakra mode, and at the same time, he could use the giant Tensagen to control hundreds and thousands of meteorites to hit the Ninja World, and he could even control the moon to hit the Ninja World. But now, the giant Tensagen was still not invincible. The moment the meteorite fell, a large amount of dark blue substance immediately gushed out from the surface of Yuuji's body. Otsutsuki fellow, this is my gift to you. Kneel down and look at the miracle. Godzilla mode, complete Godzilla transformation. Atomic breath. Boom. The giant beast roared at the sky and opened its mouth. The blue light that shone from its tail extended all the way to its back and gathered at its head. The giant blue light beam was brewing a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It aimed at the meteor in the sky and suddenly shot out. In the blink of an eye, the falling meteor was hit by atomic breath, and it started to melt. Most of it was melted on the spot. The remaining bit began to spread out in all directions, turning into fine light in the air. In the distance, Hoito looked at the scene in front of him with excitement. As expected of Yuuji-sama. Even in the face of Otsutsuki, he was able to do this. Why is there a piece of gravel coming at me? Rumble. A dull sound of collision rang out, and the pieces of the meteorite that fall easily destroyed a small silent forest. Hoito lay on the ground, charred black, staring at the night sky with a broken face. Chapter 165, Are we also sages' descendants? Just as Minato was about to find an opportunity to throw his kunai, he saw a giant beast destroy the meteorite. Is it Yuuji again? With him here, it will always make people feel at ease. Minato heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and looked in the direction of the giant beast. This kind of ninja could solve the tricky problem no matter what kind of occasion it was. It was really gratifying. At this time, Yuuji returned to his human form. Along with the shattered meteorites in the sky. He looked at Tonari's father and son. These two fellows had already escaped the range of Rashomon's blockade. They directly jumped onto the wooden platform and quickly flew up. Sensei, they want to escape. Watch me stop them, Katon, Gaki no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Suzuki was a clever little brat. He keenly noticed them. After shouting, he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a fireball. Although it was useless, he still spat out a fist-sized fireball. After flying a few meters in the air, it dissipated. Even the clothes of the other party were not touched. Damn it, I let the other party escape. Sasuke had an unwilling look on his face. So powerful. He actually knows how to use ninjutsu. Hinata watched in shock. Naruto also clenched his fists. Speaking of which, he only knew Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, and body techniques now. His teacher had yet to teach him more complicated techniques. What? I also master powerful ninjutsu. Naruto muttered. Yuuji had already attacked the two people, and his entire body rushed out like a sharp arrow. He had only obtained Tonari's father's gene, and he had not obtained Tonari's gene yet. He could not just let it go like this. Rumble. White-hot light suddenly shot out, destroying half of the special platform. The remaining parts also began to burn, but the flames were immediately extinguished. Relying on this thing to be able to go back and forth between the moon and Ninja World at will. Can the physique of Otsutsuki withstand cosmic radiation? This physique, I will accept it. Yuuji suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed at Tonari, who was screaming in horror. Get lost! Tonari's father roared, using his last bit of vitality to call out to the giant Tensagen. A strange repulsive force suddenly descended, pushing Yuuji away. However, a piece of Tonari's flesh was still dug out by Yuuji. It was also at this moment. Rasensen Ch Rinbuk Sans Hiki, Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3. A large amount of yellow light rushed over like lightning. Minato rushed over through the Flying Thunder God formula. Once he released Rei's Nan, he grabbed a precious gap and smashed down the exhausted Tonari father. Run! When you have enough strength, consider the matter of revenge. Tonari's father finally let out a miserable scream, and then died. What a pity! I originally planned to capture you alive, but I didn't expect your body to be so weak. With a light touch, you died. Yuuji lifted the corpse and looked up at the sky. He looked at Tonari's pained and frightened eyes. Minato also landed. He was a little puzzled. It really is these two strange fellows, but why is one of the enemies a child? I'm not sure. Perhaps this child is rather special. Yuuji replied. The next time they met, it was unknown how long it would take. Tonari held the hatred for the ninja world, and now this hatred would be more specific and vivid. At least he had a specific goal to strive for. Would he stare at him, or would he stare at Minato? We lost several of Anbu and only killed this guy. Minato stared at the broken platform that was rising at an astonishing speed and hesitated a little. In the end, he still did not make a move. He still had not figured out the situation yet, but it was a fact that the other party had killed the Anbu. And children and so on. In the end, Tonari still managed to escape. Yuuji glanced at Minato with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He raised his hand and removed the 5-layer Rashomon. Dad! When Naruto saw Minato, he couldn't help but shout and look at Sasuke proudly. He is actually the Hokage's son. So what if he's Hokage's son? Sasuke frowned and then it let go. The two of them were tied anyway. For some reason, when they looked at each other, they felt very unpleasant. Minato glanced at his son and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Yuuji with a solemn gaze. Who exactly are the enemies? He had seen these two people when he was fighting Su. At that time, Su had used the wooden statue to attack these two fellows. A foreigner? A fellow from outside of the ninja world? Yondaime-sama, this is also something I am puzzled about. The enemy is very mysterious and suddenly attacked our companions in the village. I don't know why. Yuuji skillfully sealed the body of Tonari's father and looked at Minato with a sincere face. Minato scratched his head. He knew that Yuuji had clearly set his eyes on the enemy's corpse. Remember to give me a copy of the research results en route. It must be detailed. You are not allowed to hide it privately, Minato reminded. Yuuji had a solemn expression, of course. Yondaime-sama, do you really think that I will keep it a secret? It doesn't exist. Minato thought for a moment and felt that it was true. He immediately nodded in satisfaction. Very soon, the higher UPS of Konoha gathered together. The two advisors indeed asked Yuuji to hand over the enemy's corpse. Konohagakure Intelligence Division is obviously more suitable to study this corpse. Yamanaka's clan is very good at obtaining the memories of the enemy. You should hand this over to the village, suggested Koharu as she turned to Homura. Yuuji calmly sat in his seat and calmly looked at the two people. As the leader of Root, it was reasonable for him to participate in the high-level meeting. He replaced Danzo. If my sensei was still alive, you probably wouldn't have asked him to do this, Yuuji said indifferently. What kind of attitude is this? Even if your sensei is still alive, he wouldn't speak to us in such a tone. The two advisors were very angry, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts at the same time. After all, Yuuji and Danzo were different. Danzo needed their support, but Yuuji did not need it at all. He was even extremely annoyed that the two old men were interfering with root matter. After a few attempts, Yuuji almost cut off their claws. The root under Yuuji's rule was even more impenetrable, and they would not have any opportunity to penetrate or touch them. Root will be fully responsible for the research of the enemy, so there is no need for the two of you to worry. The times have changed, Yuuji replied. He directly stood up, nodded at Minato, and left the venue. Koharu said angrily, Yondaime-sama, look at this guy. He doesn't even care about us. Homura, you really should take care of him. He simply doesn't put us in his eyes. I understand. I will properly reprimand him. Minato casually replied, but secretly pleased in his heart. These two advisors were left behind by the third Hokage. Their desire for power was extremely strong, causing Minato to be unable to do anything. It was extremely terrible. To be able to see Yuuji, a new generation, retort against them. Minato was extremely happy. At the same time, the Hyuga clan was not calm either. The daughter of the main house clan head was attacked by a mysterious enemy and almost died. This news caused the Hyuga clan to explode. Every Hyuga clan members were furious. Even if they were divided, they were still furious at what happened to Hinata. No matter how much the branch house opposed the caged bird cursed seal, they also knew that this was to protect their clan's bloodline. Protecting the main house's direct line of descent was their duty, and it was also an important measure to continue the Hyuga clan. Elder brother, we can't be so passive. We should find fourth Hokage-sama to find out the identity of the enemy. Hyuga Hisashi said angrily. Hayashi glanced at him and did not speak for a moment. Hisashi frowned and said, Brother, is there a problem? Could it be a ninja from the enemy village? Even fourth Hokage-sama does not dare to act rashly. If it's a ninja from the enemy village, things will become simpler. Hayashi calmly sat on the tatami and drank his tea. It was as if no matter what happened, this clan head would not lose his elegance and composure. Even his actions of pouring tea and drinking tea revealed an indescribable noble temperament. This was something that Hisashi could not do. His own daughter, the next generation of the clan, was almost killed, how could he still sit still? Hisashi, this matter is rather complicated. Don't interfere. I will tell you everything I can tell you, but there are some things that I can't say, not because I don't want to. Hayashi said lightly. Hisashi gritted his teeth. He felt a sense of anger that he was an outsider. Is it because I am a branch house member that you refuse to tell me? We are already so distant, just because you are the head of the main house and I am the head of the branch house. Hisashi said angrily. Hayashi placed the teacup on the table and said calmly, ever since the last time you revealed your killing intent toward Hinata, some things have changed. I only used the caged bird curse seal, it was only because of remaining gentleness that this elder brother of yours had for you. Hisashi opened his mouth and fell into a long silence. Killing intent towards Hinata. Indeed, he had such thoughts before. As expected, I still didn't hide it from you. Hisashi revealed a bitter expression. Hayashi had an indifferent expression on his face. Niji's talent, will, and battle awareness have surpassed Hinata in all aspects. There is no doubt about this. But such a genius, because of his birth, is destined to be locked up by caged bird cursed seal. His Byakugan's potential is locked, which is inevitable. Our branch house's fate is like this. The Hyuga clan was far more closed, more conservative and more extreme about bloodline than the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan still has the situation of the main house marrying outsiders. For example, Kazue and Izumi's parents, their mother, Uchiha Hajiki, are from the main house where their father is an outsider. After marriage, their surname will change to Uchiha. This kind of thing will not happen in the Hyuga clan. According to the conservative and extreme xenophobia of this clan, the outsider clan will only pollute the pure and noble Hyuga bloodline. Of course, if they were as strong as Naruto in the original work, and becomes one of the new F2s in the ninja world after the 4th Ninja World War, then everything would not be a problem. No matter how dissatisfied the Hyuga clan was, they had to endure it. Hayashi glanced at his own younger brother. The two of them were born as twins. Hayashi knew that he was only born a few seconds earlier because of good luck, and naturally became the candidate for the main house. There was only one person in the main house of each generation, Hisashi, who was his younger brother, was destined to be locked up by caged bird cursed seal and become a part of the house controlled by the main house. I don't want it to happen again. You may leave. Hayashi said coldly. Hisashi paused and bowed respectfully to Hayashi. They did not look like brothers at all. After Hisashi left, Hayashi, who was sitting quietly, let out a deep sigh. After Yuuji transplanted Byakugan to Iroha, many things have changed. Yuuji's operations in those days made no one in the main house think of it and even opened a whole new door for the people in the branch house. Although letting the branch house destroy the Byakugan by passively activating the caged bird curse seal applied to the brain, it was still impossible to truly get rid of the caged bird curse seal. However, the operation to transplant the main house Byakugan was really too messed up. This way, the branch house would be able to have the main house Byakugan, which did not have its potential locked and no blind spots. This kind of operation was like a nail, nailed into the heart of the branch house, which had already caused the hearts of the people to waver. And the eyes of a child are almost the same size as the eyes of an adult. In theory, an adult can also dig out a child's eyes and transplant them. Hayashi's expression was extremely cold. The growth process of a person was extremely magical, and it was even more magical when it came to the growth of the eyes. Their bones, muscles, and internal organs were all growing. Only their eyes hadn't changed much. When they were young, their eyeballs were still as big as before. When they were an adult, their eyeballs were still as big as before. Because of Yuuji's actions, many things became extremely bad and dangerous. However, I didn't expect that the person who took the opportunity to attack Hinata was not the branch house, but an outsider. Looking at Yondaime-sama's behavior, it seemed that he had some understanding of these two outsiders, but he didn't know much. Hayashi silently recalled the scene he saw with Byakugan. At that time, he had already paid close attention to Hinata's situation and was ready to attack Tonari's father and son at any time. But he did not expect that Yuuji would arrive first to snipe the enemy. Moreover, the appearance of the enemy made Hayashi very uneasy. After a while, Hayashi got up and walked into the clan's secret chamber again. He entered the deepest part of the underground and took out the huge scroll. With a whoosh, it opened. There were two figures drawn on it. This kind of clothing, long sleeves and a long shirt. Theoretically, it is not suitable for combat and work. No one in the ninja world would wear this. Hayashi stared at it. Only the Hyuga clan would wear a similar gown. This was the traditional clothing that the Hyuga clan had inherited from ancient times. However, the special clothing of the enemy still has a megatama hanging on it, just like the two sage in the painting. The enemy has no eyes, but he has an unimaginable interest in Hinata's eyes. This is. The more Hayashi thought about it, the more shocked he became. He stared at the portrait of Sage of the Sixth Path and the figure next to Sage of the Sixth Path. Sage of the Sixth Path's Rinnegan has already appeared. The person next to Sage of the Sixth Path seems to be an ancient existence with Byakugan. Has his descendant also appeared? If it really is Byakugan, then what is the relationship between him and the Hyuga clan? After a long time, Hayashi took a deep breath, closed the scroll, and put the seal again. He solemnly put it back. He seemed to have discovered an extraordinary secret. After walking out of the secret chamber, Hayashi went directly to the hospital and found Hoito, who was being healed. It was said that Hoito was almost hit by a meteor and was injured. Hoito, do you have any special discoveries that you want to tell me? Hayashi stared into Hoito's eyes. Hoito was covered in bandages, his face full of confusion. No, clan head Sama, did something happen? Hayashi looked at him for a while and found that everything was normal. After a moment of silence, he said, "Take good care of yourself." Then he walked out of the hospital. At the moment of walking out, Hayashi suddenly used his Byakugan. Even if he did not look back, he had already covered the entire hospital. His line of sight passed through layers of walls and accurately locked onto Hoito. Hayashi saw that under Hoito's normal behavior, his heart was beating rapidly. There is indeed something wrong with Hoito. What kind of thing made him hide it with the risk of being abandoned by his clan? Hayashi sighed. Do I need to see Yuuji? The dangerous person who inherited Danzo's power. Hayashi was at a loss. Going to see Yuuji meant that their clan had discovered something was wrong, and the signal given was very dangerous. But in fact, even if he went to see him now, Yuuji was not interested in seeing him. Yuuji was dissecting an Otsutsuki's body in root base. Chapter 166, Otsutsuki and Godzilla's Eyes. Root base. Yuuji personally took action and placed Tonari's father on the experimental platform, determined to dissect him. The Otsutsuki clan. Hamura is a native born after the combination of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Ninja World natives. It is essentially a mixed-race child, and passed down to the generation of Tonari's father. Yuuji picked up the scalpel. Hum. Chakra surged and covered the scalpel. Even Yuuji revealed a bit of excitement at this moment. Although he was only a mixed-blood descendant, he had the blood of Otsutsuki. At the very least, in terms of bloodline level, he was far closer to Kagaya than Uchiha and Hyuga. Yuuji did not expect to obtain much power from this corpse, but at the very least, he could solve some of the mysteries of the Otsutsuki clan. Kabuto, are the monitoring instruments ready? Yuuji asked indifferently. On the side, Kabuto, who had grown a little, also checked the instruments with a fanatical look on his face into the body. It's ready, Nii-san. Is this an owner of an ancient bloodline? Kabuto stared at it with interest. Kabuto, who had been carefully trained by Yuuji since childhood, focused his skills on scientific research. Although he was known as one of the three geniuses of Konoha's new generation, in reality, Kabuto was the weakest in terms of strength. In terms of theory and research, he far surpassed Itachi and Yamato. This is the most important experiment. No mistakes are allowed, Yuuji said. He picked up the scalpel and cut open the skin of the corpse. The toughness of the skin is 70% higher than that of a normal person. Just this kind of defense, coupled with matching recovery ability. As Yuuji spoke, he quickly assessed his heart. Not bad, Yuuji was not disappointed. In the Otsutsuki clan, not to mention other abilities, their vitality was absolutely strong, and their self-healing ability was absolutely beyond the imagination of the Ninja World's natives. Just the ability to withstand cosmic radiation was not something that ordinary people could compare with. If a Ninja World person wanted to resist radiation, he had to attach a large amount of chakra to the surface of his body to block the damage from the outside world. This was also a move that the ninjas of other villages in the Third Ninja World War had to do when facing Yuuji. However, the Otsutsuki clan was very different, and their physical fitness was extremely exaggerated. Heart, lungs, blood vessels. The entire dissection process was proceeding in an orderly manner. The corpse in front of him was being peeled open bit by bit, and the mystery of Otsutsuki's mixed blood was continuously presented in front of Yuuji. Even the internal organs were taken off after careful observation and judgment. Even now, his body is still alive. But it seems that it is because of the lack of a core. This activity is losing at an unstable rate. Even if he dies, considering the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a change. Kabuto suddenly said, is it because the other party lost his Byakugan? Yuuji nodded, this branch of Hamura's bloodline, Byakugan is obviously the core of their genes. This involved the relationship between God Tree and Otsutsuki. Many bloodline limits could be considered as a bloodline limit derived from the God Tree, but in fact, Byakugan's bloodline limit was not a bloodline derived from the God Tree. For example, the difference between Rinnegan and Byakugan. Like now, Byakugan was the core of the Otsutsuki clan bloodline limit. Whether it was the descendants of Hamura on the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya who descended on the Ninja World 1,000 years ago, or the Otsutsuki who was nearly killed by Kagaya when he was attacked, or Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. Byakugan was the bloodline limit they naturally possessed. It was not Rinnegan. In that case, Sharingan and Rinnegan mostly came from God Tree. Yuuji looked at the corpse in front of him, then lowered his head to look at a large amount of data compiled, and continued to ponder. With the existence of an omnipotent substance like chakra, it is very reasonable to transplant the genes of a plant like a god tree into an animal like the human, and then show it in a dominant form. The only exception is Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This guy is very strange, his eyes were Byakugan, and this pair of Byakugan not only had the ability to see through but also read the fate of other people. There is Rinnegan in his palm, and the source was unknown. After he swallowed Jinchuriki as a chakra fruit, the 2 Rinnegan in his palm changed color, and the 3rd Rinnegan opened in the middle of his eyebrows. This is very interesting. The Otsutsuki clan sent Kaguya, Ishiki, Momoshiki, Jinchuriki, and Urashiki to different planets to collect chakra. Yuuji tried to recall. Kaguya and Ishiki descended on the ninja world. In these 2 Kaguya seems to be the leader, but Ishiki did not seem to be afraid of Kaguya. Momoshiki, Jinchuriki, and Urashiki were obviously going to harm other planets. This small team of Momoshiki, after noticing that there was a problem with Kaguya and Ishiki team, they hurriedly ran to the ninja world to continue planting trees and take the chakra fruits. Kaguya and Ishiki, who first came to the ninja world, had an accident. Kaguya, who mixed in with the natives of the ninja world, had a change in philosophy. She did not want to see her clan exterminate this planet. Especially after she was pregnant with Hago Romo and Hamura, Kaguya ate the chakra fruit. She did not hesitate to launch a sneak attack and almost beat Ishiki to death. She forced Ishiki to activate Kama and possess an unlucky monk to survive. After that, Kaguya created a large number of white Zetsu and worked hard to accumulate power, preparing to start a war with the Momoshiki. She also told Hago Romo about Momoshiki. Does this mean that the 2 Rinnegan in Momoshiki was because he swallowed the chakra fruits from other planets? But logically speaking, the chakra fruits must be brought back to Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, there is no need for the clan to send them out to plant trees. No, wait, the Rinnegan between the eyebrows should be the result of devouring the chakra fruits. Yuuji recalled the scene of Kaguya, Madara, and Momoshiki opening Rinnegan between their eyebrows. Kaguya ate the chakra fruit, Madara absorbed God Tree, and Momoshiki, who was trying to kill Naruto and Sasuke, was forced to eat his little brother, Jinchuriki. Interesting, is it a fusion of bloodlines? Gene resonance? Or is it a combination of genes like Rinnegan? Yuuji was very interested in this. This thing called God Tree clearly had a connection with Otsutsuki, and this connection directly involves the level of genetic combination. Considering that Sage of the Sixth Path was born after Kaguya ate the chakra fruit, he was born with the bloodline of God Tree and Otsutsuki. In the end, Hago Romo accidentally killed Hamura in a duel and directly evolved his 3 Tomo Sharingan to Rinnegan. Madara used Hashirama's cells and his eternal Mangekyo. Maybe it was also because of Indra's chakra that he opened Rinnegan. And after God Tree was awakened, there was also a Rhine Rinnegan. The power of Hashirama's cells is the weakened version of God Tree, so the Akugan is the Otsutsuki's bloodline limit. Rinnegan is the God Tree's bloodline limit. If Otsutsuki's clansmen want to have Rinnegan, they have to combine it with God Tree's genes. This guess should be closest to the truth. Moreover, from the performance of Nagato, Obito, and Impure World reincarnated Madara, they were able to control the God Tree / Gedo Mazo only with Rinnegan that was dug out from Nagato after putting them on their own bodies. Afterward, it was difficult to control the God Tree whose awakening degree was deepening. As Yuuji dismantled Tonari's father's body, he continued to ponder and ponder. Kabuto seemed to have noticed Yuuji's deep thoughts. Although he was a little confused as to why Yuuji was distracted at such an important moment, he still obediently carried out his task without disturbing him. This is really too interesting. Kabuto, with this corpse in hand, we will save a lot of energy. Yuuji suddenly laughed. A burst of low laughter echoed in the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, dozens of root ninjas were carrying out their guard duty. This level of security was unprecedented, and the entire route was moved because of this experiment. Kabuto looked at Yuuji with a confused expression. It seems that Nii-san is very satisfied with this body. Yes, I am very satisfied. In 2 years, I will tell you the secret information behind the scenes of this world one after another. You will be shocked. Yuuji smiled. He was very happy. As soon as he was happy, his enthusiasm for work skyrocketed. Yuuji immediately tore the corpse into pieces and stored it in the glass container carefully. And this was only the corpse of Tonari's father. What was even more valuable was Tonari's genes. It seems that it will take a period of time to test the complete gene sequence. Yuuji looked at the data in front of him and handed over the follow-up experiment to Kabuto. According to his speculation, no matter how awesome Tonari was and how pure his bloodline was, he was still a mixed blood descendant in theory. The key was still the giant Tensagen. This was an eye that even Hamura had not awakened by himself. Even in the battle of sealing Otsutsuki Kaguya, Hamura had used Byakugan and had never opened the thing called Tensagen. Hey! Just as Yuuji was staring at the corpse parts in front of him, planning something, Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Kabuto, I'll leave this place to you. I'll give you the power to control part of root ninjas. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, Nii-san. Kabuto had a serious expression on his face. Yuuji nodded. He turned around and left the laboratory. After walking outside, he first created a few clones and secretly sneaked underground to kill the white Zetsu who was secretly investigating the situation. Then, his main body left root base and secretly left Konoha, arriving at the forest outside. Come out. I don't like this kind of greeting. Yuuji stood on a tree and said lightly. In front of him, a pitcher plant drilled out of the tree trunk. Oops, I was still discovered by you. Your perception has become stronger and stronger. The strength of copying my ability has also become stronger. As soon as he appeared, White Zetsu began to complain without restraint. This guy had long been dissatisfied with Yuuji, or rather, Su. Regardless of whether it was his movement ability or the way he appeared, it was exactly the same as his. This was very excessive. Take back this meaningless complaint and shut your mouth. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing you off from Black Zetsu and replacing you with a new White Zetsu. Yuuji's voice was flat. White Zetsu's face twitched, and he immediately shut his mouth tightly. Because Yuuji would really find an opportunity to kill him and let other ascend to the throne. Moreover, it was not the first time that he threatened him in this way. Yuuji, get to the point, Black Zetsu. You're the one who wanted to find me, right? The one who claimed to be the embodiment of Madara's will. Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat as he stared straight at Yuuji. He felt a little uneasy as he looked at Yuuji's deep gaze. After a while, he said indifferently, the guy you killed appeared in the country of rain and fought with Pain. If Pain knew that you killed the enemy, he might come to Konoha to find you. You must be mentally prepared. What's the reason? Is it because that Otsutsuki can control the meteorite? Yuuji sneered. Otsutsuki. It seems that you know a lot of information. Black Zetsu's heart suddenly sank. There was even a sense of bewilderment. Just how many secrets did this Yuuji know? It was most likely speculation from the words of Hamura's descendants and myths. As for the possibility of guessing his true identity, it didn't exist. He had never mentioned it to anyone. Although Yuuji's gaze gave him a strange feeling, no matter how much brain power Yuuji had, it was impossible for him to guess his true identity. Humph, little brat Shiranui, just temporarily allow him to live. As long as you could revive my mother, everything would no longer be a problem. They would all be transformed into White Zetsu. As Madara's will, I wonder how much you know about Otsutsuki. These guys seem to live on the moon. Yuuji stared at Black Zetsu. Oh, right. As Kagaya's third son, Black Zetsu is a pure descendant of Otsutsuki. Even if Kagaya created it with her yin chakra, since it is a living being, there should be something like a gene sequence. Yuuji looked at Black Zetsu with increasingly dangerous eyes. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment. The other party has a similar ability to Rinnegan. They possess gravity and repulsion, so Nagato is very concerned about this. He feels that he might have met a descendant of Sage of the Sixth Path, so he has been investigating the whereabouts of Otsutsuki recently. I understand. Then let him come. I am very interested in the Otsutsuki clan. Their corpses are the best research materials, and I will not let them out, Yuuji said. Black Zetsu's eyes turned cold, but he maintained his calm. It's up to you. However, I am also very interested in Otsutsuki's corpse. If you can give it to me, it might be able to enhance our strength and help us achieve our goals. Then we'll talk about it when we really start catching Bijuu. Now, I need this thing even more. Yuuji said. Black Zetsu paused for a moment before slowly merging with the ground with White Zetsu. Shiranui Yuuji, you better remember that Infinite Tsukuyomi is the final target. After saying this, he had already disappeared. Yuuji stood in place for a while before turning around. I have great use for Otsutsuki's corpse. I was thinking of nurturing a special eye. It is suitable to use the body of the Otsutsuki clan to nurture and nourish it. This special eye, Yuuji named it Godzilla's Eye. Chapter 167, Otsutsuki's Heart Transplant. It was dawn. The entire Konoha was talking about the battle that suddenly broke out last night. Especially the huge 5 Rashomon that shook the entire village. Someone invaded the village again. I saw something fly up, but it was defeated by Yuuji-sama. Godzilla transformation again. What level of an enemy could make Yuuji-sama do this? The huge Godzilla appeared again. The last time it appeared, Yuuji fought against Kyuubi and saved the village. Many people who were aware of it later, were also on the move all night, on alert for possible follow-up attacks. The Hyuga clan was not calm. The Uchiha clan was also restless. Bang 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 bang. Yuuji trained Sasuke with a calm expression. The young Sasuke was trying his best to launch an attack. Several punches came one after another, but they were easily blocked by Yuuji with one finger. Too slow. Hurry up. Your body potential is not just at this level. Yuuji said lightly. What a joke. He had injected Naruto's cells into Sasuke's body many times. Although it was only a small amount, it would still have an effect over the years. Sasuke was sweating profusely. He quickly retreated and formed seals with his hands. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke spat out a small fireball the size of a fist. Snapped. With a casual flick of his hand, Yuuji shattered the fireball. To be honest, this was the worst fireball he had ever seen. Last night, Sasuke actually dared to use this move against two Otsutsuki. It was unknown what he was thinking. It was highly likely that, the heart of acting tough was acting up. No matter what, he could not give way in front of this generation of Ashura. Hoo, I'm so tired. Sasuke sat down on the ground, exhausted. Alright, let's take a break. Yuuji nodded, satisfied with Sasuke's performance. Sensei, can I learn more powerful ninjutsu? Sasuke had a face full of expectation. No, you are too young, you need to continue to grow. If you come into contact with dangerous ninjutsu prematurely, it will only destroy your potential. Yuuji shook his head. Why are you in such a hurry to learn powerful ninjutsu? Sasuke was silent for a moment. The yellow-haired guy I came in contact with, last night when he faced the enemy, his body burst out with powerful chakra. Yuuji understood. Kyuubi chakra, normal people will be interested in this thing, but the problem was, only Naruto had this chakra, and it was impossible for the current Sasuke to possess it. Moreover, Sasuke's future was not in the hands of Kyuubi. Let's wait a little longer, Yuuji said. Sasuke lowered his head and quietly sat down to rest. Yuuji walked to the edge of the training ground. Shisui and Itachi, who were sitting quietly and watching the entire training process, were also full of admiration. Itachi whispered, Yuuji-sama, what happened last night? Shisui looked ashamed. Yesterday, I went out with Itachi to practice. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Don't worry about it. It's just that the so-called extraterrestrial visitors are wreaking havoc, it's not a big deal at all. Yuuji casually sat on the ground and sized up Sasuke. It was as if the act of transforming into Godzilla last night and defeating the huge meteorite in one blow was nothing at all. I heard that the country of rain was also attacked by the meteorite. It's unheard of for an enemy who can control the meteorite to almost and Sasuke almost die. Itachi bowed to Yuuji, thank you so much. After all, Sasuke is also my student. It's nothing. Yuuji waved his hand. The enemy came very suddenly, mainly because he has his eyes on Hinata. Hinata. Shisui's eyes focused, and his brain worked quickly. Not only was he trying to figure out what had happened, but he was also trying to figure out the meaning of Yuuji's words. Senpai mentioned Hinata. Is he implying that the enemy is related to Hinata? I have never heard that there are powerful ninjas in other ninja villages who control meteorites. Shisui racked his brains and said, in order to obtain Hyuga's bloodline, he wanted to kidnap Hinata and brainwashed her. By the way, the enemy needs Byakugan, but they don't need her bloodline, because they have Hyuga bloodline themselves. What? Shisui and Itachi were shocked and widened their eyes. Does the enemy only want Byakugan? Simply put, the enemy and the Hyuga clan are distant relatives, similar to the relationship between Uzumaki and Senju. For some reason, they lost their own Byakugan, so they came to the ninja world to steal the eyes of a Hyuga clansman. This is top secret news, not allowed to be spread. Yuuji said casually, raising his head to look at the sky. This news shocked the two people to the point of being dumbstruck. Coming to Ninja World to seize Byakugan. This, an enemy that came from outside of Ninja World. As expected of Yuuji senpai. He even knows this, and he can even make a move in time to stop the enemy's conspiracy. Shisui looked at him with awe. Yuuji glanced at him and shook his head slightly. How is your eye? Is your right eye still so bad? Yes, I still haven't figured out the reason. Shisui covered his right eye with suspicion. Itachi had a strange expression on his face. Shisui's eyes were really hard to describe. He had clearly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had encountered such a thing. He had almost ruined himself. In short, spend as much time as possible to maintain your eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan's curse of blindness, this kind of thing. Yuuji shook his head slightly. The problem of blindness was essentially a problem in chakra and gene levels. In the end, it was only Mangekyo, a pair of defective eyes. Right, Sasuke is very talented. You have to guide him more and let nature take its course. I don't want this guy to be transformed into a strange shape by the two of you. Yuuji looked at Sasuke in the distance, who was getting up and continuing to train. Sasuke, you have Indra and Asura's chakra, so don't be fooled by Shisui and Itachi. Senpai, the clan head. If Fugaku wants to express his gratitude, there is no need. Today's training for Sasuke will end here. I still have some things to deal with at route. Yuuji used the body flicker technique to leave. The cultivation of Itsutsuki's body had to be put on the agenda. After returning to the laboratory, Kabuto, who had not rested for a day and night, was still excitedly analyzing all kinds of data. The Itsutsuki's corpse opened a new door for Kabuto. This was a life level that most of the Ninja World's natives could not reach. No wonder Kabuto was so crazy. Even Yuuji was excited. Yuuji opened his mouth. Iroha. Swish. Iroha knelt on one knee without saying a word. Only his right eye was emitting light at this time. I once promised to get rid of the caged bird cursed seal for you. Now, you can see the light of dawn. Yuuji smiled. A trace of emotion appeared on Iroha's numb face. He respectfully said, "Thank you, my lord. However, this needs to be used on your right eye. You might lose this right eye forever. Please rest assured, my lord. I have already made up my mind." Yuuji stared at Iroha's right eye and nodded slightly. This right eye was the eye of the Hyuga main house member. In terms of purity, it was definitely not comparable to Hinata and Hanabi. To use this eye to evolve into Tensagen, the difficulty level was astonishing. However, Yuuji did not expect to succeed in one go. He only needed to find the right direction. Let's begin, Kabuto. First, let Iroha undergo the transplant operation, Yuuji ordered. Where should we transplant first? Organs, retain a part of Itsutsuki's stem cells, and then transplant the organs to Iroha bit by bit, such as the heart, Yuuji said. Kabuto nodded with a solemn expression. Am I going to conduct human experiments so quickly? Moreover, I was going to directly do it with Iroha. This kind of thing. It seemed that Nii-san could not wait. Iroha-senpai, you and Otsutsuki are related by blood. If I transplant Itsutsuki's organs, the success rate is actually not low. I will do my best to help you. Kabuto had a serious face. Iroha did not say a word and directly lay on the operating table. Sir, if I succeed, can I get rid of the constraints of the caged bird cursed seal? Iroha looked at the ceiling, his voice numb. If the surgery was pushed to the final stage, there is a high chance that it will work. Moreover, I have already studied the caged bird cursed seal technique. Just leave everything to me. Got it. Kabuto began to cut open Iroha's chest and began the transplantation. There was no doubt about the blood relationship between Hamura's descendants and Hyuga clan. As long as they could successfully change their blood, many problems would no longer be a problem. The heart was the important core. If you can successfully adapt and master Itsutsuki's heart, your body will experience a leap, no less than an ordinary person who has mastered the first Hokage cells, Kabuto said. Just like Yamato. Iroha naturally thought of Yamato. As an important assistant of Yuuji en route, Iroha knew many of Akatsuki's secrets. He also knew that Yamato's birth was pure luck. It was also a coincidence that he was chosen by Yuuji-sama after surviving the gene fusion. Could he fuse with the heart of Otsutsuki? Although Iroha did not have much understanding of the Otsutsuki clan, he only knew that they were a group of foreigners who had Byakugan. However, just having Byakugan and not having caged bird cursed seal was enough to make Iroha feel confused and excited. That's right, it can be understood this way. However, if you succeed, you will have more potential than Yamato. Kabuto carefully moved Atsutsuki's heart out of the glass container. Put it aside. Then, he removed Iroha's heart. This was an extremely crazy and complicated process. If even a single blood vessel had a problem, it would cause Iroha to enter a near-death situation. Tap. Yuuji also made his move, setting up all sorts of seals on the ground to maintain Iroha's life. The heart transplant surgery had begun. Yuuji watched closely as Kabuto carefully cut off Iroha's heart. The few medical ninjas around were also busy helping Kabuto. No one had ever done heart transplant surgery before. The best thing was to change the eyes and arm. This kind of operation was unheard of. Blood flowed. Iroha's original heart was dug out. The heart that belonged to Otsutsuki was bigger, stronger, and of a higher bloodline level. Kabuto picked it up and planted it into Iroha's chest. At this time, Yuuji also made his move. He activated the barrier, and the complicated patterns on the ground also began to wiggle at this moment and converged into Iroha's body. A large amount of chakra poured into his body, sealing his chest, and continuously providing vitality. Kabuto calmly carried out the transplantation, and slowly began to stitch up the blood vessels. At this moment, the heart of Atsutsuki's clan was connected to Iroha's body. Atsutsuki's heart is stronger than Iroha's heart at all levels, and it is still active. As long as Iroha Senpai can control this heart, he will initially possess the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. Kabuto pressed his hand on Iroha's chest and began to repair the blood vessels connected with mystical palm. Whether or not it will succeed depends on how he can adapt. With Iroha's mixed blood body, he can carry Atsutsuki's relatively pure heart. The blood vessels began to heal, and even the hole in his chest began to heal bit by bit under mystical palm's power. Then, I will undo the medical barrier. Iroha, don't disappoint me. Yuuji said slowly and then removed the seal. Swish. The vital signs that had lost the support of external forces immediately began to fluctuate violently. Iroha's entire body began to tremble. This Atsutsuki's heart began to madly supply Iroha with blood. The thumping of his heartbeat quickly shook the entire laboratory. Iroha's body, along with every heartbeat, was violently trembling and struggling. The blood vessels all over his body were tight as if all the blood vessels in his body were about to burst open in an instant. Use chakra, Iroha Senpai, use your chakra to control the heart and then comb through this body. Kabuto shouted. Blood continuously spurted out from Iroha's mouth. His hands trembled as he formed seals, using the chakra within his body to try to suppress this change. Obviously, this was still a difficult process. Even though Hyuga and Otsutsuki had the same gene core, Byakugan, in the end, they were still a lot weaker in terms of bloodline level. Hyuga was born after the combination of Hamura's descendants and the Ninja World's natives, while Otsutsuki clan was a descendant left behind by Hamura on the moon. After 1,000 years, these two branches would show signs of separation. It was all because Byakugan, the core of Otsutsuki, was supporting and uniting. Iroha activated Byakugan, and a large number of blue veins appeared around his eyes. At this moment, the Byakugan in his right eye seemed to be about to explode. Everyone watched nervously. Finally, Iroha lay on the operating table and stopped moving. The vital signs in his body were rapidly failing, and the beating of his heart was also rapidly decreasing. The strength of each heartbeat became extremely minute. Yuuji looked at it for a while and sighed helplessly. Looks like it's going to fail. This is only a heart transplant. Without a brain transplant, the entire Otsutsuki body will be transplanted into his body. Iroha can't bear it anymore. Then there is no other way. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Kabuto, step back and bring a dead prisoner back from the prison. I will resurrect Iroha with impure world reincarnation, and then the operation will continue. Chapter 168, Mangekyo Byakugan, Hoito's Ambition. Yuuji made a decision. He wanted to resurrect Iroha with impure world reincarnation and then continue to experiment on Iroha. Like implanting Hashirama cell on Madara's body, Yuuji didn't mind going this route if necessary. Right now, only Iroha was suitable for human experiments. He could not do anything to the Hyuga clan and secretly kidnap Hyuga's clansmen. So, Iroha, you have disappointed me, but it doesn't matter. I will find a way to let you succeed. Yuuji planned to use impure world reincarnation and dig out Iroha's right eye at the same time. At this time. Wait a minute, Yuuji-sama, I think I can still be saved. Iroha said with a soft voice. The vital signs that were constantly declining were now stable at a low level as if they had achieved a balance. Yuuji stopped what he was doing. Kabuto, who was going to pick up a prisoner, also turned around with a surprised look. Did you survive? Well done, Iroha. Yuuji praised and looked at Iroha. Iroha's body was still trembling slightly, trying to adapt to this new organ that was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Every heartbeat seemed to drive his whole body to jump. How do you feel? Kabuto's eyes sparkled. It feels very strange. It feels like there is a powerful power source in my body, and it brings me even stronger power. Iroha opened his right eye and observed his own changes. Every time his heart beat, it would burst forth with more power, pushing forward the flow of blood even faster. If you refine the chakra now, there should be a burst of growth. Has there been any change to Byakugan? Yuuji asked. Byakugan, there is a slight swelling feeling. It seems to have become more active, and the eye power has also increased a bit. Iroha murmured in a low voice. Yuuji pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Next was all kinds of tedious tests. They tested the changes in the body in all directions, as well as the changes in Byakugan. From the physical test to the efficiency of chakra extraction, and finally to Byakugan's long-range vision and perspective observation. All kinds of abilities welcomed a wave of rising. As time went on, Iroha's strength would improve further. What really caught Yuuji's attention was the change in Byakugan. Byakugan's eye power has indeed increased a bit. The test for Byakugan has to be carried out regularly. I want to get the most comprehensive data. After you adapt to this heart, immediately start the transplant of other internal organs, and finally the bone marrow transplant, so that you can have Otsutsuki's blood-making ability. What Yuuji wanted to do was to transform Iroha step by step into an artificial Otsutsuki. After Tonari transplanted Byakugan, he can upgrade Byakugan to Tenseigan. I hope Iroha can also do this. There was a trace of expectation in Yuuji's calm eyes. This Tenseigan was the true supreme bloodline limit of the Otsutsuki clan, unlike Rinnegan who needed to fuse with God Tree's bloodline to possess it. According to Yuuji's own calculations, even the Tenseigan in the Otsutsuki clan should still be an incomparably precious treasure. Kagaya, Ishiki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, Hamura, none of these people had been able to awaken Tenseigan. Momoshiki still had to rely on eating his younger brother to open the third Rinnegan, using the power of the three Rinnegan in his body to match up with the new Ninja World F2, and he himself had not been able to open Tenseigan. Tenseigan. Yuuji looked meaningfully at Iroha's right eye. Could it succeed? He did not expect Iroha to succeed in the end, but at the very least, he had to let him see that this path was feasible. He had to slowly turn Iroha into Otsutsuki. As long as he could continuously increase Byakugan's level, it would be enough. If it was really necessary. This kind of high-purity Byakugan. Yuuji pondered. Iroha, from now on, I allow you to not appear as a root ninja. If you want to, you can use the identity of a Hyuga to walk in the village. Yuuji ordered. Iroha, who was feeling Byakugan, was stunned, and then he nodded expressionlessly. Anyway, there was no difference to him. Moreover, restore the identity of as a Hyuga? What is the meaning of Yuuji-sama doing this? Moreover, transplanting Otsutsuki's organ can improve Byakugan's eye power. Iroha touched his chest. His strong heart was beating. He tried hard to think about whether this was a new mission. Not long after, Iroha slowly took off his mask in front of the mirror. He felt a little strange about his face. Root ninjas did not have the past or the future. They only lived for missions and silently provided nutrients for Konoha. Subconsciously, Iroha focused his gaze on the lines on his forehead. Caged bird cursed seal. He stared for a while, picked up a Konoha forehead protector, and put it on his forehead, covering the shameful and sad mark. After that, Iroha walked out of the secret base with a cold expression on his face. After several years, he once again revealed his face and walked on the streets of Konoha. It had been more than 3 years since the Battle of Kikyo Pass. Konohagakure, which can often see outsiders coming here, was recovering its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under 4th Hokage's rule, this village was developing on a good side, and the loss of power was also recovering quickly. Konohagakure. These ignorant villagers have no idea how precious all of this is. Iroha's expression was indifferent, without any change in his emotions. Wherever he passed, the cold aura emitted from his body made the passers-by shrink back and carefully avoid him. Iroha naturally successfully attracted the attention of some people. This guy is a little strange. He is wearing a Konoha forehead protector and his left eye is closed. Did he lose an eye in the war? And it is Byakugan. I remember now. No wonder he looks familiar. Isn't this guy Iroha? After graduation a few years ago, there has been no news of Iroha. What a cold feeling. This guy is like a piece of ice. I understand now. He has joined Root. Some people of the younger generation immediately rushed over and looked at the person in front of them in surprise. After all, Hyaga's eyes were unique. Iroha, are you Iroha? In school, you are also called a genius. I haven't seen you for a long time. Kurene's eyes lit up and she immediately went up to greet him. Kurene? You are already an excellent ninja. Iroha paused and said with a numb expression. It was clearly congratulations, but there was no warmth in his words. Many people immediately understood and confirmed that this guy had joined Root. Kurene was about to walk over. But Genma appeared at the first moment and stopped her with a solemn face. Don't worry, Kurene. I won't let this guy hurt you. Genma, you are making things difficult for us. Ebisu covered his face. Ibiki glanced at Genma. This guy, I don't know what stimulated him. He tried his best to pick up girls. Although it seems inexplicable many times, he did what we wanted to do but were afraid to do. Kurene was stunned and rebuked. What are you doing? He is Iroha, not an enemy. Besides, didn't you publicly announce a few days ago that you wanted to protect Sister Yujao? Genma frowned and said seriously, Kurene, the first time I saw you, I felt that you were different from other girls. You were more gentle and needed my protection. As for the matter between me and Yujao, I was afraid that you would be angry, so I didn't tell you. I didn't expect you to already know. Genma reached out and grabbed Kurene's small hand. Then, Kurene slapped him to the ground and raised her foot to kick him. Screams filled the entire street, attracting the attention of countless people. Iroha looked at the scene in front of him with an indifferent expression. He did not show any expression. His gaze toward the crowd also revealed a strong sense of distance, as if he was observing some endangered animal. Although I don't quite understand, I saw a male dog make a request to mate with a monkey. However, it was rejected. This is generally the case. After Iroha finished speaking, he raised his foot and left, not having any desire to talk to these people of the same period. You bastard, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to speak or shut your mouth. Have you not learned how to speak in Root for the past few years? Genma stood up with a swollen face, sneered at him, and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Both of them listened to Yuji's orders, and Genma thought that the mission to strengthen the clan was much more important than the mission that Iroha had received. Wait, Genma, he is a ninja of Root. Root ninjas have no feelings. The others' expressions changed slightly, and they were about to stop him. Iroha slowly turned his head. At this moment, his right eye slightly widened, and Byakugan's eye power instantly burst out and landed on Genma. Genma's heart jumped, and his movements suddenly stopped. He helplessly watched Iroha slowly walk away. This guy, Iroha, what exactly is going on? That eye power just now gave me a very uncomfortable feeling. Genma looked at Iroha's back in bewilderment. He was not attacked, nor was he subjected to genjutsu. It was common knowledge that Byakugan could not cast genjutsu like Sharingan. But the pressure that appeared and disappeared in an instant was real. What is going on with this guy? He lost a left eye, but he has an even stronger right eye. Genma was suspicious. Ibiki said lightly, I remember that Yuuji once snatched back a Hyaga clan main house Byakugan from Kirigakura on the battlefield. At that time, this matter became a topic of gossip for a period of time, but it was left unsettled for a long time. There was no more movement from the Hyaga clan, could it be? Everyone was deep in thought. They all remembered. Could it be, that the main house Byakugan had been transplanted onto Iroha? Iroha returned to the Hyaga clan grounds. This attracted the shocked gazes of some Hyaga clansmen. Hey, isn't this guy? That's right, Iroha. A clansman that first to join Root. He actually came back. What's going on? Could he have retired from Root? Don't joke around. How could there be a saying of retirement in a place like Root? Even if Danzo died, the person who took over Root wouldn't be easy to talk to. Some of the clansmen had already reported to Hayashi and the elders of the Hyaga clan. Soon, the entire Hyaga clan was alarmed. It was because Iroha's identity was too special. Not only was he a root ninja and represent Yuuji, but also because his right eye was transplanted with the main house's eye. This has set a precedent for the entire Hyuga clan with an extremely bad nature. Very quickly, Iroha, who had returned home, received an order from the clan to participate in the clan meeting and receive questions from the clan head and elders. Iroha went. Iroha, are you returning this time to carry out a mission? An elder asked directly. If returning to the clan itself is a mission, then it is indeed, Iroha replied indifferently. The branch house head, Hisashi, knelt down with a gentle expression and said, no matter what, you are welcome back. If Yuuji-sama needs our Hyuga clan to cooperate, please tell us. We will help if we can. The higher UPS of the Hyuga clan nodded. If they couldn't beat him, they would lie down. Their Hyuga clan knew the way to survive very well. In the face of others, Hyuga can be conceited, but in the face of Yuuji's extraordinary strength, and he was already a high-level existence in the village, the Hyuga clan was very sensible. Back when Yuuji was only Danzo's student, they didn't dare to push him too far in order to take back the Hyuga main house Byakugan. In the end, they could only compromise and watch as Yuuji transplanted this Byakugan to Iroha. Now, they didn't expect that Yuuji would actually let Iroha go. Everyone, whether it was the branch house or the main house, unconsciously stared at Iroha's right eye. Their expressions were all different. This was a new path that had opened up for the Hyuga clan. The eyes of the main house member had been placed on the members of the branch house. Wait. Hisashi's expression changed. Even more people noticed that something was wrong. The deterrence of this eye, why is it so strong? The original owner of this eye was not talented. It was far from being able to dig out Byakugan's potential, let alone develop it to such an extent. But why was Iroha able to push this eye to such a level? I remember very clearly. A few years ago, when Yuuji brought Iroha to our clan to pressure us, this eye was still very ordinary. Waves of shock rose in many people's hearts. Why was it like this? Just what kind of change had happened to this Byakugan that caused his eye power to rise to this level, surpassing most of the Hyuga's Byakugan? While many people were shocked and longing in their hearts, they felt even more uneasy. If Iroha had done it himself, then it would be even more terrifying. This meant that those with outstanding talent from the branch house would be able to maximize the strength of the main house Byakugan after seizing their Byakugan. Of course, it could also be that Shiranui Yuuji had helped Iroha increase his eye power, but this kind of thing, could even strengthen Byakugan? Just what kind of secret did he grasp? Everyone, if there is nothing else, I will be going back. Let me know when the clan has a mission. Iroha's left eye was tightly closed, and his left eyelid had caved in. The right eye slowly opened, making people frown. He turned and walked out of the meeting room. This kind of rude action, no one was in the mood to blame. His eyes. Did he advance to Mangekyo Byakugan? Hoito, who was guarding outside the venue, looked at Iroha's right eye. His eyes suddenly widened, his body trembled, and he was extremely excited. Jealousy surged out like an explosion, gnawing at his heart. The Otsutsuki was killed by Yuuji, and then Iroha returned to the clan. The eye power of his right eye was increased, and if there was no connection between them, Hoito would gouge out his own eyes. Beyond the eyes of ordinary Byakugan, it is true. Our clan pays too much attention to caged bird cursed seal. Byakugan's potential has been locked down by too many people, and the number of people in the main house is too small, which makes it possible for our clan to break through Byakugan's limit. Hoito thought of the Uchiha clan. This clan did not create a caged bird cursed seal to deal with its own clan. As long as they could open Sharingan, they would be valued. Now, Fugaku and Kazue had broken Sharingan's limit. Is caged bird cursed seal a mistake in itself? Hoito clenched his fists, his breathing rapid, and his eyes filled with ambition. He remembered the conversation he had with the Otsutsuki clansman that day. He knew a lot of secrets. Hoito touched his forehead. There is a high chance that Iroha has not broken through caged bird cursed seal. This technique has bound the Hyuga clan for thousands of years. It is not so easy to break it. But if he can't break it using the root power, how can I get rid of this shackle? Or should I think of a way to get the scroll that records caged bird cursed seal? Chapter 169, Tree Planting, Resurrection. Iroha caused a great shock in the Hyuga clan. Many people from the branch house started to visit and try to communicate with Iroha. What kind of method could make Iroha, a branch house member, increase the eye power of the main house Byakugan? Was there anything else that attracted the attention of the branch house more than this? Even Hyuga Hisashi came to visit one evening. Hisashi-sama, I didn't expect you to come. Iroha invited Hisashi in and said expressionlessly. At the same time, he took off his apron and placed the dishes he had just made on the table. Hisashi's expression was normal. Do you cook for yourself? Yes, as a root ninja, life is also a part of the mission. It is more beneficial to master life skills. Iroha said coldly. Hisashi's eyelids jumped. He was silent for a moment and pretended to be cheerful. Is that so? It must have been hard on you. You must have been very troubled these past 2 days. There are always people looking for you. Fortunately, it's just a group of guys who work hard to suppress the greed and worries in their hearts, but are timid. Iroha sat at the table and began to eat as if no one else was there. He had no intention of preparing a portion for Hisashi. If it were any other Hyuga clansman who dared to do this, they would have long been scolded by the entire clan, not only because they were rude to Hisashi, but also because this kind of behavior itself was not in harmony with the etiquette of the Hyuga clan, and it insulted the demeanor of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi maintained his calm. It seems that you are already prepared, then I will directly ask. Iroha, what exactly is going on with your right eye? Who was the enemy who attacked Hinata that night, and is there a connection between it and the matter of you increasing your eye power? Hisashi said slowly. Iroha slammed the rice bowl on the table and said indifferently, Hisashi-sama, can I understand that you are spying on the secrets of Root? This is not your style of doing things. No, it has nothing to do with Root, but it has something to do with the branch house in Hyuga. You know what I am talking about. A branch house member transplanted Byakugan of the main house and then raised the eye power, which is the significance of the branch house. Hisashi-sama, you are asking about something very dangerous. If I were you, I would not pay too much attention to it. Otherwise, I would really die. Iroha's voice was cold and emotionless. Although Iroha himself had not figured out many things, such as Otsutsuki's distant relatives and Byakugan. However, he knew that what Yuuji had done must be of utmost importance. It was not too prudent to break the caged bird cursed seal alone. If Hisashi insisted on investigating this matter, Iroha could guarantee that Hisashi would end up dying. He would almost disappear and be placed on the operating table at the base. Yuuji intended to use impure world reincarnation to resurrect him and continue his experiments. It was easy to imagine how much Yuuji valued this matter. Hisashi left with all kinds of complicated thoughts. If there is anything you need help with, you can come to me at any time. And I am not doing it for the branch house, but for Niji. Before leaving, Hisashi said to Iroha with a solemn and pleading tone. Iroha looked at Hisashi's back, not saying a word. Beg for mercy. Take the initiative to seek refuge with Yuuji-sama? To actually be able to do this for his son. Hisashi is not a qualified branch house head because he is unable to do his duty, but he is definitely the most qualified father. The branch house head wants to seek refuge with Yuuji-sama. No matter what, I should first tell it Yuuji-sama. After a while, in the dead of night, Iroha put on a mask and planned to go to the secret base of Root. That person is. Iroha opened his right eye, and powerful eye power brought him even more powerful vision. In the distance, Hoito's figure came into view. The two of them activated Byakugan at the same time. The distance between them was very far. The moment when their eyesight meet, Hoito hurriedly closed his Byakugan and turned to leave. Hyuga Hoito. This guy is a genius from the branch house. Is he also monitoring me? Iroha did not comment and went directly to Root base. He reported the relevant situation to Yuuji. Just as I guessed, the Hyuga clan has become restless. This calm and outrageous ancient clan. Yuuji chuckled. No matter how strict Hyuga was, even if the branch house had been enslaved for thousands of years when they saw an opportunity, they would still try their best to seize it. Even Hisashi couldn't sit still. For the sake of Niji, he didn't hesitate to go against the main house. By relying on Root, this was clearly to split up the Hyuga clan. However, it was reasonable. After all, Hisashi had the intention to kill Hinata. He even released his killing intent, which was detected by Hayashi. Caged bird seal, it is really hard to tell whether this thing is good or bad. What do you think, Iroha? Yuuji asked. Iroha said in a low voice, for the clan, it is a good thing. The difficulty of Byakugan opening is far lower than Sharingan. The deterrence of the Hyuga clan is not comparable to the Uchiha clan. The caged bird seal controls most of the clansmen and protects the bloodline. But for a person, it is the most terrible shackle. But as long as this is beneficial to Yuuji-sama, it is useful. Yuuji nodded, his face full of praise. After a period of time, you will undergo the next phase of the transplant operation. You will become a member of the Otsutsuki clan step by step. I will give you what you want. Yuuji smiled faintly. Iroha still didn't know anything about the Otsutsuki clan and didn't know anything about Tensagan. Then, Iroha reported the movements of the Hyuga's clansmen in detail and mentioned Hoito. Hoito. Yuuji remembered this name in his heart. But in the end, he was only a branch house genius, temporarily unable to produce any value that could make Yuuji's eyes light up, so he temporarily shelved it. Iroha withdrew. As a nail, he nailed to the Hyuga clan whose heart was wavering. This ancient clan was abruptly pried open by Yuuji, and the blood flowed endlessly. It was just that he didn't know when this gap would explode and detonate this clan. Calculating the time, Yuuji's expression changed slightly. It was time to train Naruto. Su went online. In Naruto's room, Su's figure slowly emerged. Well, you actually didn't sleep. It seems that you finally woke up. Sleeping is a waste of time. You don't need to sleep. Su praised. Sleep? As the child of the prophecy, why are you sleeping like a chicken? Uzumaki plus Kyuubi Jinchuriki. This kind of combination that greatly increases physical strength and energy, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? Naruto solemnly sat on the bed and looked at Su. Sensei, I have decided. I also want to learn powerful ninjutsu. Oh, why do you have such thoughts? Because that smelly guy can spit fire. No matter what, I have to learn how to spray water. Naruto said righteously. Smelly guy? Sasuke? You were actually stimulated by him. Su nodded slightly. These two guys have been fighting each other for 1,000 years, and they were still fighting. Sometimes, he would seriously think that Naruto was Asura or Asura was Naruto. Naruto was covered and corrected by Asura chakra when he was in his mother's womb, and his character was already doomed. This kind of Naruto, was it Naruto or Asura? It should be that Asura had more, and many things were simply doomed. When the first generation Asura fought the first generation because of Indra for the first time in history, he used the true several thousand hands technique and defeated Indra's complete body Susanoo. He was also the first person that uses a technique like Raise Nan. He was also the first to use chakra to create a chakra arm. This was similar to Naruto's chakra arm used under Nine Tails chakra mode. Most of the time, it was simply a cycle of fate. If not for Rinnegan, Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya appearing at this time, Naruto and Sasuke's fate wouldn't be any different. This kind of competition is really interesting, Su said in a low voice. That's right, that's right. Sensei, you have to teach me the most powerful ninjutsu. Didn't you see the scene of Sasuke showing off his sensei? It seems to be called something Shiranui Yuuji. Humph, although he is also very powerful, I feel that it is just that. I just need to work hard to surpass him. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. The aura on Su's body suddenly sank a little, is that so? Do you really think so? Naruto. Of course. Alright, I will teach you how to cheat. No, how to practice. Su directly took Naruto and left the residence. Minato, who was in the next room, was slightly aware of this, but his eyes only opened a little, and then he closed them and continued to sleep. The first Hokage is really careful. He is so good to my son. Minato thought. He fell asleep. In the black forest outside the village. Is this forest created by Sensei? I heard it from my father. Naruto was a bit excited. Su looked at him, don't worry about these details. Naruto, since you want to learn powerful ninjutsu, I will teach you powerful ninjutsu. Is it planting trees? I want to learn this. Planting trees. Naruto shouted and pointed at the black forest in front of him. At this time, Naruto was less gloomy than Indra and more sunny and heartless than Asura. Naruto seemed to be emitting light. Su only felt that his eyes were burning. His body moved slightly, and his black robe swung, slapping Naruto's body. A large number of Sasuke's cells were thrown in. Naruto, do your best to create chakra, Su ordered. Naruto had a face full of question marks, but he still did as he was told. Soon, along with the creation of more chakra, the inexplicable sunlight that appeared and spread on Naruto's body immediately disappeared a little. Su nodded in satisfaction. That's right, going to the sun, Naruto is Naruto, not Asura. No matter what he became, he could not let him continue to become Asura. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to do all of this. The plan to transform Naruto still had to be pushed forward steadily. I just don't know when the old man six paths need a thug, how will he divide the yin and yang release? Naruto, you can't learn planting trees. At least not now. Maybe in the future, but it is not like my tree. Su's voice was low. Planting trees Naruto didn't have would release bloodline limit, so he definitely couldn't plant the first Hokage tree, so he could only plant Otsutsuki's god tree. God tree had a close relationship with the Otsutsuki clan, and only the possessor of Otsutsuki's bloodline could plant it. Others couldn't control the god tree to devour the energy of the entire planet. Naruto, you are born with the ability to control others' chakra. This is your strongest ability, and there is no one else. Coincidentally, there is a big guy in your body. If you control it well, you might be able to achieve the goal of planting trees. Su said in a low voice. Naruto subconsciously touched his stomach. He was deep in thought. Big fox? This guy has a bad temper, but he treats me pretty well. Naruto laughed. In his stomach, Kyuubi also laughed. Kyuubi's vicious gaze passed through the cage and stared into the depths of the sewer. A blurry and dark figure was formed from Naruto's dark side. At this time, it became even heavier. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, Kyuubi was in a good mood, and even his attitude toward Naruto became closer. As long as you are a villain, then we are on the same side. This was what Kyuubi thought. Naruto, I will teach you how to master Kyuubi's chakra. First, start from controlling chakra, then Bijuu's cloak. Su said in a low voice. The night passed. At dawn, Naruto ran back home. Kyuubi mode. After practicing this, I can learn how to grow trees. The big fox is still easy to talk to, but it is a bit fierce. Naruto was elated. This way, it wouldn't be long before he could defeat Sasuke. Starting from a new day, even if Naruto didn't sleep, he still felt refreshed. He excitedly went to see Minato, wanting to share this news with his father. However, he missed. Minato had already gone to Hokage building to work. He was a very diligent Hokage. Naruto stood in front of Minato's door for a long time before slowly leaving. Hokage building. Oh, so many people have reached the required amount. Minato pondered for a moment. The people in Kakashi's batch had all grown up. Other than Yuuji, Kakashi, and Kazue, who had long become Jonin. The other people in the same period also grew up one after another. In the past few years, they had been constantly doing missions, and their strength and experience were rising rapidly. In that case, it is almost possible to promote this batch of people to Jonin one after another. Minato continuously flipped through the information in his hands, looking at the information of one person after another, and nodded slightly. Soon, Hokage's appointment was issued, and many ninjas in the village knew the news. The ones who paid the most attention to this were undoubtedly the new generation, such as Kurane, Gai, Genma, and the others. They had all been promoted to Takubutsu Jonin, Special Jonin. Damn it, why haven't I been promoted? I'm also very strong. Anko held a bunch of spicy dango in her hand and was somewhat dissatisfied. Why not me? It can't be helped. You are still young, and the number of missions you carry out has not reached the standard. Anko, do you still want to eat dango? I will buy them for you. Genma was very enthusiastic. But Anko turned around and left. She was going to accept more missions. Although she graduated at the same time as Kakashi and the others, she was indeed 2 years younger. Humph, just doing a mission, Anko muttered. She accepted a mission to eliminate a Rouge ninja and immediately set off. No one cared. Even if they knew, they would only think that this was just a very ordinary mission, and nothing would happen. Dangerous Rouge ninjas were not uncommon. But when Anko left Konohagakure, some people had already started to act in secret. First, it was the spies in the village, and they immediately spread the news. Anko has finally left the village. The long wait has paid off. The group of people received the information and looked up coldly. Orochimaru-sama had been asleep for too long. Chapter 170, Orochimaru, Curse Seal Stage 3. Anko herself thought that this was an ordinary mission. Seeing that Kurane, Genma, and the others were appointed by Hokage as Takubutsu Jonin one after another, Anko, who graduated with them, but was younger, was anxious. Humph, although I am younger than them, my strength is not bad at all. Moreover, I am his student. As Anko shuttled through the dense forest, she suddenly thought of someone, and immediately fell silent, revealing a sad expression. She felt an unprecedented sense of peace and affection from that person. Although many people were afraid of that person, Anko was not afraid at all. Because the two of them got along very well. Most of the time, they did not look like a teacher and student. Instead, they looked like father and daughter. Unfortunately, he should not have defected. Anko gritted her teeth and endured the pain that came from the depths of her heart. The complex feelings of hatred and reluctance to part had been entangled with her like a nightmare for many years. Remembering those memories, a relaxed expression appeared on Anko's tense mind. The people who had been waiting for a long time keenly seized this opportunity and began to take action. Swish! Several kunai were thrown over, and the explosive tags that were tied up on them also emitted sizzling sounds as they exploded one after another. Boom! 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 Who? Anko was shocked and quickly dodged. She jumped onto a tree with an ugly expression on her face. It's finally you. Anko, right? Orochimaru-sama's disciple. One figure after another appeared and surrounded Anko. 6 enemies. Who are you? Are you Orochimaru's enemies? Which ninja village are you from? Anko's heart sank. Coming for that man. It was reasonable. After all, sensei, no, it should be Orochimaru. He was extremely cold-blooded toward outsiders and even did not hesitate to use a large number of people to conduct human experiments. Many people wished to kill him 1,000 times. If they found her to vent their anger and hatred, it was not impossible to understand. An enemy sneered and said, "Enemies? He, how can we be enemies with Orochimaru-sama? On the contrary, we are here to save him." Save him? That guy is already dead. He died in the hands of his former subordinates. Senii Tajishu, many hidden shadow snake hands. Swish! Anko took advantage of the time when the other party was speaking to make the first move. She suddenly raised an arm and opened it. A large number of poisonous snakes swarmed out from her sleeve and pounced on these enemies from all directions. At the same time, Anko was also observing these people, trying to analyze more information. Moreover, the crazy talk about saving Orochimaru was clearly a statement that only a group of madmen could say. But Anko still felt a little uneasy. Senii Tajishu, many hidden shadow snake hands. This is Orochimaru-sama's technique. You stood out because of him, so it is only natural for you to make a sacrifice for him. All of the enemies attacked one after another, using all kinds of methods to kill a large number of poisonous snakes. At this time, a short figure slowly walked out from the crowd. A hood covered his face. Use the power of the curse seal, then immediately take down Anko and leave. I won't be able to maintain my rationality for long, the man said in a tender voice. Yes, Yugo-sama. The others trembled, their faces revealing looks of horror. They all activated the curse seals on their bodies. A large number of strange patterns began to spread on their bodies, continuously squirming, corroding more of their body parts. At the same time, it also brought them more powerful strength. What a powerful chakra! I became stronger. A man who can develop this kind of power. No matter what, we must revive Orochimaru-sama. Many of them had fanatical expressions on their faces. Just by activating the curse seal, they could immediately increase their combat strength. Everyone was obsessed with this ability. Yugo slowly raised his head, trying to restrain the killing intent in the depths of his heart. He looked at the people in front of him with a cold gaze. They were just cannon fodder. In essence, they were all experimental subjects that Orochimaru had used to develop and stabilize the curse seals. It was already very rare for them to be able to control the power of the curse seal. As for level 2, which was also the second stage that Orochimaru had secretly called Senjutsu transformation, these people simply did not have the qualifications to activate it. Orochimaru-sama. Yugo muttered in a low voice. Many people who had activated the first stage of the curse seal started to attack Anko with fanatical expressions. Bang! 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 These people have their physical strength, energy, and the amount of chakra they had, all welcomed a wave of explosive growth. Moreover, their bloodthirsty instinct was constantly growing, and it was also driving them to continuously enter a state of madness. At this moment, they continuously screamed and rushed toward Anko from all directions. This is the curse seal. These guys are all people who have grasped a curse seal. They are not Orochimaru's enemies, but his subordinates. Anko's face instantly changed. She looked at these fanatics in front of her with a pale face. When Orochimaru defected, he especially found her and invited her to defect with him, but Anko refused. Orochimaru said a pity while planting a cursed seal on Anko's neck. An intense battle erupted. In the face of these crazy people, Anko could only flee in a sorry state. She constantly summoned a large number of poisonous snakes to confuse them, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, when facing poisonous snakes, these people would only be crazier than poisonous snakes. They would completely resist the poisonous snake biting and rely on their bodies to resist the corrosion of the snake poison, wanting to catch Anko. Trees were smashed one after another, all of them in a mess. Curse seal. Back then, if not for that fellow Yuuji arriving in time and using Fyahin, evil sealing method, to seal the curse seal on my body, I'm afraid I would have become like this too. Anko dodged in a sorry state, and soon a large number of injuries appeared on her body. She looked at these people with a frightened face. Just the chakra of the enemy made her realize that she could not resist. But Anko did not intend to give in. Senii Jashu, hidden shadow snake hands. The poisonous snake drilled out and bit the neck of the person in front of it. However, the other party relied on the natural energy brought by the curse seal to not die immediately. He even grabbed the poisonous snake as if he did not feel any pain and pounced on Anko. Whoosh! Anko used Kunao to cut off the other party's neck. Her figure quickly retreated. This kind of high-intensity physical skill and ninjutsu confrontation had already caused Anko's state to drop to an extremely terrible degree. These guys! Anko gritted her teeth and panted heavily. At this time, Yugo moved. He tore off the clothes on his body, and the surface of his body surged with extremely dense seal patterns. A gurgling sound came from Yugo's mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot with madness. His entire body also began to twist and change as the seal patterns covered it. Not good, Yugo-sama, he. Could it be that he's going to enter the second stage? We have to speed up. If he goes crazy, we don't know how many people we have to sacrifice to calm him down. The expressions of the others changed, and their eyes revealed some fear. Although Yugo was still very young, he was an important experimental subject left behind by Orochimaru and was also the source of the curse seal. Entering the second stage, Yugo refused to recognize his companion just like a bloodthirsty beast. Just that burst of chakra alone would cause them to lose a few people. Many people increased the speed of attacking Anko. Although Anko fought desperately, she was quickly defeated. After exhausting her chakra, she was captured by a group of people. Yugo-sama, we have already succeeded. The most important thing now is to revive Orochimaru-sama. A person shouted while sweating profusely. He. Yugo covered his head and roared like a beast. Natural energy continuously poured into his body, making Yugo suffer great pain. His entire body was almost lost in the mighty power of nature. Natural energy was the sum of countless years of accumulation on the entire earth. It was the accumulation of hundreds of millions of lives from life to death. In the final duel of F2 in Shippuden, Sasuke used six-path, planetary devastation to seal 9 Bijuu and poured all the chakra of 9 Bijuu into his Susanoo, making it break through to an unprecedented level, and its height reached 200 meters. At that time, Sasuke's combat strength was no less than Sage of the Sixth Path. Facing that kind of Sasuke, Naruto relied on half of Kyuubi and the other 8 Bijuu's chakra seeds and Kurama that absorbed almost all the natural energy on the surface of the planet to fight with Sasuke. Logically speaking, Sasuke, who had Rinnegan and 9 Bijuu, was definitely the strongest. No matter how desperate Naruto was, it was impossible for him to fight against this kind of Sasuke. However, he relied on natural energy to pull the disadvantage down. Natural energy was a magical power that truly belonged to Earth. It was a solid measurement of a life planet. Yugo has the ability to absorb natural energy, which was extremely rare in the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to control natural energy. After a long time, Yugo panted heavily with a tired face. Finally, he temporarily suppressed the patterns on his body. Let's go. I sensed that a Konoha patrol team is coming. Let's go to base number 6 and find a way to revive Orochimaru-sama first. Yugo said in a low voice. The group of people carefully carried him on their backs and quickly left with Anko. Before Konoha's ninja arrived, they were already gone. Base number 6. In the dark basement, the candles on the walls were slowly burning. Anko was thrown to the ground with a bang. Anko has already been obtained, the only owner of the cursed seal of heaven. With the cursed seal of heaven, can Orochimaru-sama be revived? This is really incredible. These people stared at Anko greedily. The entire underground base was filled with a strong smell of blood, and a large number of dead bodies could be seen everywhere. Obviously, there had been a terrible massacre here. After knowing that Orochimaru was dead, the people that Orochimaru had secretly imprisoned began to riot and kill each other. The remaining people were the victors. Move aside, while I can still remain calm. Yugo said reluctantly. He walked in front of Anko. First, he summoned a piece of flesh. Yugo grabbed this piece of flesh and pressed it against Anko's neck. What do you want to do? Get lost. And resurrection is simply a fantasy. Anko screamed loudly, her eyes revealing anger and fear. Resurrection. The curse seal that man left on her, saying that it was the last thing he left for her. So it was used for resurrection. Orochimaru-sensei, in your eyes, what is this student of yours, just a tool that can be used? Snapped. Anko was strangled by Yugo. The flesh that stuck to the position of the curse seal. A large amount of energy surged around the area where the flesh was. It seemed to be resonating with the curse seal on Anko's neck. A sinister aura suddenly surged out. This feeling. There is indeed a reaction. Is Orochimaru-sama going to be resurrected? The few remaining vicious experimental subjects showed excitement on their faces. But soon, their expressions froze. Because this kind of response came to an abrupt end. What's going on? Yugo, we only did this kind of risky thing because we believed in you. Don't tell me that it's impossible to succeed. The other people's faces were somewhat ugly, even revealing a dangerous expressions. It failed. This sealing technique forcefully cut off the connection. You guys don't think too highly of yourselves. You just want to revive Orochimaru-sama out of greed for the power of the second stage. Yugo frowned and stared at Anko's neck for a while. Of course, he did not understand the sealing technique and knew nothing about Fyahin, evil sealing method. However, it did not matter. It was impossible to succeed because the amount of energy that was inputted was not enough. Yugo increased the transmission of natural energy, and his body began to change again, toward the out-of-control state. Anko let out a scream. The curse seal on her neck broke through the restraint of Fyahin, evil sealing method. The soul fragment that Orochimaru had been sleeping in the curse seal began to revive on that piece of flesh. As it wriggled quickly, this piece of flesh slowly turned into Orochimaru. At this time, Yugo lost control. He screamed and began to slaughter the taller and more eye-catching guys around him. Because in his instinctive perception, these guys were the most energetic. After these unlucky guys were killed, Yugo stared at Orochimaru with a bloodthirsty gaze. The one who resurrected me is you, Yugo. It seems that the plan went smoothly. Orochimaru was wet all over. The moment he appeared, he let out a low sneer. Die! Yugo roared and rushed over, but Orochimaru pressed him down on the ground. A sealing technique was used to suppress Yugo's change, forcing him to barely return to normal. Orochimaru-sama, have you successfully revived? I have done all your instructions back then. Yugo said tiredly. It's been hard on you. After this resurrection, I have to make a good plan. As for you, has Sage's symptoms deepened again? If I weren't here, you wouldn't have lived for many years. Orochimaru sneered. Yugo was silent. Orochimaru, how did you revive? What is that thing on my neck? Anko lay on the ground, his mind blurry. She gritted her teeth in hatred, and there was a deep sense of grief. Anko, at a time like this, there is no point in thinking about this. The truth is that I have succeeded. Orochimaru raised his hand and knocked Anko unconscious. He looked down at the unconscious Anko, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. This student of his would probably never forgive him in this lifetime, but it did not matter. He would not care about this. Let's go, Yugo. This base is too simple. Let's change to another one. Although I suffered a great loss in that little brat, it gave me some interesting ideas, such as, the Curse Seal Stage 3. Chapter 171, As soon as the old man closed his eyes, he was alive again. Ever since Orochimaru's main body was killed by Yuuji, his soul fragment stayed in Anko's body, silently observing everything. He saw how powerful Yuuji was, and saw the scene of Godzilla and Kyuubi fighting. Combined with the memories of close contact with Godzilla in the spiritual space, this kind of mythical creature was very fascinating to Orochimaru. Although I have overestimated him again and again, I did not expect him to grow to this extent. He really is an amazing junior. Compared to him, I, who is called a genius, can't help but feel ashamed of myself. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The vertical pupils in his eyes seemed to shrink into the shape of a needle, full of greed and urgency. Yugo said, "Our next plan is to let you master stage 3 and then find the person who killed you to take revenge." "No, at least not now. I don't have the ability to kill that guy. Even if I can kill him, I am very reluctant." The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more excited he became. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That kind of incomparably terrifying giant beast was able to suppress most of Bijuu's strength. It was simply even more powerful than Sage of the 3 big unexplored Sage regions. More importantly, the guys of the 3 big unexplored Sage regions relied on natural energy to become stronger, and what did Godzilla rely on? Orochimaru studied curse seals all year round, and when he tried to use living corpse reincarnation, Godzilla devoured his soul with a backhand. That feeling made Orochimaru feel fear and obsession from the bottom of his heart, but at the same time, he confirmed one thing: Godzilla did not have any natural energy. This was too strange. It is not a Bijuu and does not rely on natural energy. Why does Godzilla have that kind of power? I have more crazy speculation. This giant beast might not even have chakra, but it seems to be secretly devouring Bijuu's chakra. Orochimaru let out a low laugh. Yugo looked at him with a face full of worry. He was very worried that after Orochimaru died once, his brain had become abnormal. Godzilla and Yuuji seem to be partners, but I can't confirm what kind of partner state they are in. Am I right, Yuuji-san? Orochimaru formed a seal with both hands and suddenly cast a barrier technique. A light array. A large number of lines suddenly appeared on the ground below Anko. Tisk, have you discovered? You really are a difficult guy, Orochimaru-senpai. A bulge immediately appeared on Anko's body. A large number of cells began to replicate and reproduce crazily, forming Yuuji's figure. Yugo's expression changed as he stood in front of Orochimaru. What are you? You actually grew out of Anko's body. If he didn't rely on the cursed seal of heaven, how did he do it? Calm down, Yugo. This fellow has just been born and is still very weak. However, it will be different in a while. Orochimaru maintained the state of forming hand seals and continuously increased the binding force of a light array. It firmly bound everything. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at the person in front of him greedily. Yuuji-kun, you really left a backup plan on Anko. Did you expect this scene today? Of course, Senpai is known for being a poisonous snake in the ninja world. Before he defected, he deliberately planted a strange curse seal on Anko. Of course, I have to pay more attention to her, so I also learned Senpai's way of doing things. I also planted something on Anko. As the number of cells increased sharply, a large amount of meat squirmed out and condensed into the shape of Yuuji. Yuuji was restrained by a strong seal. He lowered his head and glanced at the seal pattern under his feet, unconcerned. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, although I was killed by you once, it also allowed me to pry into some of your secrets. Let's not talk about the god-like Godzilla, you also piqued my interest. If I'm not wrong, this kind of clone should have secretly transplanted a piece of your flesh on Anko? No, I'm afraid it's even more exaggerated than that. If it were transplanted flesh, then there was no reason for Yugo not to sense it. So, although it is very strange, the truth should be, your cells? You planted cells in Anko's body, and then let the cells reproduce crazily and become your new clone. Orochimaru's eyes burst out with a terrible light. The greed that almost condensed into substance made his emotions a little restless. Is this possible? Let's not talk about the survival of the cells. Just using the proliferation of this small amount of cells to create a clone, this kind of thing. The cells can be divided many times, similar to the first Hokage's cells. Is this also one of your abilities, comparable to the terrifying vitality of the first Hokage? Orochimaru looked at Yuuji with infatuation. as if he was admiring a beautiful piece of art. At this moment, Kazue was completely thrown to the back of his mind. Even 10 Uchiha Kazue could not compare to the current Yuuji. Facing the god-like Godzilla, and Yuuji who could be with Godzilla, the value of others to Orochimaru was rapidly weakening. Looks like I chose the right target when I used the living corpse reincarnation technique on you back then, but I chose the wrong timing and method. Another kind of sage body, not to mention eternal life, it should be very easy to maintain the peak state for 100 years. Orochimaru licked his lips. He, who was always calm, could remain calm even when facing his enemies. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, I really want it. How could there be such a person in this world? It was fine if there was only a powerful mysterious beast in his body, but his body was also comparable to the sage body of the first Hokage. This combination, I really want it. This was simply the most perfect container. Orochimaru-sama, do you need me to take this opportunity to get rid of this guy? Yugo revealed his mutated arm. A large amount of natural energy poured into his body. No, Yugo, it's too late. Orochimaru glanced at the seal under Yuji's feet. Kaka. There were already signs of collapse. Just a barrier technique at the level was unable to restrain Yuji. The speed at which your body becomes stronger is a bit too fast. By relying on the constantly splitting cells to create a body, at the same time using the extra cells to extract chakra. You are really amazing. Orochimaru gradually could not restrain Yuji's increasingly powerful clone. The light array was disintegrating. In at most 10 seconds, you will die. Yuji stood in place, and the accumulated chakra in his body became larger and larger. Although I have just been resurrected, even if your clone is as perfect as the first Hokage wooden clone, it is impossible to kill me. Yugo, let's go. Orochimaru suddenly released his hand, grabbed Yugo, and ruthlessly threw him away. Crack! The barrier was broken. I was delayed by this barrier technique for a bit. Yuji raised his head and took a look. He estimated the combat strength of his clone, and if he wanted to take down Orochimaru, he could barely do it. Right now, Orochimaru only relied on a piece of flesh to barely revive. Before finding a powerful new body, his strength was very weak. Not to mention anything else, just his body that had turned into flesh and blood, the amount of chakra he could extract was pitifully little. Generally speaking, the perfect body that was currently suitable for Orochimaru, other than Yuji, was White Zetsu. His entire body was made from God Tree's cell. In the original work, after Orochimaru was resurrected from the curse seal of heaven and possessed a White Zetsu, he could immediately use impure world reincarnation to control the 4 Hokage. Just the chakra alone was far beyond the past. Yuji, I just revived. I don't want to fight you. Now that you are in charge of Root, why don't we work together? Just like when I cooperated with your sensei, I have a lot of experience in this field of research. Orochimaru kept retreating and said in a low voice. Yuji took a step forward and said lightly, what do you have? Fusing Hashirama's cells with Sharingan? These two things can't attract me. I don't lack this. What about Senjutsu? Is Yuji not interested in natural energy? Orochimaru began to run, fleeing quickly. Yuji walked unhurriedly, looking coldly at Orochimaru's back and slowly forming seals. The power of this clone is limited, but if it slightly compresses its power, it should be able to use that move. Rumble. White-hot light suddenly shot out, creating a long tunnel. The entire underground base began to shake violently, showing signs of collapse. A terrifying high-temperature beam shot toward Orochimaru. It carried a destructive power. Damn it, even if it is just a clone, it can use such a level of forbidden technique? What the hell is going on with this little brat? Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, and he was even a little flustered and exasperated as he fled. This clone was a little too strong. Although the power of this white-hot light was obviously very weak, its scale was much weaker than the complete white-hot light. But this was still a forbidden technique. Orochimaru directly uses the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique by abandoning a layer of flesh and blood and escaping into a sorry state. He turned back to look. The original substitute body had been melted by the high temperature. Yuji, don't force me, or I will be angry. I have the most powerful forbidden technique, and its power is far beyond your limit. Don't force me. Orochimaru was very serious. Feeling the weakness in his body, his face was livid. Yuji carried Anko and rushed all the way. With no expression, he threw Anko to a safe corner and rushed over, intending to kill the unprecedentedly weak Orochimaru in one fell swoop. Forbidden technique? I don't believe that there is any forbidden technique that is stronger than the forbidden technique I have mastered. Moreover, your forbidden technique is nothing more than a poisonous snake-related technique. Summoning a snake sage from Ryokai cave just like Jiraiya? Or become a big snake? Not only did Yuuji not stop, he even sped up the cell division. Even if his entire body began to twist and distort, he would rather destroy this clone and take this opportunity to kill Orochimaru. He did not mind killing Orochimaru a second time. At present, Yuuji was still unable to determine the true difference between the curse seal of heaven and the curse seal of earth. He only knew that Anko and Sasuke in the original work had been imprinted with the curse seal of heaven, and Kimimaro had been imprinted with the curse seal of earth. There was no doubt that Orochimaru could be resurrected in the curse seal of heaven, but whether he could be resurrected in the curse seal of earth would be a question mark. The owners of the curse seal of heaven and curse seal of earth were both regarded by Orochimaru as a vessel for possession, and there was no guarantee that there would be a soul fragment sealed inside. In short, this poisonous snake was really too difficult to kill, but every time he killed it, a part of Orochimaru's soul would be destroyed. If he killed too many, this guy would naturally die. Orochimaru, you will die in my hands for the second time. My clone is not strong enough, but don't forget that I have mastered summoning skill. Yuuji revealed a cold smile, and quickly moved, starting to use ninjutsu. It can't be. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Kochios, Kumonji, summoning, 9 masked beasts. Boom 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 boom. 5 coffins emerged from the ground and were summoned here. 5 different words were engraved on the coffin board. The number actually increased to 5. Orochimaru was alarmed. In the last battle, Yuuji used a summoned beast with wood release power. Just this summoned beast alone had already resisted Manda. Now there were 4 more. What could it be? The first one is wood release, the other 4. Sharingan bloodline limit? Maybe there is Byakugan. Orochimaru's heart was filled with endless coldness, and a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. Could it be that he, one of the Sunin, was going to die twice in the hands of one person? How could this be? Orochimaru-sama, I'm ready. Yugo rushed back in a hurry. His arm transformed into a large blade and chopped down fiercely at the coffin with azure character. However, the next moment, he was sent flying by the coffin lid. He was sent flying back in a sorry state. The current Yugo was still too young. Yuuji, do you know why I revived in this base? When I was alive, I prepared a lot of things here. Let me give you a surprise. Kumonji, 9 masked beasts, is not the strongest summoning skill. My summoning skill is. Orochimaru revealed a ghastly smile on his face. He endured the weakness of this body and suddenly clapped his hands. Kokiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. A coffin instantly appeared. On the coffin board, there was the character darkness engraved. This is. Yuuji's eyes narrowed. It was also a coffin. However, it definitely wasn't Kumonji, 9 masked beasts. Yuuji had used the form of a coffin to carry a few mini version. It was purely temporary housing. A normal Kumonji, 9 masked beasts, technique would be directly summoned after it was used. Now, this Orochimaru. Could it be that this technique is actually? That's right, it's the forbidden technique that second Hokage developed to break through the boundaries of life and death. Impure world reincarnation. Yuuji, enjoy this great gift. You will be grateful to me for being able to reunite with this one. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and laughed. Boom. The coffin lid opened. A figure walked out of the coffin. His entire body was covered in cracks that looked like porcelain. This was the symbol of impure world reincarnation. Dressed in a kimono, he had short black hair and a gloomy face. One eye and the entire right hand were wrapped in bandages. Humph, if my memory is correct, this old man fought a great battle with that Akatsuki guy and was isolated and helpless, but now I am revived. Could it be that this old man is now resurrected by that dangerous forbidden technique? Has that kind of difficult technique been mastered by someone? This person spoke with a cold face, but his voice was clearly filled with surprise. He was Shimura Danzo. Chapter 172, This old man is strong, the showdown is over. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was alive again. Danzo felt that it was very magical. Who exactly was it? He knew that this old man had worked hard and had done everything for Konoha, so he deliberately used impure world reincarnation to resurrect this old man. No, the person who could use this forbidden technique that defied life and death might be an enemy. This person clearly knew that this old man was extremely strong, so he specially revived this old man. It really is you, Orochimaru. You won't die so easily. Danzo slowly raised his head. His ice-cold face twisted slightly, and he saw Orochimaru who was using the technique. After thinking about it, only you can cast this technique. You actually summoned me back to the world of the living and then dealt with my student. Danzo looked at Yuuji expressionlessly. Yuuji scratched his head. Actually, I also didn't expect that the one who came out from impure world reincarnation technique was actually you. This time, I originally planned to kill Orochimaru again. This guy is always staring at me, no matter what, it will be very troublesome. It seems that you understand this impure world reincarnation technique very well, and you are not surprised at all. Right? After this old man died, you should have inherited this old man's position and obtained the ninjutsu that this old man has collected throughout his life. Danzo felt this state of his own, especially the nearly endless amount of chakra in his body, which made him fascinated. At the same time, he quickly assessed the current situation, looking at Yuuji's body size and estimating Yuuji's age. Did he die about 3 years? 3 years was enough for Yuuji to get the position of root leader, and then learn a lot of secret techniques. Orochimaru sneered, Danzo, you should be grateful to me. If I didn't summon you from the Pure Land, you would have really died, forever sleeping in that world. Now that you can return to this world and take a look at this world, shouldn't you be happy? And this body can help you return to the peak. Returning to the peak is too exaggerated. This old man was very strong when I was young. Danzo coldly snorted. In this short period of time, he had more or less adapted to this body. He frowned and said, Orochimaru, what kind of inferior goods did you use to summon this old man? This old man is simply unable to display my strongest strength. Since he was resurrected, Danzo naturally wanted to have the strongest state. He wanted to have the two characteristics of immortality and infinite chakra, and he wanted to get rid of Orochimaru's control. Although this was very difficult, once he succeeded, the benefits would be incomparably astonishing. He would return to Konoha, and then he would have an unlimited lifespan and super strength to realize his ambitions. I didn't expect to fight you. Danzo's eyes looked meaningfully at Yuuji. He desperately hinted. You and I will work together to find a way to get rid of the impure world reincarnation control and regain my freedom. Stop talking nonsense, Danzo. Kill this guy. I need to get his cells. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. According to Orochimaru's speculation, Yuuji's cells were likely to be treasured no less than the cells of the first Hokage. Humph, there's no other way. I never thought that one day I will be controlled by Orochimaru. Yuuji, this old man is going to make his move. You have never seen this old man use his full strength. You must be more careful because this old man is very strong. Danzo immediately revealed his right hand. The first Hokage and Uchiha's bloodline limit are both on this old man. If you are careless, you will be easily killed by this old man. Understood, Danzo-sensei. I will do my best to avoid being killed by you. For a moment, Yuuji didn't know what to say. He could only say this. Swish. Danzo immediately rushed out, his hands forming seals. Phaeton, Shinka, wind release, vacuum wave. Puff. Danzo spat out a few airwaves with a powerful penetrating ability. At this time, all the coffins in front of Yuuji were opened, and 5 mini-version wearing different masks stood in place, indifferently facing the fierce Danzo. Azure, White, Vermilion, Black, and Sky, possess 5 bloodlines, would release, Sharingan, Uzumaki, Byakugan, and Kagaya. So this is Kumonji, 9 masked beasts? I didn't expect that in the 3 years that this old man died, you had already created 5 of this kind of summoned beast. Danzo coldly snorted, full of confidence. Kumonji, 9 masked beasts, was just so-so. Ever since he fought with Sage-I, that Jakusht, animal path, summoned beast was the most terrifying with having the ability to survive and split. No matter how strong Kumonji, 9 masked beasts, was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Sage's eye technique. But reality soon taught Danzo how to behave. Jaken, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, gentle fist, Hakish Kaden. Snapped. The mini version, who possessed Byakugan, stretched out his claws and sent out a large amount of chakra to destroy these vacuum waves. 5 figures rushed toward Denzo from different directions. "Excuse me, sensei. Now you are just a tool used by Orochimaru. It is too dangerous. I have to think of a way to defeat you." Yuuji was very polite. With Cumin J, 9 masked beasts, he controlled the 5 mini version to kill Danzo. "Humph, that's for the best. This old man's current state is too strong. Once we fight, if you don't use that giant beast, you might be killed by this old man." Danzo immediately nodded with a look of deep understanding. Even though this 5 mini version made Danzo very surprised, that was all. Whoosh! 5 mini version rushed over and tore Danzo into pieces on the spot. The mini version, who possessed the Uzumaki bloodline, immediately activated a sealing technique and slapped his claw onto Danzo's body. Whoosh! Many seal lines immediately spread out. So that's how it is. The black character summoned beast is specifically responsible for sealing. It really is a good configuration. These summoned beasts are comparable to an elite team. Danzo commented with a cold face. But you will never be able to defeat this old man like this. Izanagi, activate. One of the 10 eyes on his right hand immediately closed. Danzo's originally broken body disappeared, appearing from another direction, once again rushing toward Yuuji. Izanagi. Sensei, an impure world reincarnated body used a forbidden eye technique to rewrite death. It feels very absurd and boring. Yuuji was speechless for a moment. Although I already expected it, is it true? An impure world reincarnate immortal body used as an agate to avoid death. This kind of thing is really. Now, one of the 10 eyes on Danzo's right arm was closed. The impure world reincarnation technique covered the sacrifice with chakra and DNA, but using the forbidden technique will still cause the symptoms of blindness. Yuuji's expression changed slightly. He remembered that after the impure world reincarnated Itachi used Izanami in the original work, one of his eyes also turned grey. This is very interesting, the eyes of a dead person could also become blind. The immortal body of an impure world reincarnated person could not repair the blindness of Sharingan. Previously, Yuuji had argued that the core of the ninja world's current power system was chakra. Taking Izanagi as an example, this technique could change reality and could erase all unfavorable factors, then restore the damaged body to before it was damaged. But the only thing that could not repair was the lost chakra. To activate Izanagi himself, a certain amount of chakra was needed as a sacrifice. So, the reason why his eyes are blind is because of the permanent loss of chakra in this impure world reincarnate body. Yuuji had always had speculation and judgment of chakra share and authority. In theory, an impure world reincarnated person had infinite chakra, which was itself a dead person, so the source of chakra was very intriguing. Is it refined by using the soul and the sacrifice that houses the soul? No, the level of the sacrifice itself cannot produce such a huge amount of chakra, so the soul itself carries a share of chakra in the world. The proportion and authority of the share increase before death. After returning to the world after death, it can naturally control these chakras. Pure Land, tisk tisk. Rumble. 5 mini version rushed out in succession. Mokuton, Deijuren no Jutsu, would release, Great Forest Technique. The Azure character mini version immediately created a big tree and bound Danzo. The other summoned beast also immediately rushed forward and used Sharingan's Genjutsu and Fuinjutsu to restrain Danzo. The next moment, Danzo once again activated Izanagi to dodge. A series of battles broke out one after another, and Danzo's body was smashed again and again. It was to the extent that even Danzo himself had his brain buzzing. Mokuton, Jubaku S, would release, Tree Bind Flourishing Burial. Danzo's voice was stern, and he activated would release Ninjutsu, which specialized in taking both sides to death. It didn't matter if he couldn't defeat them. All he needed to do was to drag these few summoned beasts to their deaths. In any case, he was immortal. He could also use Izanagi to fix his state. Unfortunately, the Sharingan mini version with Sharingan glared at him with 3 tomo. Danzo was stunned for a moment before being slapped by the Uzumaki mini version with a sealing technique. He was unable to move at all. This old man is so weak. Danzo's expression was ugly. Snapped. A summoned beast took out a long spine from his tail and smashed it on Danzo's head. Danzo was a little doubtful about life. These summoned beasts are too strange. They grasp a precious bloodline limit ability and can cooperate with each other. Their tactics are perfect. It seems that after you inherited my position, you developed something extraordinary. After a few exchanges, Danzo had already figured out the strength of these few summoned beasts. It was very tricky. Even if he couldn't die, he still felt powerless against the battle that was happening in front of him. Bang! Danzo has been smashed into pieces again. In a very short period of time, Danzo had already died several times. Danzo, you put on the right arm that I studied for many years to create. You can only use this kind of strength? This is also a first-rate work of all my achievements. You actually used it like this? You are already too old. Orochimaru was somewhat dissatisfied. When Danzo was still alive, could not be considered a Kage level. He was even crippled in the Second Ninja World War, and his strength fell. He even obtained the first Hokage cells and Sharingan. Can he only exert this kind of strength? As expected, he should not have any expectations for this guy. While controlling Danzo to fight, Orochimaru did his best to stall the 5-mini version. At the same time, under the protection of Yugo, he slowly retreated. A pair of fierce snake eyes stared at Yuuji. He took a step back, and Yuuji took a step forward. Finally, after Danzo was defeated again, Yuuji took advantage of this gap and moved. He brought the wood-release mini version directly to Orochimaru. Orochimaru tried to get Danzo to stop him, but Danzo was surrounded by the other 4 mini version. With a few claws, Danzo shattered again. Damn it, what a useless guy! Orochimaru cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate and ran away with all his strength. In the hands of the same person, he lost twice in a row. If he continued to delay, he might really be killed twice. Yugo, remember this guy's appearance. When you grow up, stay away from him. Orochimaru reminded in a low voice. Yugo's expression was tense. His young and tender face was filled with solemnness, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. In his few experiences, this was the first time he had encountered an enemy like Yuuji. Moreover, it was only a clone, yet he was able to force them into such a sorry state. Yugo said, Orochimaru-sama, when you recover your strength, can you deal with this fellow? With my current strength, I can't do it for the time being. But when I finish perfecting that technique, it's not like I won't have a chance. Orochimaru laughed coldly. He turned his head and looked at Yuuji, who was getting closer and closer, bringing about an even greater sense of oppression. He suddenly clapped his hands. Damn it, when have I ever been in such a sorry state? Not only have I been controlled, but I have also been suppressed in battle. Danzo, who was being beaten up by 4 mini version on the ground, let out an unwilling roar. Even in the face of Sage's eyes, I have never suffered this kind of grievance. The information leak is so powerful that I have no advantage at all. Danzo felt a strong will control his body, forcing him to move. He was swallowed by a coffin and disappeared into the ground. In the next moment, he appeared next to Orochimaru and suddenly drilled out, blocking the path of Yuuji and the Azure mini version. Danzo appeared again. Sensei, Orochimaru escaped. This is your pot. Yuuji sighed. Humph, I don't want to, but there's really nothing I can do. If you really want to save me, think of a way to save me. You can study the impure world reincarnation and cast the technique to revive me. Danzo was also a little annoyed. Orochimaru was like a snake. His lower body was long and stretched like a snake. He dragged Yugo with one hand, his speed ridiculously fast. Yugo was a rare individual who could absorb natural energy. No matter what, he could not give him up, and it also involved stage 3 that Orochimaru had envisioned. Orochimaru's running speed was also top-notch in the ninja world. The next time we meet, I will show you my most powerful forbidden technique. Even if it is the top Bijuu, I am still confident of defeating him. Orochimaru laughed coldly and fled with Yugo. The eyes on Danzo's right arm had already been used up. He only had a Sharingan in his right eye that he could still use. As long as he died again, he would lose the ability to rewrite reality. Whoosh! Danzo's body began to collapse, and his soul rose into the sky. It was as if he had lost his value, and Orochimaru removed the technique. Orochimaru, this bastard! Danzo was furious. His entire body had been forcefully pulled by an invisible force. He was unable to resist and was dragged into the Pure Land. The power of this temporary clone of mine is still too weak. Yuuji raised his head and glanced at it. This Orochimaru fellow was too slippery. He could not kill Orochimaru with just this clone that had been enhanced with a few cells. After a moment of silence, Yuuji turned around and returned. With a calm face, he picked up Anko and left the underground base with her. As they shuttled back and forth, Yuuji found a quiet place, placed Anko on the ground, and waited patiently. But I didn't come for nothing, Yuuji touched his chin. He had obtained Yugo's cells, and he could start to cultivate a person who specialized in receiving natural energy. After a while, Anko woke up and immediately jumped up. She pulled out a kunao and looked at him vigilantly. Yuuji? Why are you here? Ah, I just found something wrong and passed by. If I had been a little late just now, you would have been in trouble. Yuuji replied. Is that so? Wait, where is Orochimaru? That guy is resurrected. He was almost killed by this clone of mine, Yuuji replied calmly. Chapter 173, The New Gameplay of Impure World Reincarnation. Anko felt that she had a terrible nightmare. Orochimaru was dead, Orochimaru was alive again, and he even stuck his tongue out at her. It was too terrifying. Facing such a calm Yuuji, Anko was confused. You said that you are only a clone now, and you almost killed that man. Anko was stunned. Yuuji nodded casually. To put it simply, I had the chance to kill him again, but I didn't expect him to prepare some backhand. Who would have thought that Orochimaru, this bastard, would actually use impure world reincarnation on Danzo? In the original work, after Kabuto and Obito cooperated, they summoned a lot of powerful ninjas who had left their names in history and also summoned a bunch of third-rate cannon fodder ninjas. However, they did not summon Danzo. Even when Obito took away Danzo's corpse in order to retrieve Shisui's right eye, in the end, he did not summon Danzo. It could be imagined how badly they looked at Danzo's strength and felt that reviving this guy was purely a waste of energy. But Orochimaru is different after all. There are so many powerful guys to resurrect, but he chose the most suitable person. Yuuji suddenly chuckled and sighed with emotion. Orochimaru was indeed very cunning and made the most correct choice, one of the best. Although Danzo's combat strength was low, he relied on the 11 Sharingan and Mokuton, Chubaku-s, would release, tree bind flourishing burial, to die together. But, to a certain extent, Danzo was the most suitable to be used to disgust others. With Yuuji and Kumin-J, 9 masked beasts, strength, dealing with ordinary impure world reincarnated enemies, they would be shattered in a few moves. Then, the Uzumaki mini version could directly use a sealing technique and seal the enemy on the spot. The only person who could deal with impure world reincarnation with the highest efficiency was a sealing technique. However, the sealing technique was useless to impure world reincarnate Danzo. This guy could use as an agate to modify the result of the seal. If Yuuji really wanted to seal Danzo, he would have to wait until all 11 of Danzo's Sharingan were blind before he could successfully seal him. This was equivalent to defeating and sealing Danzo, who was in a full chakra state 12 times in a row before succeeding. However, just the consumption of this process could make most of the ninjas collapse on the spot. Don't say anything else, just delaying time and disgusting people. Throughout the whole ninja world, Danzo was the only one. He might not be able to defeat you, but in a certain period of time, you will never be able to defeat him. That guy Orochimaru actually discovered impure world reincarnation's new way of playing. If there are enough Sharingan, doesn't that mean that impure world reincarnated ninjas have many opportunities to avoid being sealed? Yuuji rubbed his chin with a strange expression on his face. If it were the third Raikage and second Mizukage, who had a few pieces of Sharingan to avoid being sealed, coupled with their immortal body and infinite chakra, this kind of combination is simply. Of course, the premise is to learn Izanaga's forbidden technique, but with the talents of these Kage level, it should not be difficult. The more Yuuji thought about it, the more strange his expression became. As a result, his expression made Anko panic and uneasy. He grabbed Yuuji's arm and shook it. Is what you said true? You really defeated Orochimaru? Just relying on a clone? You are already so powerful. No, it's not like that. It's just that the newly resurrected Orochimaru is too weak. Of course, compared to the me who killed Orochimaru a few years ago, I have indeed become stronger now. Yuuji shook his head slightly and checked the condition of Anko's body. He confirmed that she was no longer in danger and was just too weak. He planned to disintegrate himself. This clone of mine is severely exhausted and is on the verge of collapse. Since you are out of danger, there is no need for me to protect you. Return to the village as soon as possible and report to Yondaime-sama. Yuuji removed Kumin-J, 9 masked beasts, summon and let the 5 mini version return to the coffin and burrow into the ground. In front of Anko, his body began to squirm and dissipate. I understand. No matter what, I am very grateful to you. Anko opened her mouth, but she really did not know how to speak beautifully. She could only express her gratitude with a solemn face. Yuuji waved his hand and his figure disappeared. However, he did not disintegrate on the spot. Instead, he went underground for a long time. After confirming that there was no one around, he began to dissipate. The mission of this clone had come to an end. All the memories were transmitted back to Konoha and received by the main body. Oh, as expected, the cells I planted on Anko were activated. Yuuji was cutting potatoes. The originally rhythmic sound of cutting vegetables came to an abrupt end, and an astonished expression appeared on his face. It was a method he had left behind just in case, but he hadn't expected it to really be activated. Are all the other possessors of the curse seal of heaven dead, or is that guy can't be resurrected from the curse seal of earth? And he specially revived Danzo. Yuuji pondered for a moment before continuing to cut the vegetables. Cooking was also one of the few times he could relax. As the leader of Root, Yuuji had to deal with a lot of things, not just the matters of Root itself, such as sending some Root ninjas to carry out secret operations. In addition to secretly communicating with Hyuga Hisashi, sending clones to contact him was obviously not formal. Of course, the most time-consuming thing was learning all kinds of ninjutsu. Yuuji placed the dishes on the table and began to eat with Yamato and Kabuto. The three of them chatted as they eat. Nii-san paused while cutting the vegetables. Did something happen? Kabuto asked. I guess so. I've encountered something very interesting. Kabuto, in the next few years, you have to spend more time on cloning technology. It's best if you can perfect this technology. Yuuji smiled. Kabuto was deep in thought. A cloning technology. A technique that even Nii-san specifically mentioned must be very important. The only one that has successfully cloned is a Aberme Torun, which has been cloned using a Aberme Shikuro as a prototype. Even so, we spent a lot of effort to barely succeed after 37 failures. Kabuto recalled the application process of cloning technology. A few years ago, Danzo died in battle. Not long after Yuuji took over Root, he asked for cloning a Aberme Shikuro. Root was working on this goal, and Kabuto later joined the experiment. Kabuto had a certain understanding of the difficulty of perfecting cloning technology. Do your best and try your best to perfect this technology. If it is necessary, I might come into contact with Orochimaru in exchange for better cloning technology from him. Yuuji said lightly. The cloning technology at Root was originally developed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Isn't that guy? Yamato lowered his voice and exclaimed. I just received news that one of my sleeping clones was activated and fought with the resurrected Orochimaru. So, that poisonous snake has been resurrected. Yuuji said with a smile. He acted casually as if he didn't care about Orochimaru at all. Resurrection. Kabuto's expression changed, and he tried his best to connect the dots. What exactly happened? It actually made Nii-san want to obtain a better cloning technique. A few hours later. Dong. 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 There was a knock on the door. Yuuji-sama, Hokage-sama invites you over. Opening the door, an enbu said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Yuuji packed up and immediately headed for Hokage building. As soon as he entered, he saw the old faces of the two advisors. Yuuji, is what Anko said true? Is Orochimaru really resurrected? Why did your clone appear by Anko's side and fight with Orochimaru? You better not be like your sensei, colluding with Orochimaru behind the village. Koharu and Homura, these two old advisors, were the first to open their mouths. Yuuji had a calm face, and he had already expected the questioning of these two. These two old guys, after Tsunade came to power in the original book, were able to push Tsunade, and it was very clear what they were. Yuuji directly ignored the two people, walked to the middle of the room, and nodded to Minato. Yondaime-sama, it seems that Anko has already reported the relevant situation to the village. Orochimaru has indeed escaped. I almost killed him. The faces of the two advisors who were ignored were extremely ugly, but they also calmed down. They clearly realized that Yuuji would not give them face at all, nor would he give them the possibility of taking an inch. This was very tricky. Minato's expression was extremely solemn. You were able to achieve this with just your clone. Your strength is truly astonishing. How did Orochimaru revive? Is it related to Anko? How much strength does he have left? Curse seal. Yuuji replied, Orochimaru's soul fragment is sealed within the curse seal. Currently, it is still impossible to determine if there are any soul fragments within the curse seal of the others. However, as long as the ninja world has the curse seal carrier that is still alive, there is a possibility that Orochimaru will be revived. As for his strength, it can only be said that it is not comparable to his peak, but with his ability, it is only a matter of time before he completely recovers. Is that so? Minato's expression was very solemn. Orochimaru has a cage-level strength, wisdom, and research ability was all the best. Such a person was too dangerous. Moreover, now that they know of Orochimaru's resurrection method, he actually relies on something like a curse seal. In other words, as long as he wants to, he can use a resurrection method in many human bodies. Even if we kill him many times, we still can't be sure if we can really kill him? Then what if we use a sealing method to directly seal him? Koharu and Homura also turned pale with fright and asked. Yuuji finally looked at them with surprise in his eyes. Sealing Orochimaru is no different from directly killing this Orochimaru. If this Orochimaru is dead, the rest can continue to rely on the curse seal to revive. What's the difference? This uncaring gaze made the two advisors change their expressions. Watch your attitude. You know that's not what we're trying to say. The two people shouted loudly, very dissatisfied. Yuuji was too lazy to pay attention to them. Minato, who had long been tired of these two-third Hokage's relics, could only endure and look at Yuuji. With your ability, is it possible to completely kill Orochimaru? Minato asked. Yuuji thought for a moment and shook his head, no way. Who knows how many curse seals there are in the entire ninja world? Every curse seal could be used for Orochimaru's resurrection. Unless we investigate all of the ninja world's people, there is no way to kill him completely. This was the most difficult part of Orochimaru. His own strength and wisdom were outstanding, and his life-saving ability was so outrageous. At present, unless he checked all of the ninja world's people in a very short period of time and dragged out all the people with curse seals to kill them, it was really impossible to completely kill Orochimaru. Minato fell into a long silence. This kind of life-saving ability. Even Minato, who was the second best in escaping ability in the ninja world, felt helpless. Minato could use the Flying Thunder God to run away at any time, but it was useless to kill Orochimaru on the spot. Yondaime-sama, I suggest that we don't restore the wanted order for Orochimaru now. This is clearly telling the people of other villages that Orochimaru is still alive. Konoha's previous move to revoke the wanted order will only make them laugh. It is better to let Orochimaru go to the other ninja village. Yuuji said. Do you know Orochimaru's next move? No, I don't understand, but I think it's to escape to other countries and build a new base, Yuuji replied. Got it. In the end, Minato still didn't disclose this news. Since it was so difficult to deal with Konoha, he would let the other villages have a headache. However, Minato still planned to bring Orochimaru back to life and pass on the information regarding the curse seal to Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had left Konoha. Yondaime, to be safe, I demand to control Anko immediately. The curse seal on her neck has such an important effect. This is Sandaime's negligence and Yuuji's negligence. Just Fyahin, evil sealing method, is not enough. Anko is Orochimaru's student. We should have controlled her back then and let the Yamanaka clan check her memories. Koharu and Homura immediately made the suggestion. Yuuji, who had pushed open the door and was about to leave, suddenly stopped and looked at the two people in surprise. After a long time, he nodded. That's true. Generally speaking, normal people would think of this. Because you don't understand the curse seal, you can't be 100% sure if the curse seal can revive Orochimaru a second time, but why does it make people feel especially stupid when the same words come from your old mouths? Yuuji left after saying this. Impudent. Simply impudent. Publicly insulting us in this sort of situation. Yondaime, did you see that? This little brat doesn't even have us in his eyes. How could Denzo teach such a student? The two of them exploded. However, Minato only smiled bitterly and comforted them. But he had no intention of calling Yuuji back. This could be considered tacit approval. Well, it was just swearing. It was nothing. It was nothing. Yuuji was too lazy to care about the reactions of the two advisors. He returned home and waited patiently for Anko to come to his door. Curse seal. I got Yugo's blood. It can be considered as having an entry point. I can start now. Yuuji waited calmly. Not long after, Anko came as expected, her face still carrying deep exhaustion. You came to find me because you want me to continue using Fyahin, evil sealing method, to seal your curse seal. No, I hope you can help me destroy this curse seal, please. Anko bowed her head deeply, suppressing the pride and arrogance in her heart, and said respectfully. Chapter 174, Use the downfall of a country as the backdrop for my supreme art. Destroy the curse seal? Yuuji only nodded in understanding. It was normal for Anko to make this request. If anyone knew that there was a soul fragment in their body and that it was a vessel used for resurrection, they would try their best to destroy it. The curse seal is very complicated. It does not only involve the power of the seal itself. I need some time. Yuuji said slowly. The curse seal was created with the help of Yugo's research. It could be used to receive natural energy. Using the curse seal to enter the second stage was equivalent to grasping the inferior sage mode. If he could advance further on the foundation of the second stage, he might be able to reach an infinitely close level of sage mode. Anko lowered her head respectfully, thank you. I've had enough of the seal on my neck, and I don't want to become a tool for that man to resurrect. I can understand your feelings. Yuuji walked over and placed 2 fingers on the seal. A cold feeling spread out, causing Anko's body to slightly tremble for a moment. Yuuji said, without Fyahin, evil sealing method, restriction, this curse seal can easily lose control. As long as you use chakra, the curse seal will be activated, forcing you to enter stage 1. Stage 1. Anko was confused. In the next moment, Yuuji had already used chakra to stimulate the curse seal. Ah! After Anko let out a miserable scream, the 3 megatamas on his neck began to emit a burning sensation and began to spread strange lines at the first moment. Natural energy was constantly being pulled by the curse seal and converted into chakra, strengthening Anko's strength. At the same time, it also greatly increased Anko's physical quality. Strength, speed, chakra, nerve reflex, and self-healing ability, were all rapidly rising. Converting natural energy into chakra, this kind of thing. Yuuji lowered his head and looked at Anko, who was struggling in pain. He did not immediately save her. Instead, he calmly stood in place and observed Anko's state. He still could not sense the natural energy, so he could only observe it through Anko's state. It had to be said that from a poor sage mode's point of view, the curse seal was indeed an amazing invention. Although there was a high mortality rate and there were very few hosts who could enter the stage 2, but it was still a great innovation. The curse seal broke the high threshold of sage mode practice, allowing ordinary ninjas to have a chance to touch the natural energy. This is equivalent to cutting a hole in the human body specifically for natural energy. It is very difficult to heal this wound. Yuuji seemed to be deep in thought. He raised his hand and used Fyahin, evil sealing method, to seal the curse seal on Anko's neck again, relieving Anko's pain. Anko, this should be the first time you used the curse seal, right? How does it feel to be in the first stage? Are you really willing to destroy this thing? Yuuji laughed softly. Anko was covered in sweat. She stood up with a tired face and felt her physical condition in bewilderment. She recalled the feeling just now. Is this the usage of the curse seal? Stage 1? And natural energy? I don't understand at all. Anko was confused. However, there was still a trace of nostalgia. After opening the curse seal just now, the power that was constantly emerging seems to give her a clearer perception of the whole world. Few people could refuse the feeling of suddenly becoming stronger. I still want to destroy the curse seal. This was given to me by that man. It is not the power that truly belongs to me. Anko hardened her heart. I understand. In this period of time, leave your body to me. Yuuji had a faint idea. We still need to use Kazue's power for this matter. Yuuji brought Anko back to Root Base. At this time, Root ninjas came forward and handed over a piece of confidential information to Yuuji. Oh, something happened to Country of Sound? Some spies that were lying in ambush were missing. A look of surprise appeared on Yuuji's face. This was interesting. Country of Sound, the country where Orochimaru would build a base in the future, was a small country in the north of Konoha. Ever since Yuuji took over Root, he had been wise and sent a few Root ninjas to infiltrate Country of Sound as spies to prepare for the future. Anyway, it was just a few pieces. Yuuji did not expect these pieces to be of great use, but he needed to ensure that there were pieces when he needed to use them. The time is not right. It can't be Orochimaru. It's good enough if that guy can cross the border of Country of Fire now. Yuuji pondered for a moment, and his face showed a puzzled look. Who would make a move on Country of Sound, a small country with no sense of existence? After thinking for a while, Yuuji went directly to find Minato and reported this news to him. Minato also did not ask why Yuuji sent root ninjas to lurk in such a small country. After thinking for a while, he decided to send a small team to investigate the situation. The north of Country of Sound is close to the sea, the south is Country of Fire, and the east and west are small countries. It is reasonable to say that no one will be interested in this place. But just in case, we still have to investigate it. Maybe it is Kumigakure's conspiracy. Minato made the decision. This was also the result that Yuuji wanted. Minato knew very well that since Yuuji had come to report, he intended to act in the name of the village. Otherwise, he could completely suppress this news or secretly act with the power of root. Yuuji said, "Yes, in the current Great Country Ninja Village, only Kumigakure is still fighting with us. There are also constant conflicts on the border. Against this group of people, no matter how vigilant we are, it is not excessive." On the surface, Kumigakure was now the Ninja World's second strongest village. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha had Minato, Yuuji, Fugaku, Shibi, and Kazue than the original work, the current Kumigakure should be the Ninja World's first strongest ninja village. Moreover, Kumigakure had always been a fighting village, had a fierce personality, and refused to compromise easily. They were completely qualified to fight against Konoha. Minato began to choose suitable people. "Yandere, Kazue is not suitable to be sent out right now. She and I are about to practice a forbidden technique together, so she can't be sent out." Yuuji suddenly opened his mouth. Minato was stunned and looked at him in surprise. "Really, a forbidden technique that allows you both to practice together must be very difficult." "I understand, pay attention to safety." Minato ordered and sent out Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, Hyuga Hoito, Marino Ibiki, and Mariboshi Kasuke to form a 5-man team and rush to the Country of Sound. Mariboshi Kasuke. Yuuji silently thought about this name. The guy who was known as Konoha's strongest genin actually had strength that surpassed most of jonin. Sending this person out should be the support for Kakashi and other young people. This kind of team was perfect. They have strong attacks and perceptions, there were no shortcomings in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Shisui's right eye is still a big problem. Minato suddenly said in a low voice. He looked at Yuuji, and the two looked at each other speechlessly. The two of them knew why Shisui's right eye had become like this. Using Kota Amatsukami in front of a mirror, this kind of awesome operation was really powerful. Soon, Hokage's order was passed to Kakashi and the others by Anbu. When these people received the order, no matter what they were busy with, they put down what they were doing and participated in this mission. "Damn it, why did you find me? I still have a lot of things to do." Hyuga Hoito was the most dissatisfied one. Ever since he came into contact with the Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon and learned of Tensagen's secret, he did not want to waste any time on other matters. Moreover, the target of the mission was a small coastal country in the north. Couldn't they just send someone over, but they had to choose him? "Damn it, this is Hokage's order. I just found some signs, and I am about to be interrupted." On the surface, Hoito calmly took the order scroll from Anbu, and as soon as he closed the door, he showed an impatient expression. Regarding Byakugan's method of advancement, Hoito combined the current information and could think was to transplant a Byakugan in his clan. Those distant relatives Otsutsuki who came down from the moon did not have Byakugan. They seemed to show an unimaginable interest in Hinata. Considering the age of Tonari, it seemed that they want to transplant Hinata's eyes to Tonari, which could give Tonari unimaginable benefits. To be able to make them especially come to Ninja World to dig out an eye. The Uchiha clan is Sage of the Six Paths' direct descendant, but the eyes of Kazue and the others are Mangekyo Sharingan and not Rinnegan. After Iroha transplanted the main house Byakugan and returned to the clan, he displayed extraordinary eye power. Hoito carefully closed the door and used Byakugan to survey the surroundings. After making sure that no one was watching, he immediately walked into a room and flipped through a large amount of information. The room was filled with all kinds of books and notes, all of which were collected and organized by Hoito. He tried to find clues from the chaotic history before the village system was established. Just the inspiration and speculation content that he recorded on the paper was piled up on a table. Thinking about it, the most likely way to promote Byakugan was to transplant the eyes of his own kind and learn from Iroha. But the problem is, How should I transplant, dig out our original eyes, and then put the main house Byakugan? But there is a problem with this method. Those Otsutsuki guys can completely dig out each other's eyes and transplant each other. In this way, they can obtain stronger eye power, so why did they lose their eyes? A deep puzzled expression appeared on Hoto's face. It shouldn't be so simple. Moreover, transplanting eyes naturally involves the fusion of eye power, and exchanging eyes with each other is too simple. So, there is another possibility. Not just transplanting the eyes, but also fusing the eyes? Although this speculation is very absurd, it is indeed reliable speculation to increase the eye power. Is this what Iroha did? He fused the Byakugan from the main house and the branch house, and then obtained even stronger eye power. Hoto racked his brains to guess. With his wisdom, he could only advance to this step. Combined with the situation of those two Otsutsuki, what Hoto could think of was transplanting and fusing more of Byakugan, and he could obtain even stronger eye power, so that he could obtain Mangekyo Byakugan, and even the legendary Tensagen step by step. Hoto solemnly sealed the information and notes into a scroll and carried them with him. This was his biggest secret and his ambition. After checking everything, Hoto immediately set off to meet up with Kakashi and the others at the designated location and set off for the country of sound. With their team's configuration, even if they were to face cage level, they could face them head-on. The news of Orochimaru's resurrection was suppressed by Yuuji, Minato, and a few other people who knew about it. The entire ninja world was still in the midst of getting the exact news, and the few great countries were still in a mess. After Konoha signed a peace agreement with Uegakuer and Tsunagakuer, it seemed that the ninja world's situation was constantly on the verge of stabilizing. The dawn of peace had already appeared. But this was only the dawn of the great countries, the peace that belonged to the small countries was still far away. Especially those unlucky small countries that were targeted by dangerous people, such as the country of sound. Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion sounded out, and every explosion was accompanied by a series of miserable screams. The entire country of sound was in a state of devastation and chaos. A large number of refugees were fleeing for their lives, their expressions miserable. A large number of ruins lay across this country. Run! The demon is here. Why did we encounter such a thing? Many people dragged their families and ran for their lives in panic. There were also sporadic ninjas in the crowd. With these civilians as cover, they ran for their lives in horror. It wouldn't be long before they could escape into the territory of the country of frost. Swish! At this time, a puppet dressed in black suddenly appeared, and in just an instant, he killed all these despairing people. Humph! I can't find any suitable materials at all. The black puppet carried a sickle and floated in the air. There were many chakra lines on its body controlling it. It was accompanied by a rhythmic sound of footsteps. A strange puppet with a hunched back that was moving on the ground came over. He casually glanced at the corpses on the ground, and a trace of impatience flashed through his eyes. Damn, doesn't this trash country have a few ninjas who can draw my interest? In front of me is the daimyo mansion. The only remaining strength of the entire country is concentrated there. If I kill all of them, I think I will be able to find some qualified works of art. The Sasori had been wandering in the country of sound for a period of time. It had been almost 8 years since the assassination of the Third Kazekage and the Third Ninja World War. In the past 8 years, Sasori had used everything he had to transform the Third Kazekage into his strongest work of art. He had even pushed his puppetry technique to a higher level. He came to the country of sound and started a massacre, searching for more suitable materials to create puppets. These trash ninjas, let's gather a number first. It's a good time to experiment with my puppet's strongest secret technique. Sasori looked at them with extreme disgust. After sneering, he took out a scroll on the spot, summoned a pile of parts, and then transformed these corpses into puppets. 20 minutes later. Although these last 2 works of art are extremely rudimentary, let's make do with them. I will capture this country as the backdrop for my supreme art. Akahiji, Hyaki no Sen, Red Secret Technique, Performance of 100 Puppets. Chapter 175, The reason behind it is heartwarming. The entire country of sound was bathed in blood by Sasori. Performance of 100 Puppets Technique, this secret technique that almost pushed the puppet technique to the extreme launched an attack on a country. Everywhere it passed, there were ruins and countless people were killed, becoming materials for Sasori to choose. This small coastal country that was indifferent to the world, has been plunged into unprecedented destruction and slaughter. A few days later. Damn it, you madman, why did you do this kind of thing? A Fuma clan ninja roared. As the last backbone of the country of sound, the Fuma clan also fell under Sasori's puppet technique. This clan was weak to begin with, ran over to country of sound to accept employment, but in the end, they ran into Sasori. The clan members suffered heavy casualties, almost wiped out. Yes, in the entire country, only you guys can barely satisfy me. Sasori said with a cold face. He killed the last person sent by the Fuma clan and collected their corpses. As for the old, weak, sick, and disabled people who escaped in advance, Sasori was too lazy to chase them. In this way, I can also be considered to have conquered a country with puppet techniques. Sasori controlled over 100 puppets and looked at the village that had fallen into a deathly silence. His eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. He controlled 100 puppet armies and walked around this village that was soaked in blood. He picked up the corpses that filled the city and searched for qualified materials. He planned to transform new puppets to supplement his performance of 100 puppets technique. The Fuma clan was quite satisfactory to him. In any case, it was a clan that had made a name for themselves during Warring States period. Although they were getting worse and worse by generation and they did not join any ninja village, they were still hired like in Warring States period. The quality of the corpses of this clan's ninjas could barely be acceptable by Sasori. In the end, country of sound is still a small country. I can't find a good enough corpse. This will lower the average level of the puppet. Sasori was somewhat dissatisfied. He then revealed a trace of loneliness. How sad. These bastards don't even have the qualifications to be transformed by him. They have polluted his eyes. The strongest puppet I have right now is undoubtedly the third Kazekage, but it is only one puppet in the end. If all the 100 puppets I have performed are all at the level of the third Kazekage. Sasori revealed a hint of madness and ambition in his eyes. That kind of scene would definitely be very wonderful. Only then could his performance of 100 puppets technique reach its true peak. But how could there be 100 cage level ninja in this world for him to kill? It was really lonely. Sure enough, it is still a puppet, which can make him feel at ease and happy. Several days of massacres from country of sound's bordering village all the way to country of sound's capital. This small country with weak national strength had been destroyed by Sasori. In the past few days, because of Yuuji, Konoha was the fastest to react and sent out an elite team to investigate the situation. The other great countries did not react at all. They also did not know that the country of sound had been wiped out. In other words, in the west of country of sound, the country of frost, which was also located in the north of country of fire, knew that something major had happened to the country of sound because of the refugees. However, they could only play dumb and did not dare to provoke Sasori. When Kakashi arrived with his team, he was shocked by country of sound's miserable condition. What is going on? Why did so many people die? Is it a war? Did an enemy country launch a surprise attack on country of sound? But country of sound is just a small country on the edge of the continent. There is no strong ninja clan in the country, and their strategic value is not high. Who would launch a large-scale attack on country of sound? Kakashi and the others looked incredulous. Country of sound was facing the sea to the north, Konoha to the south, and a small country to the east, and then to the northeast was the country of lightning, to the west was the country of frost and the northwest of the country of frost was the country of earth. Such a small country that was stuck in the middle without any sense of existence, who would spend so much effort to cross several countries to attack here? Kakashi said seriously, no matter what, we have to be careful. Once the war between the village and the hostile village is triggered, it will be troublesome. Hoito, take a look at the situation around us. Hoito used his Byakugan. After observing for a while, he pointed in a direction and said, there are living people there. The team of several people cautiously headed forward. After some questioning, their faces all revealed stunned expressions. Alone. Only one person was able to turn the country of sound into such a state. Is that so? The guy who controls the puppet army started a slaughter in the entire country of sound, specifically collecting corpses. Kakashi and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. After giving this poor guy some food, Shisui used Sharingan's genjutsu to erase the other party's memories, allowing him to leave. Shisui said seriously, Kakashi-senpai, things have become troublesome. For a single person to turn the country of sound into this, it doesn't seem like Tsunagakure's operation. It's more likely. Kakashi nodded, he is proficient in puppet technique and wantonly kills people. Although I don't know the reason, the only one who can do such a thing is that person. Tsunagaku Trader, Sasori of Red Sand. For most people, this was a very unfamiliar name. The time when Sasori killed the third Kazekage and then defected was 8 years ago. In these 8 years, the name Sasori of Red Sand did not circulate in the ninja world. Everyone was attracted by the cruel Third Ninja World War. All their attention was focused on killing people and preventing being killed. No one would pay attention to Sasori, and no one knew that he killed the third Kazekage. Unexpectedly, Sasori appeared again and appeared in the country of sound. Moreover, for something like controlling a puppet army, could a puppet technique achieve this? The puppet masters mainly judge strength based on the number of puppets. If Sasori of Red Sand can really control a large number of puppets at the same time and can also maximize the strength of each puppet, then it means that his strength is extremely terrifying. At this time, Maraboshi Kasuke couldn't help but speak. Everyone looked at this genin. They couldn't understand why the fourth Hokage stuffed a genin into the team. They speculated that this senior genin knew some important information about Akatsuki that could help them. Marino Ibiki said in a low voice, "Old man, we need to use your experience later. You, who is called the strongest genin, must have had a lot of dealings with the puppet masters." "Ah, please don't call me that. The strongest genin is nothing at all, and I am far from being able to bear the title of the strongest. The man who died in glory, might do, is the strongest genin in history." Kasuke hurriedly shook his head and his face was full of embarrassment. "Might do." The others were silent for a moment and nodded. This unknown man, who was once regarded as a joke by the people in the village, shone after following Yuuji. Against Kirigakuer, he showed his powerful talents with the 8 hidden gates and died honorably in the battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 8 hidden gates technique has truly attracted the attention of ninjas in the entire ninja world. In that case, let's act as soon as possible and figure out the movements and goals of Sasori of Red Sand. Then, we will return to the village and report to Yondaime-sama, Hoito said impatiently. Right now, he only wanted to think of Mangekyo Byakugan and even Tenseigan. He was not interested in any bullshit missions. Shisui could not bear it but look at him, but these innocent citizens of the country of sound. The lives of outsiders have nothing to do with us. Shisui, as a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, don't be too naive. Hoito couldn't help but shout. Kakashi looked at Shisui and then stared at Hoito for a long time before slowly nodding his head. First, gather some information about Sasori of Red Sand. Action! The group of 5 began to move and began to go deep into country of sound, trying to find the reason why Sasori did this. They wanted to confirm Sasori's current strength. If nothing unexpected happened, a terrifying and powerful ninja appeared in the ninja world. This was a very important piece of information. As the 5 of them moved quickly, Shisui caught up to Kakashi who was charging at the very front. In a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, he said in a low voice, "Kakashi-senpai, if the other party is really Sasori of Red Sand, then he has a high chance of surpassing the elite Jonin and possessing the power to fight against Cage." Kakashi glanced at him and nodded, "That's right. So the best result for this mission is not to fight. We will retreat immediately when we get the information we want. If the battle really breaks out, it will become very troublesome. We will have to face a fierce battle." Shisui hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Senpai, I have mastered a technique that can fight against Cage level." Kakashi paused and nodded coldly, "I know. Did you learn it when you fought with Kirigakuer? If I go all out, I can also fight against Cage level." All the chakra within his body burst out, enough to form 3 tails. This kind of astonishing chakra was absolutely enough. "Senpai, don't tell me you can already use that kind of chakra." A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Shisui's face. Kakashi didn't respond, but his expression was cold as he increased his speed. The team of 5 began to quietly speed up. Other than Marino Ibiki who was worried about this level of physical exhaustion, no one else would think too much about it. The capital of country of sound. Sasori had made himself extremely bloody. Intestines, minced meat and the like could be seen everywhere. However, Sasori had completed the transformation with incomparable fervor. This is enough. 100 puppets used in the performance of 100 puppets technique is finally barely qualified. Sasori was very satisfied. Humph, after taking down a country and killing countless ninjas, I finally managed to gather these 100 qualified puppets. In addition to the third Kazekage, the performance of 100 puppets technique will become another powerful secret technique. This country has no value to me. I can change my target. Should I start hunting those famous ninjas? If I make a puppet with 100 jonin, it must be very good. Sasori had a mysterious obsession with his puppet secret technique. He firmly believes that puppets are the secret of all ninjutsu in the world. As long as there are puppets, all other excellent ninjas can be transformed into tools in their own hands. Let's change to another country. I need to collect more excellent materials. All Sasori's puppets were sealed back into a scroll. He slowly turned around and was about to leave. At this time, a figure descended from the sky. I found you. You have been staying in the country of sound all this time. Konan floated in the air and white paper flew all over the sky. A head also popped out from the ground. I say, we can't always be the ones to take action. We should give those two newcomers a chance to perform, right? This guy looks so fierce. Can you really beat him? Konan's face was cold and extremely beautiful. Kakuzu and Hirako are doing missions to earn money for the organization, so they can't leave for the time being. Moreover, you also have to participate in the battle. Don't think of using this kind of excuse to escape. Hey, I want to go too. How could this be? White Zetsu shouted. Shut up. Black Zetsu scolded. The combination of Konan and Zetsu confused Sasori. Birdman flying in the sky, pitcher plant burrowing into the ground. Who are you? Tell me your names, and I will decide how you will die. Sasori was a little surprised. The more unpredictable the appearance was, the more awesome it would be under normal circumstances. Perhaps killing these two fellows would provide him with even better materials. Sasori of Red Sand, join Akatsuki. You will get what you want. Konan said. Akatsuki? Never heard of it. Sasori said coldly. Zetsu laughed. The Akatsuki organization is an organization established to achieve eternal peace. There are many terrible people in the organization, such as Pain and Su. Pain and Su. Sasori's expression changed slightly, and his eyes shone with a bright light. He had heard of the names of these two people. After all, in the Kyuubi rampage, it was difficult to hide the news that Pain and the other two had caused such a big commotion. Sage's eyes had invaded Konoha, and he had fought in the territory of Uchiha and even killed Konoha elder, Shimura Danzo. Not to mention Su, the wood-release ninja in the ninja world is suspected to be the reborn Senju Hashirama or the resurrection of the dead. It was said that on that night, there was a ninja with a Sharingan who could control Kyuubi. The Megatama in Kyuubi's eyes could not fool people, and it was suspected that it was a ninja who had Mangekyo Sharingan. Such a guy actually joined this Akatsuki organization. Understood. Eternal peace, I am not interested in this thing, but I am interested in good material. Sage's eyes and would release bloodline limit, he. Sasori felt that he was burning up. If I kill you, I can also get excellent materials. The two of you seem to be very strong. Sasori's voice was cold. He was determined to defeat these two first and force out the whereabouts of Sage's eyes and would release user.